The headmaster's bombshell announcement has the whole academy talking, a special class advancement exam just for Class 7, and it's all because of the controversy surrounding Shironi. For the students of Class 7, it's a shocking mix of hope and dread. A chance to skip 2 whole classes and jump straight to Class 5. But then they see the requirement, and a chill runs through the crowd. The test is on teleportation. The panic is real. None of them have even touched Class 5 magic before. The theory might be one thing, but actually using it? One student recalls a chilling story about a senior who ended up hospitalized for a year just from practicing it. How are they, the lowest-ranked class, supposed to pull this off? A grim question hangs in the air. In the end, is it even possible for any of them to pass? But then, steady footsteps cut through the anxious chatter, and the noisy hallway falls silent. The crowd of students parts, clearing a path for a single person walking toward them. And through the middle walks Shironi. He glances around, his expression calm, seemingly the only one not shaken by the news. Every eye in the hall is fixed on him, a mix of resentment, curiosity, and awe. He stands alone, the quiet center of the storm he created. And everyone knows this impossible test, this teleportation challenge, is all because of him. But it's not just the exam that has everyone talking. The story of what happened to him, the bullying in Class 7, Assa 7, has already spread like wildfire, becoming the hottest piece of gossip all the way to the upper classes. Elsewhere, a group of advanced students discusses the news. They can't believe something like that still happens. They look down on Class 7, gossiping that the bullying must have started because Sharon can't even use magic. One of them scoffs. It's not like Class 7 even learns magic, so what's the big deal? Another student rolls his eyes, certain he knows the real reason. They're just jealous because he's dating Amy. And listening to it all, unnoticed nearby, is Amy Karmas herself. The pieces click into place, and a cold realization hits her. He was being bullied. Her shock quickly turns to a simmering rage. So that's why he was avoiding her, to keep her out of it? Her friend Sariel tries to comfort her, mentioning that these things just happen in the immature lower classes. But Amy isn't listening. "I'm going to find him," she says, her voice dangerously low as she turns to leave. Sariel grabs her arm, alarmed. "Wait, what are you going to do?" Amy erupts, red energy flaring around her as she screams, "I'll beat him up. How dare he not tell me?" She tries to storm off, yelling about gathering all of Class 7. Sariel desperately hangs on, trying to stop the impending disaster. "Why are you stopping me?" Amy shouts. "This involves me too." Sariel pleads with her, her voice strained. "If it was you, would you want the person you like to find out you're being bullied? If you go now, you'll just hurt his pride even more." "You dummy." Sariel's words finally break through the rage. Amy freezes, the fight draining out of her as she wrestles with this new perspective. But her anger hasn't vanished. "Who cares about that?" she mutters, frustrated. "He doesn't even like me. So why the hell didn't he just tell me?" She takes a deep breath, trying to regain her composure by focusing on the test. Anyway, teleportation. Sariel, relieved, adds that the test seems way too difficult and dangerous for Class 7. She cautiously suggests an idea. "How about you teach him, Amy? It could be a way for you two to make up." Amy immediately shoots the idea down, a blush rising on her cheeks. "He wouldn't accept my help. Besides," she adds defensively, "I'm too busy with my own exam prep to worry about him." She strikes a proud pose, trying to put her Ice Princess's mask back on. "If he can't handle this on his own, then he's not worthy of being my boyfriend." Night falls over the Alpia's Magic Academy, wrapping the campus in a blanket of silence. But in the shadows near the dorms, something moves with silent, flashing speed through the trees. A cloaked figure leaps from branch to rooftop, a blur moving under the cover of darkness. It's Amy. Pausing in a tree, she convinces herself this isn't about her feelings. It's about taking responsibility for the rumors that put him in this position. With her resolve hardened, she launches herself from the tree, a silent specter heading straight for the male dormitory. She lands near a window, her mind set on her mission, right after she makes him beg for forgiveness. She slips into Chiron's room just as he looks up from a book, startled. His question is cut short as the hooded figure lands gracefully on the floor. Before he can even process the intrusion, Amy lunges, clamping a hand firmly over his mouth. "I'm here," she whispers, her voice a low growl from beneath the hood, "to beat you up." A menacing grin spreads across her face as she leans in close, ready to finally let him have it. "How dare you?" But a calm voice suddenly cuts through the tension. Standing nearby, holding a teacup with a bewildered expression, is Professor Sienna Oliver. Chiron's eyes go wide as he recognizes his attacker, while Professor Sienna stares, trying to process the bizarre scene in front of her. Her mind finally short-circuits. "Hutch?" she sputters, pointing a trembling finger. "Is this how you two have been meeting? Every night?" Amy scrambles off him, her face beet red. "No, Professor, it's a huge misunderstanding." "Shh," Sienna whispers, glancing at the wall. "They'll hear you next door." Sienna sighs, trying to regain her composure. "I was wondering why you two were so quiet." Amy, flustered, insists it's her first time here, and she only came because Chiron was avoiding her. Amy tries to deflect. "But Professor, why are you here so late?" Sienna sips her tea. "I came to advise him on the exam. The class atmosphere is tense." Chiron, ever the calm host, offers Amy a cup of tea. She takes it, surprised by how good it smells, before remembering why she's here. She slams the cup down. "That's not the point, you rascal. Whose fault do you think it is that I'm being humiliated like this?" Chiron flinches. "I'm sorry. And why didn't you tell me you were being bullied?" Amy presses. Professor Sienna, looking exhausted, steps in. "All right, let's all sit down and talk about the test first." Chiron takes a slow sip of tea, trying to process the chaotic situation. The three of them now sit in a profoundly awkward silence. Chiron has no idea how things ended up like this. Pushing her anger aside, Amy raises a serious point. Isn't a teleportation test too dangerous? Chiron, he's never even used magic before. Sienna nods grimly. "It was the headmaster's decision. I'm worried too, but I'm sure he has his reasons." Chiron groans internally. He just knows the headmaster is scheming again. "Just how dangerous is it?" he asks. Sienna explains that teleportation uses light attribute magic. Chiron nods, recalling the theory. Yes, the photonization theory. It's a famous formula for controlling light. Sienna continues. "Light possesses what we call absolute speed. Nothing in this world can catch it. Teleportation is magic that uses that principle to move faster than time and space itself. It works by temporarily converting the user's body into particles of light." "So you literally turn into light?" Chiron asks, a little unnerved. Sienna explains that, surprisingly, it's a spell that beginners can learn relatively easily. The key, she says, is that the speed used for this test is a much slower, magical version of light speed, only about 1/100th of the real thing. However, Sienna adds, because you're not fully converting to light, a small part of your physical body is left behind while you travel. Chiron's expression turns grim as the implication hits him like a punch. It's easy to learn, but dangerous on collision. He realizes with a start, it's the speed of sound. "Now I understand why it's forbidden inside the academy," he concludes. Sienna gives a small smile, impressed that he understood so quickly, while Amy just watches them, lost in thought. A pang of jealousy hits her. When did those two get so close? He always ignores her. "So how do I take the exam if it's that dangerous?" Chiron asks. Sienna hesitates. "Well, you'll do it somewhere. There are no obstacles." Chiron is confused. "A place like that doesn't exist." "It does." Amy interjects, a knowing look on her face. She points a single finger upwards. Chiron follows her gesture toward the ceiling, completely puzzled. Up, and then his eyes widen in dawning horror as it all clicks into place. No way, in midair? He breathes, the sheer scale of the challenge finally sinking in. The exam will take place high in the mountains, above the clouds. The location, a place called the Bridge That Can't Be Crossed, a 700-meter gap between two mountain peaks, 1,000 meters in the air. Sienna confirms it's the only possible location for a test like this. It's a race from one peak to the other. Chiron stares at the imaginary landscape, awestruck. Wow, I guess there really wouldn't be any obstacles up there, he laughs nervously. You'd definitely die if you fell, right? Amy gives him a deadpan look. Chiron gets serious again. So whoever reaches the other side first wins? Sienna doubts anyone from Class 7 can even make it that far. So, if no one completes the course, the student who travels the longest distance will win. She assures them there will be safety measures, so falling isn't the main risk. What we're worried about, she continues, her voice turning grave, are the other students. If the competition gets too heated, there could be mid-air collisions. And with magic this unstable, the result would be brutal. Amy looks at Chiron, her expression full of concern. If that happens, Chiron would be the #1 target. He sits in silence, the reality of the situation washing over him. The challenge isn't just magical, it's social. Can he really do this? It's one thing for an exam to be difficult, but he hates the idea of being forced to compete against his own classmates, especially when he knows someone could get hurt because of it. Doubt clouds his face. Is it even right for him to take this exam? Professor Sienna watches him, her face full of regret. I'm so sorry, Chiron. This is all my fault. I pushed for you to advance, and now you're in this impossible situation. Chiron tries to protest, but Sienna is resolute. So, from today on, I will personally take charge of your training. Amy stiffens beside him, sensing the professor taking control. Chiron is floored. What? Professor, why are you going so far? He asks. She tells him it's her responsibility to do everything she can to help him succeed. But before she can say more, Amy cuts in. No! That would only make things worse. She argues passionately that if word got out that a judge was privately tutoring Chiron, he'd be disqualified even if he won. Amy stands, placing a hand on her chest with fierce determination. I will teach him. The training area is safe. I can handle it. Chiron's completely lost. Just a moment ago, she was furious with him. Now she's offering to be his mentor? Sienna, however, is unconvinced. She raises a good point. Amy, I know you've applied for the graduating class. Do you really have time for this? Chiron gasps. The graduating class? The graduating class, that's a huge deal. He looks at her with new eyes, a bead of sweat on his temple. The graduating class is the pinnacle of the academy, a track for students who are all but guaranteed to become professional mages. Their skills are so renowned, they get featured in the kingdom's magic magazine. But it's also the start of a hellish life, filled with ruthless training and endless competition. And Amy is the very first student to apply. Chiron's stunned. She's moving so fast, aiming so high. Amy just looks away, flustered. In her mind, she's desperately trying to outrun him to stay ahead of his incredible growth. But Chiron sees only her confidence and ambition. He's in awe. A warmth spreads through his chest. At such a critical time for her, she came all this way to help him. Amy faces Sienna, brushing off her concerns. I can make time. Please, Professor, leave this to me. But Sienna holds her ground. I know you want to help your boyfriend, but this is a job for a professor. Since this is Chiron's first time with practical magic, Sienna insists, it will be more effective if I teach him. Amy's eye twitches. Her temper is rising again. She turns abruptly, putting Sharon on the spot. You choose, Sharoni. Me, or the professor. He freezes, trapped between the two powerful women, sweat beading on his forehead. I. Amy leans in with a challenging smirk. Of course, you'd rather have your girlfriend teach you, right? Sharon closes his eyes, takes a single, centering breath, and opens them with a calm, confident smile that no one expected. I'll just do it myself. Both Amy and Professor Sienna just stare, their jaws hitting the floor in synchronized disbelief. A single, unified "What?" echoes in the stunned silence of the room. Sharon turns to his mentor, his expression sincere. He knows she's worried, and he needs her to understand his decision. Reaching Class 5 is just a step on the path to becoming a mage, he explains, glancing towards Amy. Just like it is for you, Senior. Amy lets out a flustered little cough, caught off guard. Please, Professor, have faith in me, he asks. He can't promise he'll pass, but he promises he'll give it his all and won't have any regrets. Sienna looks at the resolve in his eyes, and a soft smile forms on her lips. All right, she says, her voice full of respect. If this is what my student wants, I will accept it. As she prepares to leave, she tells him her door is always open if he has questions. Then she turns her gaze to Amy. And you, Sienna gives her a stern look. I'll let it slide this once. But you know what happens if you come climbing through the boys' dorm window again, right? Amy shrinks under her gaze, nodding frantically. Yes! She breathes a silent, massive sigh of relief. She survived. With the professor gone, Amy visibly relaxes, letting out a shaky breath. That was way too close. But now, an even more awkward silence fills the room. It's just the two of them, and the air is thick with everything left unsaid. Amy fidgets, then stands abruptly. I should get going too. Sharon just nods, equally awkward. Ah, yes. Thanks for coming. She walks to the window but pauses with her back to him. Then she turns her head slightly. Hey, tell me honestly. Her voice is low, and all the earlier fire is gone, replaced by something serious. Why did you avoid me? You should have told me you were being bullied. It's not like it was just your problem. She leans closer, her eyes searching his for an answer. Or did it hurt? Sariel's words echo in her mind about how a guy wouldn't want the person he likes to see him being bullied. Her eyes twitch as the realization finally hits her. Your pride? She finishes softly. Sharon looks away, a faint blush on his cheeks. He admits that ever since he first arrived at the academy and saw her name at the top of the list, he turns back to her, his expression surprisingly open and vulnerable. I just didn't want to get any further away from you, Senior. He meets her gaze, a small, sincere smile on his lips as he finally confesses. Because from the very beginning, you've been my goal. Amy stares, completely stunned, before breaking into a fit of violent coughing, her face turning beet red. His mind flashes back to that first day, a younger version of himself staring up at the academy's notice board in awe. He remembers thinking he wanted to do whatever it took to catch up. His eyes had been fixed on a single name at the top of the Class 4 list, Carmus Amy. Back in the present, he rubs the back of his neck awkwardly. I never imagined things would get so weird between us. I figured if I told you I was being bullied, it would only make things worse. Amy says nothing, just processing his confession in silence. Then a slow, dangerous smile starts to spread across her face. Her eyes begin to gleam. His goal, she repeats to herself, the words sparking a fire inside her. Her mind flashes back to her own humiliating defeat at his hands years ago. To think a brat like him could see her as a goal, her eyes narrow with a new, burning intensity. What a strange twist of fate. The rivalry was back on. Suddenly, she explodes. Are you kidding me? She snaps, pointing an accusing finger at him. Goal my butt! You smile sweetly and call me seniors to my face, while secretly planning to surpass me? What kind of coward does that? Shironi is completely baffled by her logic. She slams a hand against the window frame, her voice dripping with challenge. If you're really going to try and surpass me... She throws on her cloak, her voice sharp and commanding. Then stop calling me senior. Pausing at the window, she looks back over her shoulder, her eyes blazing. Compete with me head-on, where I can see you coming. Chiron just stares, speechless. But if you can't catch up to me fast enough, she adds, her voice dropping to a low threat, I'll make you call me senior for the rest of your life. Then Shironi finds his voice, calling out her name with a new firmness. Amy. She freezes, startled to hear her name from him without the honorific. He meets her challenging gaze with a flicker of determination in his own. Just you wait. For a split second, Amy looks almost flustered by his sudden confidence. A confident, almost predatory smile spreads across Shironi's face. His voice rings with absolute certainty. I'll catch up to you in no time. Amy recovers, hiding her surprise with a scoff. You'd better study like your life depends on it. Because by the time he's ready, she leaps from the window, vanishing into the night. I'll have graduated already. Chiron watches her go, impressed by her speed. He can't even see her anymore. He turns back into his room, his new resolve hardening his expression. It's a shame he can't accept her help, but he knows the bullies are watching his every move. There's no other choice. He has to do this on his own. 1 month. That's all the time he has. The clock is ticking. The next day, the academy is buzzing with talk of the exam. Everyone is scrambling to prepare. Students complain about the impossibly short deadline. Learning teleportation in a month is insane. They figure the theory part is manageable, but it's the practical application that has everyone terrified. As they're talking, their chatter dies down. Their eyes lock onto a single student. They whisper amongst themselves. That's the guy who started all this. He applied too? Chiron crosses the courtyard, buried under a comically large stack of books, looking more like a librarian than a mage about to attempt teleportation. Later, he unloads the mountain of books in his room. The main text is on the theory of photonization. He lets out a heavy sigh. He said he would learn it by himself, but he knows the practical application is the real monster here. The core of the problem is that the real world is constantly changing. To teleport, a mage needs a constant stream of information about their surroundings. Every tiny change in the environment requires a new set of complex calculations, a process that seems impossibly slow for something that happens in a flash. He feels a wave of doubt. Is it even humanly possible to perform such calculations in real time? He slams his fist on the desk in frustration. No, they wouldn't have given them an impossible exam. He has to believe there's a way. Even Professor Sienna said it was easy to learn. But what if that doesn't apply to him? Someone who's never used real magic before. He knows the other students in Class 7, especially the wealthy ones, have a huge head start. They were educated in magic from birth, and they can afford to hire the best tutors to guide them through the most difficult parts. How can he possibly close a gap that wide all on his own? He feels utterly and completely alone. Then a memory surfaces, the wise, knowing face of Headmaster Alpiaz, and suddenly something clicks. The headmaster has already given him the answer. He just didn't see it until now. Chiron looks up, his eyes shining with a new, fierce determination. He finally knows the path he has to take. Meanwhile, in a private training hall, another student executes a perfect teleportation, reappearing in a flash of golden light. His instructor claps slowly, genuinely impressed. The student, Slider Mark, is the son of a powerful official in the Magic Association, and his skills reflect his pedigree. Master Mark, from Class 7. He boasts that, of course he's good. He's being taught by a Class 9 certified instructor. Mark smugly says the exam seems simple enough. His tutor agrees. The key isn't to master teleportation. That would be impossible in a month. The strategy is to learn just enough to pass the test, and then practice that one specific application over and over. Mark chuckles to himself. It pays to have connections. His privilege has allowed him to advance at lightning speed. He asks his attendant for an update on that bastard. The report is that Shirone is just studying from books. Mark is baffled. Self-study? He thought for sure Shirone would use his own connections. He wonders if it's just a trick and orders his men to keep watching. He scoffs. As if anyone could learn real magic just from reading a few books. But back in Shiron's room, that's exactly what he's doing, studying furiously late into the night. He leans back, exhausted. He's done all the theoretical work he can. He's memorized every equation, every principle of omniscience. He's not confident, but time is running out. It's now or never. It's time for his first practical test. Chiron stands alone in the center of an empty training field, the silence broken only by the hum of the magic lamps. He takes a deep breath. He just has to hope that the magic activates the way he thinks it will. He closes his eyes, focusing his mind. He begins to graft the complex theory of photonization directly onto his spirit zone, energy flaring around his head. He remembers the headmaster's hint. The thing blocking the path between theory and practice is the self. The energy around him intensifies, swirling into a blinding light. He has to erase him in between. Let the knowledge become instinct. A golden aura erupts around him. His eyes snap open. "It's working!" he shouts, feeling the raw power surge through him for the first time. It's activating. Now for the final step, to actually teleport. But the old problem remains. No human mind can calculate the value of light fast enough. But then he remembers the other path, the intuitive path, a state where a mage's mind becomes so sensitive they can feel everything around them, a state where they can sense every leaf on the ground from miles away. This is the spirit zone known as the extremely sensitive mindset. It's a state where a mage can sense the outside world not with their five senses, but with their very soul, and eventually control it. And that's the key. The true secret isn't to calculate the values, it's to sense them all at once. Chiron is engulfed in a torrent of golden energy, his body floating in the swirling power. He has finally grasped the true nature of omnipotence. But time is a cruel and relentless master. The days bleed into one another. 13 days until the exam. The clock just keeps ticking down. 9 days. Back in the Class 7 classroom, the atmosphere is thick with tension. A student stares, whispering, "What the hell?" They're all looking at Chiron. He's covered in bruises and fresh bandages, the physical toll of his training impossible to hide. Maria and another girl whisper nearby, horrified, "Is he training without any protection?" Maria just shakes her head, finding the sheer recklessness hard to believe. Chiron ignores them, his head buried in his notes, trying to push through the exhaustion and pain. He knows his first attempts at teleportation were complete failures, and to correct his countless errors, he has no choice but to throw himself into the fire, again and again. Pure trial and error. We see him back on the training grounds, launching himself forward only to slam violently into the dirt with a pained scream. He groans, dizzy and disoriented. His knee was the problem that time. Every failure is a new injury, a brutal lesson carved into his body. The countdown continues. 8 days. But despite the pain, he meticulously documents everything, filling notebooks with frantic observations after each failed attempt. He pores over his notes, trying to isolate the tiny variables. Another student glances at his obsessive calculations with a mix of pity and disbelief. It's a stupid, brutal method, but for him, it's the only way. 7 days, 6 days. Night after night, it's the same agonizing routine. Attempt, crash, analyze, repeat. 5 days, another agonizing impact. 4 days. The body remembers better. That becomes his mantra as he forces himself through the pain, hoping instinct can achieve what his mind cannot. 3 days, 2, 1. Time has run out. It's here. Night falls on the eve of the exam. Sharon stands in the training ground, panting, utterly exhausted. He's completely drained, barely able to stay on his feet. Sweat drips onto the dusty ground. The test is tomorrow, and a wave of pure desperation crashes over him. It feels like an unwinnable battle. For every error he corrects, a new one appears. He steels himself, pushing past the pain. There's no more time for adjustments. It has to work now. It has to. He pants, sweat stinging his eyes, his expression a mask of raw determination. He raises his hand, channeling every last ounce of strength he has. He focuses. "I have to do this!" he screams at himself, clutching his head. He surges forward with a final, desperate roar. Teleport! A massive burst of golden energy explodes from his body. Moments later, he finds himself on the ground, the energy gone. He braces for the familiar, agonizing impact, but it doesn't come. He flails, disoriented, phantom limbs flickering around him as an after-effect of the unstable jump. He cries out, expecting the crash. But he lands softly, cushioned by the lingering magic. A thought crystallizes in his dazed mind. It doesn't hurt. A slow, exhausted, triumphant grin spreads across his bruised face. A wave of pure relief washes over him. He did it. A flicker of hope ignites. How far can he get with this? But there's no time to celebrate. A single jump isn't enough. He has to practice linking them together. He pushes himself up, his body screaming in protest. "I need to praw." His thought cuts off as his body finally gives out, and the world goes black. The sun rises on a new day. The day of the exam. Elsewhere, Slider Mark stands at a window, looking down on the academy with an air of supreme confidence. His attendant approaches him. "How are you feeling, young master?" Mark turns with a smug smirk. "Great, of course. Today is the historic day I advance to Class 5. He scoffs at the challenge. 700 meters is nothing. I'll clear it easily. The Grand Academy stands tall under the morning sun. The Class 7 classroom is nearly empty. Maria quietly heads for the door, ready to leave. A voice stops her cold. "Hey, Maria. Giving up on the exam?" She jumps, startled. It's Slider Mark, leaning casually against the doorframe, blocking her path with a condescending smile. A knot of dread forms in her stomach. He mocks her for not being at the training grounds, calling her stupid and pathetic for studying. Maria just flinches, unable to speak. He pats her shoulder with false encouragement, telling her she should go watch him, that she might learn something. "Good luck," he says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He smirks. "Really? You hope I pass?" he asks, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. "You know, you're really something," he says, his tone turning ugly. "Snitching to a teacher?" Maria gasps, her eyes wide with fear. "How did you—" Mark cuts her off with a cruel laugh. "Stupid girl. I was just guessing." He tells her he has his ways of getting information, and that it's suspicious for a shy girl like her to be visiting the teacher's office. Then he grabs her chin, his expression turning vicious. "I've been nice to you because we're classmates," he snarls. "But once I'm your senior, what do you think is going to happen then?" Maria trembles, tears welling in her eyes, completely terrified. He shoves her aside in disgust. Such a coward! How does she ever plan to be a mage? As he walks away, he calls back over his shoulder with a chilling grin. "Look forward to it!" Maria collapses against the wall, sobbing, completely broken by his threats. Mark strides down the hall, his mind on his plan. He meets with his cronies. The plan is simple. 2 of them will stick to Sharon and sabotage him, while the other 2 act as bodyguards for Mark. They have 2 guaranteed chances to make him fail. Mark wants him out within the first 10 jumps. One of the lackeys nervously asks if Mark will keep his promise. Mark flashes a predatory smile. Of course, once he advances, he'll get them all tutors. They won't have to worry about their futures. He reminds them of his father's influence at the Magic Association. If they help him today, he'll never forget it. They look convinced, desperate enough to believe him. Mark turns away, a sinister grin on his face. He's left nothing to chance. A true genius, he thinks, never lets their guard down. He is going to utterly crush Chiron. The scene shifts to the exam site, the terrifying, breathtaking bridge that cannot be crossed. Spectators gather, including other Class 7 students who aren't competing. There are more people here than anyone expected. Even a group of menacing-looking upperclassmen from Class 5 are here, eager to see which young kid might be joining their ranks. Students from Classes 4 and 6 are also here, treating the high-stakes exam like a fun social event. The judges are seated, with Headmaster Alpeus at the center, his expression calm and unreadable. The air is thick with anticipation. High on the opposite peak, a blue flare shoots into the sky. An official announces that the time has come. The Class 7 examinees gather nervously at the starting line. The official's voice booms across the chasm. The examination will begin in 10 minutes. Holy crap! One student breathes, staring into the abyss. Where's the bridge? Another scoffs, pointing down into the swirling mist and a few thin, magical tethers. How is that a bridge? Meanwhile, Sariel has found the perfect viewing spot with her binoculars. This is it. I can see everything from here, she exclaims. Amy stands beside her, arms crossed, trying to look bored. Why are we even watching this? Sariel grins. I need to cheer on your boyfriend. It's good for brownie points, Amy mutters to herself. As if cheering will make a difference. But she looks towards the starting line, a flicker of concern on her face. Can he even do this? Can he teleport at all? Down below, Mark scans the participants, looking for his target. One of his cronies approaches. Did you find him? Mark looks around, his frustration growing. No, I can't see him. He's not here, Mark growls, confused and angry. What? Miles away, Chiron lies face down on the dirt, completely still. An ant crawls near his closed eye. It crawls onto his eyelid. His eye snaps open. He bolts upright, raw panic flooding his system as he realizes what day it is. What time is it? He scrambles to his feet, his exhausted body screaming in protest, and begins a desperate, frantic sprint towards the exam site. High above, Amy lowers her binoculars, confused. Sariel is right, he's nowhere to be found. A dreadful thought crosses her mind, and she raises the binoculars again, frantically scanning the area. Did he fail? Did he give up? Her own words echo in her mind, a bitter reminder of their argument. I told you! You can't just teach yourself teleportation! Down below, the Class 7 examinees stare into the abyss. There's literally nothing below them but clouds and empty air. Professor Thad and Professor Etella stand before them, their expressions grim. Thad lays out the rules. Run to the edge, teleport, and whoever goes the farthest wins. Simple and utterly terrifying. A student voices the fear they all feel. We really have to jump? They peer into the swirling mist, the reality of the fall hitting them hard. The quiet murmurs begin to escalate into real panic. Are there any safety devices? Someone asks desperately. Professor Thad's reply is like a slap in the face. Give up if you're scared. The students flinch. He reminds them that death is a real possibility at the academy. This is an exam to find students worthy of Class 5, students who can protect themselves. If they aren't ready, they can leave now. A few of them look pale enough to do just that. Thad watches their fear with satisfaction. It's better to scare them now than to have an accident later, because he knows what the real danger is. It's the overly competitive ones, the ones whose ambition overrides their common sense. Nearby, Mark scoffs to himself. These students are pathetic. They're the kind of people who will be groveling at his feet one day. He smirks, thinking of Chiron. So the rumors were true. He really did try to learn it all by himself, and he failed. What a fool. Just as Professor Attella raises her hand to begin, Mark's plan, so carefully constructed, seems completely wasted. She holds up a signaling device, about to start the countdown, but a sound cuts through the silence. Someone is running, panting desperately. Sharon sprints into view, looking like he just survived a battle. Mark and the others turn, completely shocked to see him arrive at the last possible second. Sharon bends over, gasping for air, barely able to speak. "I'm sorry." He looks up at Professor Attella, pleading. "Can I still take the exam?" From the viewing area, Sariel spots him first. "Amy, over there!" Amy whips her binoculars around, stunned. "Where has he been?" She zooms in, and her eyes widen in shock. He's covered in injuries, bruises, bandages, signs of pure exhaustion. A cold worry settles in her stomach. Has he been practicing like this the whole time? Professor Attella consults with the headmaster, but the answer is firm. It's a student's responsibility to be on time. The test will begin as planned. Attella raises the signaling device, a bright light flaring from it. The test is starting now. She gives Sharon a sympathetic look but tells him he can give up at any time. He just clutches his chest, catching his breath, his eyes burning with determination. "I'm fine." A guide leads him to the starting line. Mark's cronies watch him take his place. Their plan is back on. Sharon bends over, sweat dripping onto the grass as he struggles for breath. The plan is to make him fail within 10 jumps. He pants, trying to steady himself. He closes his eyes, forcing his mind to focus past the pain. "I'll give it my all." Professor Attella raises her arm. "Everyone, get ready!" She checks her watch. Time seems to slow to a crawl, and with a sharp whoosh, the signal is given. The students explode from the starting line. Mark runs near the front, his cronies sticking close, ready to execute their plan. Sharon pushes off, his face a grim mask of focus, the bandages a stark white against his skin. A red flare bursts in the sky, officially starting the exam. The race is on. The students surge forward in a desperate sprint toward the abyss. They charge across the grassy clifftop. Sharon runs among them, forcing his exhausted body onward. The sheer drop looms closer and closer. The timer starts. These students have all trained for this moment. But none of them have ever faced a real cliff, a real terrifying drop into nothingness. When they step out into that empty air, will they feel fear or excitement? It's a complete unknown. And in the face of that unknown, they can only think of one strategy. Run as fast as possible, and hope being first gives them some kind of advantage. They surge forward in a chaotic wave. 2 seconds have passed. They're just 20 meters from the edge. Mark maintains his pace, smirking. Amateurs. It doesn't matter who runs the fastest. What matters is where you start the teleport. He knows the timing is everything. Jump too early and you fall short. Too late and you just fall. The real winner will be decided by who has the guts to leap from the perfect spot, and he knows none of them have the guts. As they get closer to the edge, the fear becomes overwhelming. One student hesitates. He can't do it. He can't bring himself to jump into the void. The endless drop seems to swallow all the light and hope. He flinches back with a cry of terror, and his panic is contagious. "Screw it," another one yells, deciding to teleport early out of pure fear. A burst of golden energy flares around him as he triggers the spell. "Me too," another screams, and soon a chain reaction of panicked, premature teleports erupts. 3 seconds have passed. The first group is 5 meters from the cliff when they bail. They fall drastically short, plummeting into the mist with cries of frustration and terror. Even the 2 students who were supposed to be guarding Mark teleport early. "Sorry, Mark." Mark runs past them, furious. "You cowards! You were the guard group!" He grits his teeth, panting as he nears the edge alone. He pushes forward, his eyes locked on the optimal launch point. For a split second, terror flashes in his eyes. What if I fall? But his arrogance and training win out. He reaches the perfect spot, just 2 meters from the edge, and leaps, a powerful burst of light erupting around him as he teleports. 3.5 seconds have passed. Behind him, the few remaining students reach the edge, their momentum carrying them forward. They are out of time. One looks back in horror at Sharon still running behind them. This psycho. Why isn't he stopping? They realize too late. We're the only ones left. At this rate, we're really going to fall. They tumble over the edge, screaming. One tries to teleport mid-fall, but their panicked energy collides violently with another student's. And just as they fall, Sharon finally reaches the edge. He's exactly 1 meter from the cliff. 3.7 seconds have passed. Not yet, he thinks, his eyes laser-focused. I have to catch up. And then he does something no one expected. Instead of teleporting, he plants his foot firmly on the very edge of the cliff. And jumps. He just jumped off! Amy, Sariel, the professors, even the headmaster stare in absolute stunned disbelief. Sharon throws himself over the edge, arms outstretched, plummeting into the abyss. His jump carries him 2 meters over the edge. 4 seconds have passed. And Sharon is falling, having deliberately jumped before even attempting to use magic. As Sharon plummets into the abyss, a memory surfaces. His friend Rianne's voice from a year ago. Sharon, you're really something. The scene flashes back to the Ogent mansion. Ryan is trying to understand Sharon's complete lack of fear, whether in a sword fight or in front of his intimidating father. Weren't you scared? Ryan asks, genuinely baffled. Sharon just smiles, explaining a concept he read in a book. Fear is based in imagination, he adds with a grin, that having Ryan as his sworn knight probably helped. It's the imagination of dying, he clarifies, that causes fear. He remembers the book's title, Only Humans Fear Blades. He explains the philosophy. Even if you jump off a cliff, you aren't actually dead until you hit the ground. So, instead of imagining a future that hasn't happened yet, you should focus on the present. Only then can you find the solution. Ryan just stares at him, completely bewildered. Are you an idiot? Ryan explodes. You die if you fall off a cliff. You die, he yells, shaking Sharon by the shoulders. What are you talking about? Back in the present, the crowd is frozen in shock, watching Sharon's unbelievable jump as the exam timer keeps ticking. Sharon is in freefall, plummeting into the mist below. As he falls, the other students streak past the cliff in bursts of golden light. Sharon continues to drop, the ground rushing up to meet him. He forces his eyes open against the wind, his will focused on a single thought. Stay conscious. It's over if the spirit zone breaks. He channels his energy, recalling the feeling from his brutal training, and with a deafening crack, a massive burst of golden energy explodes around him mid-fall. The light is blinding. Suddenly, Sharon shoots forward like a golden comet, rocketing past the students who teleported earlier. Mark, who was in the lead, looks back in utter disbelief. What? The other students are just as stunned as he blazes past them. Mark can only stare, aghast, as Sharon takes the lead. How late did he jump? Mark screams in his mind, unable to process what he's seeing. The spectators erupt into a roar of shock and excitement. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The intimidating Class 5 students lean forward, their nonchalant attitudes gone. Did you see that? A new kid just jumped. Suriel turns to Amy, stunned. You said it was his first time using magic. Amy just watches, her expression tight with a tension she can't hide. Her mind is already calculating. His start was late, but it's not unrecoverable. A hint of hope flickers in her eyes. If he can maintain this consistency, he could actually win. Mark pushes himself harder, pouring more energy into his own teleportation. Damn it, he curses internally. His whole sabotage team is failing him. I tried my best, he surges forward. But that bastard is still ahead of me. Sharon maintains his lead, a steady, golden arrow streaking through the air. The crowd continues to roar. Meanwhile, a different story unfolds. Maria walks alone down a misty path. She wasn't always untalented, but when she pleaded with the teacher about the bullying, she was told to just endure it. She was told competition was normal, and if she couldn't handle it, she'd never be a real mage. And just like that, she was stuck in Class 7 for 6 long years. She hates competition, but she hates being bullied even more. She covers her face, her resolve hardening. She cannot let Mark get promoted. Back in the race, the students have separated into 3 distinct groups. Sharon and Mark's team lead the pack. The middle group trails about 3 meters behind. And then there's the last group, the ones who teleported early out of fear. One of them plummets, his energy fading. He desperately hopes he won't die, even if he falls. He lets out a massive sneeze mid-teleport, and his control shatters. He starts tumbling wildly, screaming all the way down. "I want to give up!" he wails. Another student laughs hysterically as they fall. The judges watch the chaos with calm amusement. As expected, the students who couldn't overcome their fear were the first to fail. A judge calmly marks down their distances. Failed. 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 More screams echo from the mist below. They tumble helplessly through the air, plummeting downwards, losing control. "Where's the safety device?" one screams. Just as they near the bottom, a giant fan embedded in the ground roars to life. It blasts a massive cushion of wind upwards, catching them. They land roughly but safely on padded ground, dazed and confused, muttering about how mean the judges are. The judges just chuckle. A special gift for the underclassmen. The students on the ground glare up angrily. Everyone in the last group has failed. Further ahead, at the 200-meter mark, the middle group is struggling to keep up. One student gasps, his energy flickering out. "I can't go any further!" He loses altitude, screaming for help as he falls. More and more students from the middle group begin to fail. Only the lead group remains. Mark grits his teeth, watching Sharon still ahead of him, thinking bitterly of the failed students. They were doomed from the start. "The real problem is Sharon," Mark fumes. "I wasn't wrong. The distance between us is getting bigger. And he doesn't even look tired. How is that possible? He looked like he was half dead at the start." Mark is completely baffled by his stamina. "Damn it!" he screams internally. Sharon just streaks forward, a relentless turquoise comet. "What the hell?" Mark rages. Sharon continues his pace, surrounded by a steady golden light. At the judge's table, Professor Atella's eyes glow as she uses her synesthesia to analyze the race. Sharon is incredibly talented. She notes that he's using a technique called compulsion repeatedly, objectifying himself to maintain a machine-like consistency. Mark, on the other hand, is unstable, rushing himself. Professor Thad leans over, impressed by her ability to detect such nuances from so far away. Professor Sienna watches in silence. "Talent, huh?" Thad muses. Headmaster Alpius just smiles, a knowing look in his eyes. Sariel is amazed. Forcing compulsion? Where did he learn an advanced skill like that? Amy watches Sharon's relentless form. Learning? She realizes that while most mages learn to consciously control their power, Sharon seems to be tapping directly into the raw subconscious source. That's not something you can learn. It's innate potential, honed by sheer, unbreakable will. Sharon pushes on, his expression locked in intense focus. But Mark is visibly straining, his energy flickering. "I'm about to hit my limit." Suddenly, one of his remaining cronies makes a decision. "Now!" he yells, pouring all his remaining energy into a desperate surge. He knows it's risky, but if he uses everything he has left, he might just pull it off. He breaks formation, accelerating rapidly. Sharon senses the change instantly. He can hear the disruption. His synesthesia picks up the chaotic energy signature. Someone broke their routine. He glances back, his eyes widening slightly. The crony is hurtling directly towards him. Sharon braces himself. He realizes what's happening just as the energy flares violently between them. His glowing cyan eye is locked in focus. The crony streaks towards him. Sorry, he thinks, but my future is on the line. He grits his teeth, aiming for a collision. Let's fall together. Sharon's eye narrows as he understands the suicidal intent. He's really, planning to charge right into me. And with an explosive crackle of energy, the crony slams directly into Sharon's protective field. And at the very last second, he dodges. The crony slams through empty air, his expression twisting from grim determination to pure, unadulterated shock. He missed. Having spent all his energy on the attack, he loses control completely. He dodged that? The crony plummets into the mist, his desperate gamble a total failure. Sharon hangs in the air, panting heavily. The near collision shattered his intense focus. He feels the backlash instantly. His vision blurs. This is bad, he thinks. My routine was broken. All the fatigue is setting in at once. He fights the wave of exhaustion threatening to pull him under. I can't faint now. Focus, he screams in his mind, wrestling for control. His eyes blaze with renewed, desperate focus. He pushes himself forward again. But the damage is done. His energy flickers, his stability compromised. The falling crony looks up, defeated. That monster, he mutters, watching Sharon somehow continue the race. Back at the spectator area, the Class 5 students are buzzing. They saw the strange maneuver. They wonder if it was just a mistake. But a sharp-eyed student named Eruki speaks with certainty. He did it on purpose. The others are skeptical. Who would deliberately cause an incident like that? Eruki just sits there, coolly analyzing the race. He explains the tactic. One person stops, the other hits them head-on. It's a brutal strategy. If the new kid hadn't reacted so fast, it would have been a disaster. Eruki shrugs with infuriating confidence, saying he would have easily escaped it himself. The other students just glare at his boasting. But another student makes a good point. Surely the professors saw it too. They look towards the judge's table, assuming there must be a plan. Mid-air, Mark surges forward, completely unaware that his sabotage has failed. I'm first, he roars in his mind. Everyon, be jealous. He gloats, imagining all his classmates groveling before him. I'm a genius. Sharon watches Mark pull ahead, panting. Mark is in good condition, he'll definitely finish. If I want to win, Sharon thinks grimly, I have to overtake him now. But he knows he can't be reckless. If he tries to increase his teleport distance now, his fragile routine might shatter completely. He narrows his eyes, his mind calculating furiously. Instead of distance, he'll increase his tempo, just half a beat faster, than Mark. Sharon pushes himself, accelerating his jumps, matching and then exceeding Mark's rhythm, slowly closing the gap. The crowd goes wild. He's catching up. There are only 2 of them left. Mark, go faster! Amy watches through her binoculars, her knuckles white. She knows how dangerous it is for him to overuse his magic in his condition, but then her eyes widen. What is that? She sees something forming ahead of them. Mark, still focused on his lead, looks up toward the destination. What's that? A dark, menacing structure materializes out of thin air between the peaks, crackling with red energy. It forms into a complex, shifting maze of black obstacles. Mark recoils in terror. What is this? Sharon sees it too, this sudden, deadly obstacle course. Red warning lights flash across the judge's view screens. An alarm blares. The bridge's engine system is activating. Sharon stares, bewildered, as the dark maze solidifies before him. They are flying directly into a death trap. "What the hell is this?" Chiron yells, completely blindsided. At the judge's table, Professor Thad leaps to his feet. "I'll go to the engine room," he shouts, dashing off. He uses his own magic to propel himself towards the control center at high speed. Professor Attella turns to the headmaster, panicked. "We need to stop the exam," another instructor argues that canceling now would cause a storm of complaints from the noble families. The headmaster explodes, his voice booming with authority. "Are you asking me that now? Send the signal to stop the exam immediately." Mid-air, Chironi and Mark hurtle toward the level 10 maze. Chiron feels the energy shift as the cancellation signal reaches him. The test has been stopped. Professor Thad reaches the engine room just as the yellow cancellation light activates. He sighs in relief, but knows a mountain of complaints are coming. He walks to the door, calling out to the technician he assumes is inside. He reaches for the doorknob. It's locked. "It's locked?" Thad's eyes narrow. This wasn't an accident. He gathers fire in his hand, ready to blast the door down. But he pauses, sensing something through the door with his magic. Someone is standing right on the other side. "Who are you?" he yells. "Fireball ready. Open this door right now or I'll blow you up with it." A quiet, trembling voice replies from within. "Please do that. No one will care if someone like me dies anyway." Thad freezes, his expression hardening as he recognizes the voice. Chiron's face flashes in his mind, then Maria's. "You," Thad says slowly, the pieces clicking into place. "Are you Maria?" Behind the door, Maria trembles, clutching her knees, tears streaming down her face. Thad pounds on the door. "Do you know what you've done?" "Open up," Maria just screams back. "No! If Mark advances, I'll have to live through that hell all over again," she cries, her voice raw with despair. "What's the difference if I just die now?" Thad listens, his anger fading as he hears her utter desperation. "I instead," she screams, curling into a tighter ball. Thad falls silent outside the door. He lowers his hand, letting the fire dissipate. "I understand," he says quietly, his voice full of resignation. "Do as you please." Maria looks up, surprised. He tells her not to open the door if she doesn't want to, that it's not urgent. He's decided not to force the issue. "After all," he says, "just like you wanted, the exam has been stopped." The yellow cancellation light continues to flash, but Thad makes no move to enforce it. He's letting her sabotage stand. Back in the chasm, Chirone and Mark fly onward. Mark looks back, enraged. "Stopped? Bullshit. I'm this close to winning." They both know this is their only chance. For Mark, it's a chance for glory. For Chirone, it's a chance to stop a bully. The official rules no longer matter. Mark focuses ahead, ignoring everything but the finish line. Chiron chases him relentlessly. They fly past the other students who have stopped, their personal battle raging on. Professor Attella shouts in alarm. "Headmaster! They're going inside the maze!" The two remaining competitors streak toward the deadly level 10 obstacles. Attella covers her mouth, horrified. "No!" The headmaster clenches his fist, his face a mask of pure fury. "Those foolish brats!" The exam is officially cancelled, but two figures blaze forward into the deadly level 10 traps anyway. A spectator shouts, questioning their pride, wondering why they won't stop. Panic ripples through the crowd. They scream that it's too dangerous, that someone has to stop them. Where is Professor Thad? Isn't he supposed to intervene? Professor Sienna, her face a mask of shock, calls out to the headmaster. He remains seated, watching intently, his expression unreadable. A closer look reveals his face is grim, his teeth clenched in disapproval. The air around him crackles with tension as he watches the two students defy his direct command. A flicker of disappointment crosses his mind. "I thought you were a little different," he thinks, perhaps aimed at Chiron's recklessness or Mark's blind ambition. He knows the danger of that ambition. If you make a poor decision, blinded by greed, Jenna, You won't be able to find the path to your future. His judgment hangs heavy in the air, a final verdict on the choices being made in the heart of the storm. Meanwhile, inside the maze, energy surges as the two students navigate the shifting obstacles at an insane speed. The crowd is losing its mind, shouting that this is suicide. Level 10 is for specialists, not students. Amy just watches, her face etched with worry. Inside the maze, it's pure chaos. Obstacles slam down without warning, constantly shifting and reforming. Debris flies everywhere. The very structure of the bridge seems intent on crushing them. The traps are relentless, appearing one after another with blinding speed, forcing constant split-second reactions. Sharon pushes forward, panting heavily, his energy flickering. The speed of the traps is overwhelming. He barely has time to dodge one before the next is already on top of him. There's no time to think, only react. He can feel himself nearing his limit. At this rate, his mental focus, the only thing keeping him alive, is going to shatter. But giving up isn't an option. A grim determination sets in. They're both probably doomed to fail in this nightmare anyway. The only way to win now is to simply outlast Mark. And there's another thought pushing him forward, a desperate desire for recognition. If he can somehow pull this off, maybe the instructors will finally see his potential. But the maze doesn't care. Another trap slams into existence right in his path, forcing a desperate body-twisting dodge. Suddenly, Mark's voice cuts through the chaos, laced with his usual arrogance. He pulls alongside Sharon, taunting him. "How's my technique?" He follows it with a cruel sneer. "Always be in second place your whole life." A psychological jab meant to break Sharon's concentration. Sharon doesn't seem to react, just keeps pushing forward, his gaze fixed ahead. But then something stops him cold. A look of dawning horror crosses his face. No! What did he just realize? He's seen the source of the chaos. Back in the control room, the panel screams, "Level 10." And Maria's quiet, heavy voice asks Professor Thad a profound question. "Professor, what is competition?" She sits huddled against the locked door, tears streaming down her face. To her, competition has only ever been a cruel game agitating your opponents with lies until they fall. Professor Thad listens, his expression unreadable, perhaps finally understanding the depth of her despair. Until only you prevail," she finishes. Back in the maze, her bitter words hit Sharon hard. Is this toxic struggle really what the Academy wants from its students? The memory shifts. Professor Thad is outside Maria's room years ago, trying to reason with her. But she fires back, her voice thick with anger. "What could a genius professor like you possibly understand about my struggles? I do everything you tell me," she cries. "I endure, but the school only recognizes talent. For ordinary students like me, it's hopeless." Thad's reply catches her off guard. "I'm not sure if you know this," he begins calmly, "but I graduated from this school too. When I was in the graduating class, you were just a freshman." Maria is stunned into silence. Huh? A faint memory surfaces, a tall, blonde upperclassman walking past a younger, happier version of herself. "Do you remember?" Thad prompts gently. "Think hard," he insists. "Back then, did you ever hear any rumors about a genius student named Thad?" She searches her memory, then shakes her head. No, not once." Thad shatters her perception of him. "I was always last in class," he admits. "I was held back in class 5 for years." He looks back on that time, a faint smile tinged with old frustration. He got angrier and angrier watching his friends advance while he was left behind. Maria is completely taken aback. Thad chuckles softly. "One day, I got caught doing something foolish by the headmaster, and I got scolded so badly." The memory shifts again. A younger Thad argues defensively with Headmaster Alpius. "He started it first?" The headmaster looks down at him calmly. Foolish boy, what is making you so anxious? Thad snaps back, feeling singled out. But the headmaster cuts him off, posing a fundamental question. Do you know the one thing a mage should never do? Compare yourself to others. Young Thad looks away, annoyed, but the headmaster isn't finished. A mage, he explains, is a person who learns to erase themselves. The words seem to strike a chord, making Thad pause. Just focus on yourself, the headmaster advises. If you can truly dedicate yourself to your own path without looking sideways, then you will understand what it means to transcend comparison. He offers a simple metaphor. If you try to run forward while constantly looking at the person beside you, you will definitely lose your way. The headmaster's words echo across time as Chiron races through the maze, embodying that very lesson, focusing only on his own path. But just as he finds his rhythm, something jars him. He gasps, his eyes wide with shock. His path forward is blocked. A dead end in this constantly shifting nightmare. He looks up in dismay. A massive, impassable barrier has materialized right in front of him. Sweat beads on his forehead. Panic sets in. He realizes his mistake too late. He's completely trapped. His hands reach out instinctively, the walls closing in around him. A horrifying thought flashes through his mind. Going to die like this? A desperate sound escapes his lips. Save me! The scream tears through the air, but the face isn't Chiron's. It's Mark, his arrogant rival who flew straight into the dead end. Professor Romy screams his name in horror. The crowd erupts as they see him trapped. Mark plummets backwards, his face a mask of pure terror. But then, a flash of golden light intercepts his fall. It's Chiron's hand, reaching out without a second thought. Chiron dives, ignoring the danger, catching Mark's wrist just in time. He strains, gritting his teeth, fighting to stabilize them both as the traps reform around them. The spectators erupt into cheers and shouts of disbelief. Wow! He saved him! Chiron saved Mark. But Eriki, the analytical Class 5 student, is baffled. But this is a test. Why would you save your competitor? A Class 7 student snaps back. You idiot! Is winning more important than someone dying? Amy cuts through the noise, her expression dead serious. That's not what's important right now. Her mind is racing, focused on the sheer impossibility of what Chiron just did. The control it must have taken. Up in the air, Mark is still flailing and screaming. Chiron snaps. Just stay still! I'm thinking! He's rapidly processing the nature of the traps. A realization dawns on him. They're a kind of illusion. He has to analyze their pattern from a distance to predict their formation. First, he decides, looking up, he channels his energy, propelling them both rapidly upwards. They shoot towards the ceiling like a comet, but someone from the crowd shouts a desperate warning. The trap is following them. Vertical teleportation is useless, another yells. The traps adapt, dodge. Chiron sees it too. A massive block is rising right along with them. Increasing my altitude is pointless. What should I do? Then an idea strikes him. The counterintuitive solution. I need to go back. He reverses their momentum, blasting downwards. Down below, Eriki throws his fist in the air, instantly grasping the brilliant strategy. Yes, going forward isn't always the answer. Retreating to analyze. Other students murmur amongst themselves, completely reassessing Chiron. Did he really learn all this by himself? I thought he just got in through connections. We might have misunderstood him. The realization ripples through the crowd. They're seeing real skill, ingenuity, and compassion under fire. Sariel cups her hands around her mouth and joins a growing chorus of shouts. You can do it! Eriki watches with a confident smile, impressed by the strategic thinking. Amy watches intently, her expression complex. Chiron might, she begins. Sariel nods. Yeah, maybe he wasn't just training for the test. Amy recalls a past conversation, a dawning understanding of his true character. Advancing was just part of the process of becoming that guy. The kind of guy, she realizes with newfound clarity, who just wants to be good at magic. His goal isn't status or winning, but pure mastery of his craft. Professor Thad, reflecting on his conversation with Maria, offers his own perspective. Competition is just a tool to get to the finish line faster, but it's not the only way. It's fine to go slow, he concludes, a philosophy born from his own struggles. The headmaster, standing near Professor Sienna, nods. When everyone crosses the finish line, they all still become mages in the end. A final flashback. Thad stands outside Maria's door, offering his support. "I will help you. Why don't you try to muster up some courage again?" We snap back to the present. The headmaster turns to his stunned instructors and gives a clear, authoritative order that changes everything. Proceed with the exam. A bold smile spreads across his face. "I will take responsibility for everything. The canceled exam is back on, sanctioned from the very top." Back in the maze, Sharon flies downwards, Mark dangling beneath him. He grits his teeth, the strain immense as the crowd screams warnings. They plunge into a chaotic mess of shifting obstacles. Sharon realizes the nature of this threat. The trap is alive, constantly moving and reforming. His mind races. The pattern is too irregular. He can't predict anything. And trying to save Mark makes navigating this hellscape nearly impossible. Mark is still screaming below him, but Sharon tunes it out, his glowing eyes focused. He needs a plan. He closes his eyes, focusing his energy, his spirit zone reaching out like an invisible net. I'll feel the whole structure. Lines of energy spread through the maze, mapping its shifting geometry in his mind. He needs both broad awareness and pinpoint concentration at the same time. A mental map forms complex, interlocking shapes, pathways in constant flux. He has to find a stable route through the chaos. A memory sparks. He's done this before. It's like the time he mastered the deviate form, an unorthodox technique that required this same intuitive control. He channels that memory, energy flaring around him as he prepares to apply the principle to the deadly dance of the traps. And he moves, teleporting in a rapid, unpredictable pattern, dragging Mark along with him through the narrowest of gaps. The movement is sharp, jarring, barely clearing the closing obstacles. The spectators gasp, completely speechless at the display of precision, especially while carrying another person. Mark, being dragged along, looks utterly bewildered, his eyes rolled back in shock from the rapid teleportation. Amy and Sariel watch, mouths agape, stunned by the impossible maneuvers Sharon's pulling off. Professor Sienna, before rushing off, looks frantic, torn between her panic and her trust in the headmaster. The headmaster analyzes Sharon's performance. He knows that danger pushes people to new heights, but usually, once they feel a sense of accomplishment, they hit their limit. But as he studies Sharon, he sees no satisfaction, no desire for praise, just pure focus. The implication is startling. Does this child not have a limit? Sharon continues his desperate dance, completely unaware of the analysis happening outside. Professor Romy Atella is equally captivated. "This is shocking," she murmurs. He has no distracting thoughts. He's not obsessing over winning or failing. Her eyes glow as she perceives his state. The density of his spirit zone is approaching 99.9%. He's calculating the entire route in a trance, operating purely on instinct. "I acknowledge his talent," she concludes. But this time, he might really be in danger, because even his talent might not be enough for what's coming. The maze ahead begins to warp and intensify, growing darker, more complex. Sharon tumbles through the air, noticing the change. The margin for error is shrinking drastically. He eyes a narrow 10-meter gap ahead. His normal teleportation won't work. Then, he decides, I'll split my teleportation to 10%. He's going to attempt micro-jumps, a technique requiring insane precision. His face sets in deep concentration. He visualizes the sequence, a complex zigzag pattern, and executes it, becoming a bolt of golden lightning weaving through impossibly tight spaces. He bursts through, already analyzing the next challenge. A massive hexagonal grid materializes ahead. The space is shrinking even more. Chiron doesn't hesitate. If the trap is compressing, then so will he. I'll split it up, he yells in his mind, pouring his energy into even finer, more rapid micro-teleports, becoming a twisting blur of golden light. His path bends impossibly, leaving a trail of rainbow-hued energy in his wake. Down below, Iruki leaps to his feet, ecstatic. "Rainbow drop!" he yells, thrilled. The other students are baffled. What's that? The light bent. The entire crowd stares, mesmerized by the impossible sight. Iruki scoffs, ready to educate them. "Light can only travel straight," he begins. "Gosh, are you asking me something so simple?" He then dives into a complex explanation about differentiation, about breaking down a curve into infinitely small straight lines. He's explaining that Chiron is achieving a curve by linking countless, impossibly fast micro-teleports. He split the teleportation distance, Iruki clarifies, by 1 in 1,000. 1 in 1,000? In 1,000. The students repeat the number, completely dumbfounded. "How can you calculate that?" Iruki shakes his head. "It's not calculation, it's insight. It's pure, innate talent. He's a genius with the opposite tendency," Iruki declares, gesturing wildly as the students around him are blown away. But as Chiron continues his rainbow drop, something far more sinister forms ahead. Dark, tendril-like shapes coalesce from the structure. The tendrils multiply, twisting into a dense, menacing mass. Chiron flies directly towards it, his trance-like focus preventing him from seeing the scale of the new threat until he's nearly upon it. He looks up, and his eyes widen in shock, his concentration momentarily breaking. "It's huge," he thinks, stunned by the sheer size and complexity of this new formation. Down below, the instructors gasp. "No!" one cries. Another recognizes the legendary trap with dread. That's the Dragon's Maze. A terrifying, dragon-like head forms from the dark, shifting structures. Professor Sienna, having reached the control area, screams, "What the hell is Professor Thad doing?" Simultaneously, a beam of rainbow light shoots from the peak. Thad is already acting. Mark groggily comes to, blinking. "Where am I?" he mutters, completely unaware of the dragon looming over them. Chiron stares up at the monstrous formation, panic seizing him. He needs guidance through this impossible challenge. He and Mark are dwarfed by the immense, swirling darkness, looking utterly trapped. Sienna confronts Thad near the control device. "What are you doing?" she demands. "Professor Sienna?" he asks, startled. "There was a situation here." She cuts him off, pointing at the horrifying maze on the monitors. "We don't have time. Stop the device now!" Thad looks shocked. The test was already canceled. Sienna grabs him, yelling, "It wasn't. Chiron and Mark are still inside." Thad's eyes widen in horror. "What? Shit!" he curses, realizing the gravity of the situation as he and Sienna rush towards the controls. Suddenly, another figure appears in a flash of light right beside Chiron. "Professor Itella?" he gasps. She looks grimly determined, having physically entered the danger zone. "Chiron!" she shouts, just as the colossal dragon's maze fully forms, looming over them like an abyss. Chiron still awkwardly supports the dazed Mark. The dragon's maze pulses with dark energy. The spectators scream in terror, Amy and Sariel clutching each other. The headmaster stands abruptly, pointing towards a clock on the judging table, his face etched with urgency. Its hands are rapidly approaching 12. The second hand sweeps upwards. Talk. It hits the 12. Time's up. The scene shifts. 1 minute earlier, Chiron faced the massive, terrifying maw of the dragon's maze as it formed before him. Mark had already collapsed behind him, completely overwhelmed by the sheer pressure. He screamed, convinced they were about to die. Outside, the headmaster watched, transfixed, the crowd frozen in suspense. But Chiron, despite the sweat trickling down his face, remained strangely calm. The physical toll was immense, but his mind was focused. His determined face was reflected in a single bead of sweat. This was his mindset just before the end. His internal monologue was steady. "Relax!" He stared into the glowing blue maw of the dragon. "I'm still alive. So let's think." He forced his mind into analytical mode, searching for a way out. His eye focused, his pupil dilating as he processed the rapidly forming trap. Blue energy flared as he calculated at impossible speeds. 1/10 of a second. He perceived the entire structure, the shifting grids, the flow of energy. 1/100th of a second. He saw it. The path. 6 critical turning points. The dragon's maze surged towards him, red energy flaring, ready to consume everything. The crowd screamed, Amy crying out Chiron's name, convinced this was the end. The headmaster grit his teeth, his expression unreadable, sweat beaded on his face, his eyes wide with tension. Even he seemed unsure of the outcome. But Chiron made his move. A bolt of pure golden energy, his rainbow drop technique refined to its absolute peak, zigzagged through the air with impossible speed. He threaded the needle, hitting all 6 turning points in the blink of an eye, bursting towards the exit of the colossal trap. Explosions rocked the air behind him as the dragon's maze collapsed. The students watching gasped, shielding their eyes in pure disbelief. "No way!" The rainbow arc curved beautifully against the sky, followed by a final concussive boom. Chiron burst out of the dissipating energy cloud. Mark still held firmly, propelled by pure blue energy now, having expended everything else. They landed on solid ground far from the cliff edge. The crowd was silent, mouths agape. "Did he really get out?" someone whispered. The sheer impossibility of it made them question their own eyes. Professor Romy landed softly nearby, watching Chiron with a thoughtful expression. Chiron finally let go of Mark, who collapsed, unconscious. Chiron himself dropped to one knee, panting, completely drained. "What happened?" he gasped, looking around, bewildered. "Did I pass?" He clutched his head, trying to remember the final moments. "I don't remember anything." The intense, trance-like focus had wiped his memory clean. An announcement rang out. The bridge's engine system was disarmed. The danger was over. A student nearby stared, the realization hitting him. That was level 10. He passed the specialist level? Chiron slumped further, the adrenaline fading, leaving only utter exhaustion. Suddenly, the dam broke. He threw his head back and let out a huge, relieved wail. "I really thought I was going to die." The tension released in a flood of very human emotion. Amy watched him, a small, involuntary smile on her lips. Sariel nudged her. "He did it! He was almost cool!" Amy just blushed, quickly regaining her composure. The headmaster observed Chiron's unpretentious relief. "Those who pass using all their strength will not show off or act pretentious." Chiron's genuine exhaustion confirmed his assessment. Suddenly, Chiron was mobbed by the other Class 7 students who lifted him onto their shoulders, cheering wildly. "Wow! Congrats! You were so cool!" Professor Romy watched the celebration, then turned away thoughtfully, pondering just how he had done it. She joined Sienna and Thad, who looked slightly disheveled. Sienna glared playfully at Thad. "You really weren't any help." Thad just cleared his throat awkwardly. Sienna turned to the headmaster. Both of them crossed the finish line at the same time. "We need confirmation on who passed." But she trailed off, noticing the headmaster's expression. He seemed hesitant, lost in thought. "Headmaster?" He closed his eyes briefly, a faint smile on his face. "Was I worried for nothing?" he thought, relieved and deeply impressed. He opened his eyes, looking toward Chiron. "I'm grateful," he thought sincerely, "to think you would show us such a great light." He remained silent for a moment longer. He was contemplating. He was thinking of a legacy. "The Milch family's light." Thad seemed to understand, explaining to a confused Sienna that it was a nickname for a legendary mage. But he also sensed the headmaster's internal conflict. However, a small spark of greed ignited in him for a moment because of Chironi's outstanding talent. Thad approached the headmaster gently. "Headmaster, please say something. I think a person who will light up the academy's future has appeared." The headmaster chuckled softly, dismissing his own momentary lapse. "Yes, I must have lost my mind." He had been reminiscing about the past after seeing such a talented student. He looked toward Chiron again. "I'm jealous," he admitted quietly, almost to himself, "of his innocent aspiration for magic." He envied Chirone's pure focus, untainted by politics or ambition. He looked out towards the academy, lost in thought. "I don't believe in fate," he mused, perhaps reconsidering his stance after what he'd just witnessed. He clutched a pendant around his neck. "It has been a long time since my heart has beaten this fast." He finally stood and addressed the crowd. "Although only one person will pass, I want to applaud all the students who participated. The courage you showed today will be the driving force that will lead the world in the future. The person who passed today's test is..." He looked directly at Chiron. "Arian Chiron." Gasps rippled through the crowd. Mark looked stunned. Other students pointed, confused by the decision. The headmaster clarified, acknowledging the sabotage. And the collision incident was suspicious, but the newcomer saved him. He valued the rescue and skill over the attempted sabotage. Mark stared, his worldview shattered. "How can this be?" he whispered. He looked at Chiron, a new understanding dawning in his eyes. "I saw it with my own 2 eyes," he admitted to himself. "He's a real genius." Mark hung his head, finally accepting the truth. "All this time I was mistaken." He stepped forward and bowed deeply to Chiron. "No, I'm sorry, Senior." The address was formal, respectful. "As a mage, I will take full responsibility for my actions." The cronies who had helped Mark earlier also stepped forward, bowing their heads in shame. "I was wrong, Senior," Mark shouted, his voice filled with genuine remorse. "We will accept our punishment." Chiron, still exhausted and confused, managed a small sigh. "Okay," he replied simply, accepting the apology without malice. He looked at them, his expression unreadable but held no anger. "I hope you do," he added quietly. Mark and his cronies looked up, relieved but also intimidated. Yes, Senior." Chiron just looked ready to pass out. "I want to go and sleep." He was so tired he wasn't in his right mind. Amy watched the exchange, impressed. "Wow, so cool," she murmured. Siriel nudged her. Let's go. Amy pulled back slightly, wanting to congratulate him, but Siriel smiled knowingly, pulling her away. "There's no time for that," she said gently. "He proved himself." Amy looked back at Chiron, a determined fire lighting up her eyes. "Now, it's my turn." The rivalry was back on, stronger than ever. Chiron suddenly pointed directly at Amy across the crowd, startling her. His finger remained outstretched, pointing straight at her. He gave her a thumbs up and a delirious grin. "I kept my promise, right? I'm going to catch up to you soon," he declared, completely misreading the situation due to his exhaustion. The surrounding students erupted in excited murmurs, completely misinterpreting his rambling as a romantic declaration. Amy stared back, tears streaming down her face comically, utterly flabbergasted by his public, nonsensical challenge. A final note clarified. Sharon didn't remember any of this when he woke up later. An official crest confirmed the outcome. Sharon has advanced to Class 5. Professor Romy stood alone, looking back towards the now dissipated maze. "This is strange," she murmured to herself. She recalled Sharon's state within the trap, unsure the synesthesia was chasing after him. Did it miss him in the dragon's maze? She wondered, puzzled, suspecting his unique ability might have reacted unexpectedly, making his success even more mysterious. The dust settles after the incredible events at the bridge. Life at Alpius Academy continues, but the fallout from the exam is far from over. A disciplinary committee has been convened, and behind closed doors, trouble is brewing. Inside the hearing room, Maria stands before the committee, head bowed. She confesses everything, sabotaging the device, using magic on the caretaker, and says she's ready to be punished. But then, things take an unexpected turn. Sharona, a newly humbled slider mark, and even Brad, the caretaker she put to sleep, all stand together and ask for leniency. This triggers a chain reaction. The other students involved, ashamed of their own actions, start scrambling to confess to the bullying and their plans to sabotage Sharon's exam. And just like that, the situation explodes. Thad watches Mark apologize to Maria again, realizing he's trying to keep his promise. He knows Maria acted not out of malice, but out of desperation. The headmaster listens to all the confessions, his expression unreadable, before finally speaking. As per the regulations, disciplinary action will be taken. But Shironi steps forward. "I will also receive disciplinary action," he declares, placing a hand on his chest. "I ignored the signal to stop and went into the maze," he explains calmly. "On top of that, I had no choice but to take Mark through that dangerous space with me." Thad watches, a faint smile on his lips. "Who would have thought I'd see this in this school?" he muses. This turned out just the way the headmaster wanted. He knows the headmaster's goal was never just punishment. It was about teaching these students, blinded by competition and jealousy, to finally take responsibility for their actions. Thad lets out a satisfied sigh. It's a surprising but effective lesson in ethics. Chiron looks towards the headmaster. "You are always teaching me things, teacher," he says, recognizing the deeper lesson. The headmaster picks up his gavel, a small, satisfied smile on his face, and with a sharp bang, the decision is made. The students in the room react with shocked murmurs. Mark bows deeply to Maria again, accepting his share of the blame. Professor Sienna reflects on the outcome. This is the first time since this school was built, she thinks, that everyone involved has been punished. The official record details everything: Maria's sabotage, the bullying, Sharon ignoring the stop signal, but it also notes that the victims requested leniency and the professors acknowledged their own failure to intervene. The verdict is handed down. Maria and Mark receive a 2-month suspension. The other students, 1 month, and Arian Sharon, now of Class 5, receives his punishment. He has to submit a letter of apology. The headmaster asks him plainly, "Why did you go into the maze after the signal?" Sharon looks a little flustered, a competitive glint in his eye. "In that moment, I didn't want to lose. The only thing that came to mind was solving the maze." He admits sheepishly, "I don't really remember the details clearly." Professor Sienna looks over his file, now his official Class 5 homeroom professor. "You have an aggressive side I never expected," she remarks, seeing past his calm exterior. Later, Sharon is fast asleep, snoring softly, completely exhausted. Suddenly, a voice echoes in the darkness of his sleep. "Sharone! Sharone!" It pulls him into a strange dream. He's back in the dragon's maze, the golden light of his teleport flashing. He feels the immense pressure again, the need for absolute concentration. His hand reaches out, glowing intensely. His eye flares with power, the world dissolving into energy. He recalls the headmaster's words, "I'm erasing myself." The words resonate within the dream. His form seems to dissolve, scattering into pieces connected to everything. He finally understands the headmaster's cryptic phrase on a deeper level. I became light. He feels boundless, formless, pure energy. Reality shatters around him like glass. He floats in the center of the fragments, becoming one with the breaking world. Infinite. The feeling is overwhelming. But then, darkness rushes in. He cries out, falling back into himself. The darkness threatens to consume him. He slowly wakes up in his bed, blinking groggily to the sound of a distant piano. Is it morning already? He wonders. He sits up, adjusting his new Class 5 uniform. He doesn't remember the dream, but he can feel the lingering exhaustion. His hand rests on a familiar notebook. Right, the one Amy lent me. It helped him a lot. He picks it up, flipping through the pages. He should return this today. He feels like he owes her his thanks. As he flips, something unexpected catches his eye. Later, he heads to the combined training hall. "Amy!" he calls out as he approaches. Sariel spots him first, waving cheerfully. Amy turns, looking surprised. Chiron walks up, carrying a large basket overflowing with bright red apples. "I wanted to give my thanks," he says. Amy is completely bewildered. "Apples? I didn't mean to look, but it seemed like you like apples," he explains. Amy snaps back, flustered. "I like cherries, though." Then she realizes why he thinks she likes apples. Chiron quickly flips open her notebook, revealing a page with her doodles of apples next to notes about making an apology. He saw the pictures and, not knowing the Korean pun connecting apple and apology, took them literally. Amy screams in embarrassment and bolts down the hall. Chiron watches her flee, completely baffled. Why is she like that? A quick note informs us that after that, Amy easily passed her exam to advance to the graduating class. We see her and Sariel running off together. Sariel later explains Amy's outburst, hinting that even her big brain couldn't solve that particular problem. A month passes. Chiron walks into a classroom where several familiar faces from Class 7 eagerly call out to him, saving him a seat. "You don't need to do this every time," he says awkwardly. But ever since the exam, they've treated him with a new level of respect. "It feels like I've become that scary senior," he thinks. He clears his throat, playing along. Is there a seat for me, Junior?" Suddenly, Sariel appears, beaming. "Of course, Senior Sariel. Sit here." She leans in conspiratorially. "Since your girlfriend's not here, you don't look energetic?" "Haha, you're the lonely one, Senior," he retorts playfully. Sariel winks. "Yeah, that's why I'm going to the graduating class." She passed her exam too. Chiron is shocked. "Really? Seeing you and Amy fired me up," she explains. She reveals that Amy wants to become a soldier. "So you're saying she's going to war?" Chiron asks, concerned. Sariel clarifies that if a real war breaks out, it's a mage's duty to participate. That's why they get so many benefits. "And Amy's specialty is sniping magic," she continues, "so she'll only participate in intelligence wars." "Cool, right?" Chiron concedes, then mutters. "Why am I worried about the rank 1 student?" He reflects on the word specialty. Starting from Class 5, Sariel reminds him as she leaves, "You'll need to think about a job. If you're good at any one thing, that's a huge competitive edge." Chiron ponders this. He knows his own path is different, but he's noticed that specialization seems to offer respect beyond just grades. Just then, a friendly voice calls out, "Hey, Chirono, training by yourself again? Neat. Need, a sociable green-haired student, approaches with a bright smile. He's the only one who talks to the awkward Sharon, and he is thankful for the friendship. Though Need's grades are average, he has an unusual talent for controlling lightning. Sharon watches him, observing the different atmosphere in this new class. Everyone has their own unique trait. Class 5 is really different. They're more mature, he reflects. Suddenly, 2 other Class 5 students rush over excitedly. Hey, Sharonid! They crowd around them. Hear us out! What do you think? Sharon is bewildered. One of the students continues heatedly. Sharon thinks, alarmed, a debate. This is bad. He worries they'll distance themselves from him again because he can't keep up. But then they pose the crucial question. Professor Athela or Sienna? Who do you like more? His face twists in sheer dumbfounded stress. What? He blurts out. This is what has them so worked up. Need, the friendly green-haired student, sighs in exasperation. Do you really think that's a question? But Sharon, completely serious, insists. Yes, any ID. Need suddenly leans in, eyes blazing with conviction. I'm Team Professor Sienna, he declares passionately, leaving Sharon blinking in stunned silence. The other students jump into the fray, defending their choices with equal fervor. Professor Athela's hidden depths versus Professor Sienna's cool intelligence. It's the kind of debate only teenage boys can have. Sharon, caught in the middle, is utterly overwhelmed. Just as he's trying to process it all, the attention snaps to him. Sharon, what do you think? He freezes. Oh no, he thinks. He's trapped. The other students lean in, their faces dramatically shadowed, putting on a show of pressure. Sharon shrinks back, stammering that in order to have a good school life, he needs to know how to get along with everyone. He sees this trivial debate as crucial social navigation. He genuinely struggles with the question. But both of them are professors I respect. How could he possibly choose? He points a shaky finger at himself, still flustered. For me, the idea of making such a judgment feels impossibly heavy. Suddenly, the intense atmosphere breaks. The students abruptly back away. Sorry, we'll come back later, they call out, making a surprisingly quick exit. Sharon is left standing there, completely bewildered. Huh? Is it because I couldn't answer? He wonders aloud. Need shakes his head. No, it's because of him. He calls out, Hey, Iruki! A young man with messy, light brown hair and indifferent eyes strolls into view. What are you guys talking about so excitedly? Need quickly smooths things over, laughing it off. The usual, asking which professor is prettier. Turning to Shironi, he makes the introduction. Shironi, this is Iruki. It's the first time you've met, right? Need adds. Iruki is Class 5's outsider. Iruki ignores him, his gaze fixed on Shironi. A faint, knowing smile touches his lips. Nice to meet you, Arian Shirone. I know you. Honestly, who in this school doesn't? Iruki calmly extends his hand. As Shirone reaches out, a jolt of recognition hits him. Huh? This voice is... The familiarity is undeniable. A memory surfaces, a voice cutting through his fear during the exam, a shadowy figure urging him, if you want to do something, just do it. The memory sharpens, the same figure challenging him. You came here to become a mage, didn't you? Back then, Sharon could only think, who? It clicks into place with absolute certainty. It's the voice from back then. Sharon's face transforms with overwhelming gratitude. He grabs Iruki's hand, shaking it firmly. Thanks. Because of you, I was able to use the deviate form. Iruki just offers a tiny, unreadable smirk. After a long, heavy pause, he states flatly, You're the boring type, aren't you? Shironi's completely blindsided. Huh? Need jumps in, laughing nervously. Wahaha! Don't worry, he usually talks like that. Iruki just looks annoyed. He completely ignores them, turning to leave. Anyways, do your best, he says dismissively over his shoulder. Class 5 is made up of weirdos, so be careful, Need calls after him. Where are you going? What about class? Can't be bothered, Iruki replies flatly. Shirone thinks with disbelief. You can't be bothered to attend magic class? Need sighs apologetically. Sorry, he's usually like that. When you get to know him, he's a good guy. A little unique, another student chimes in. Yeah, he's a genius too. The problem is, Need adds thoughtfully, he's a genius in a strange area. Shirone repeats the word, trying to reconcile the abrasive personality with the description. Iruki is a genius? Suddenly, shouts erupt from outside. Hey, look! It's Iruki! Everyone rushes to see. Iruki is walking calmly towards the image zone. Why did he go there again? A student wonders. Another adds nervously. He's not going to strip and lie down there again, is he? His behavior is notoriously unpredictable. Shirone overhears the strip comment with wide, confused eyes, while Need facepalms. Oh no. Let's go see. They arrive to find Iruki standing calmly in the center of the image zone. Glowing blue runes flare into existence around his feet, and with a powerful whoosh, an immense surge of turquoise energy erupts upwards, engulfing him. Iruki remains perfectly still within the swirling vortex of light, the energy spiraling around him, controlled yet incredibly potent. Shirone and the other students watch, jaws dropped in absolute awe. He recognizes the phenomenon. The deviate spirit zone, and at such a fast speed. It's the advanced technique he struggled desperately to achieve, but Iruki summoned it instantly. Another student murmurs, completely captivated, "It's so fascinating every time I see it." Iruki smirks, a flicker of arrogance in his eyes. He seems to be basking in the power he commands. Suddenly, multiple spheres of condensed blue energy materialize above him like volatile stars. Targets? A student realizes. A professor from Class 4, currently in session nearby, sees what's happening. "Stop now!" she yells. But it's too late. The energy spheres shoot off like guided missiles, heading straight for the Class 4 students. Iruki's eyes narrow. I ignite. The students in Class 4 panic. Dodge. Hey, you crazy bastard! One of the spheres stops just inches from a student's face, who is frozen in terror. It detonates, not with force, but with a blinding flash of light. A wave of purple energy explodes outwards in the shape of a giant, comical ghost washing over the terrified students. They scream in unison. Amidst the fading smoke, Iruki simply turns away, a faint smile on his face. "See you around, Shirone," he calls out, already walking off. The professor rushes over, grabbing him by the ear. "It hasn't been long since your suspension ended." "Shush! You're suspended for 3 days," she scolds as she drags him away. Another student murmurs, "Wow, that's too much." Shirone watches utterly bewildered. "What's his deal?" Need reappears beside him. Iruki is Class 5's biggest weirdo. His social skills are so low, and his personality is… But the reason why Iruki's a genius is because he specializes. A graphic flashes up showing Iruki's midterm grades, perfect 100s in every science and math class, and absolute zeros in everything else. Savant syndrome, a phenomenon where victims of brain damage possess abilities far superior to normal people. Need elaborates, Iruki, in particular, is the king of calculative physics. He explains that Iruki can calculate what will happen in extreme environments, predict paths thousands of years into the future, and probably memorize pi for the rest of his life if he wanted to. However, Need adds, in the other areas, we see Iruki's exam. Asked to explain the meaning of a poem about a falling leaf, he instead provided a complex physics explanation with incredibly detailed equations modeling the leaf's trajectory. The professor screams, "This is a literature exam, not a mathematics exam." In a flashback, Iruki argues with the professor, completely unfazed. The professor insists there are things you can't explain with math, like deep emotions. Haruki coolly replies, "But Professor, there is nothing you can't explain with numbers. If you couldn't explain the world with logical reasoning," he continues, "how could we live in such a scary world?" He looks directly at the fuming professor. "Your face might explode at any second." He then proceeds to give a detailed scientific explanation of the professor's anger, from his fluctuating blood pressure to his expanding blood vessels. The professor finally snaps, his face contorted in rage. Back in the present, Sharon looks on, not with disgust, but with a kind of amazed admiration. He confidently talks about what he believes in. Need watches his reaction with amusement. Sharon murmurs, "So there's someone like him too." Need explains that the professors all tried to take care of Haruki, but eventually gave up. They sit down on a bench. "But who would have thought he would be curious about you?" Need continues. Sharon feels a little pleased, but then adds, "I'm a little worried." Need leans in conspiratorially. Anyways, Need knows everything. Sharon starts to ask, but they're interrupted by a voice calling out. A friendly-looking female student approaches them. "Sharon, do you want to join our research group? We're researching material teleportation magic. If someone with your skills joins, our research will progress really quickly. If you submit a research paper, you won't have to waste time on performance evaluations," she adds hopefully. But Sharon politely declines. "Sorry, I think I need to focus on what I'm currently studying." "I'm sorry," he concludes apologetically. The girl accepts his refusal gracefully. "If you change your mind, let me know. If you change your mind, you can join any time," she calls back as she leaves. Need comments, "Hiya, what a shame. That research group is quite outstanding." He then teases, "Well, you have Senior Amy, so it probably doesn't stand out." Sharon looks genuinely confused. "What does that have to do with this?" He sighs, thinking of his own abysmal grades. "It's hard just getting my scores up. I can't even dream about a research group." He turns to Need. "I'm so jealous. Don't you have a research group?" Need smiles smugly. "Me? I have a research group. I'm the president too." He quickly becomes flustered. "No, it's not big. I'm actually embarrassed. I only have 2 members, so our funding got cut. All the seniors graduated, so I was given the position," he explained sheepishly. Sharon's eyes widen. Graduating students were a part of it too? His mind races. A research group that had graduating students in it must have high potential. His eyes sparkle with sudden, intense interest. He leans forward eagerly. "If it's all right with you, can I have a look at your research lab?" Need looks surprised as they walk through a sun-dappled forest path. Sharon clarifies, "No, I'm very interested. I just think I'll be a bother if I join." Need laughs it off. "What? A research group isn't that rigid. We all just have fun and study." They approach a strange, modern-looking structure. "This is our research lab," Need says. Sharon stares, bewildered, as they walk up a ramp. "What's this?" Need gestures proudly towards the imposing, blocky structure. "It's the Magic Storage Room, Istas, a high-tech hub for all the school's training aids." Sharon, slightly underwhelmed, just says, "Ah, it's a storage room." Need quickly tries to build anticipation. "Wait, the inside is quite sturdy. You'll be surprised." They walk towards the entrance. "It's a precious place that my seniors protected," Need adds with a touch of reverence. Standing before the entrance, he explains, "The other groups had their eyes on this. My seniors fought very hard to possess it." Sharon looks at the mundane door, wondering what could be so special. Need leans in with a mischievous grin. "To be honest, we can use everything inside as we like." Sharon immediately looks concerned. "Isn't that illegal?" Need ignores him, adding, "And every time you find an item, the structure changes." They walk down a corridor marked with a glowing yellow line. In other words, Need continues, "No one can find us in here." They walk deeper into the storage facility. Sharon realizes the implication. "A hideout!" He glances around the stark, functional corridor, a bead of sweat on his brow, a place where no one can find you. Need stops before a door, throwing his arm out dramatically. Ta-da! This is our research lab, he announces cheerfully. Chiron just stares, uncertain. Hanging crookedly above the door is a worn, old sign, Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Room. Chiron's jaw drops. Science of Supernatural Spirits? He echoes in his mind. Need beams proudly. Supernatural spirits in a magic academy. Isn't it so cool? We research everything. Ghosts, souls, the afterlife, aliens, gods. Chiron just stares blankly, thinking, I think I joined the wrong group. His internal monologue continues, full of doubt. I'm not totally disinterested, but this is a little... The door swings open, releasing a thick cloud of dust that engulfs him. Ack, what's this? He coughs, waving the dust away. Need laughs. It's really dusty. You'll get used to it. Chiron thinks incredulously, why do I need to get used to it instead of cleaning? He continues coughing, his eyes wide with surprise. Huh? As the dust settles, he sees the cluttered, dimly lit room. And at the far end, Iruki stands before a massive blackboard, utterly engrossed in his calculations. A closer view shows the sheer complexity of the equations. Particle interactions, complex integrals, energy formulas. Chiron asks Need quietly, pointing, Iruki? Need whispers conspiratorially. Our research group is notorious, so I couldn't tell you beforehand. Iruki's interested in the supernatural, Chiron asks. Need smirks. The opposite. He joined to disprove it. It's great bait for someone who thinks everything in the world is logical. Suddenly, Iruki turns, having sensed him. Chiron? He walks over, a surprisingly welcoming smile on his face, and grabs Chiron's hand enthusiastically. What brings a genius like you to this lowly place? Listen to what I have to say. Chiron, startled, just manages a "Hya!" Iruki immediately launches into a complex question about breaking down atoms. But I think you can break those atoms down further, Iruki continues, his eyes gleaming. Then what will they be broken down into? Chiron, trying to follow, ventures a guess. I'm not sure, but I think there is a great amount of hidden energy. Iruki grips his hand tighter. Correct. I knew you were amazing, Chiron thinks, a little flustered. I'm right? Iruki confirms, his expression turning serious. Yes, there's a lot of energy hidden inside. So much energy that it can destroy a whole city. He fixes Chiron with an intense gaze. What do you think will happen? The implications hit Chiron hard. His eyes widen with horror. The people will be injured? A cold sweat breaks out on his face. Iruki looks completely baffled. What are you talking about? He asks, genuinely confused. He repeats his point with unwavering conviction. There's so much energy hidden inside. Do you need to think about those things? He clearly means the potential casualties. Chiron stares at him, aghast. What? He whispers. His voice trembles with rising anger. Do you understand what you're saying? Need nervously interjects, reminding them of the headmaster's lesson. A mage must always consider the effect their magic has on the world. But Chiron ignores him, his gaze locked on Iruki. So you're saying it's all right to sacrifice many for your own desires? Iruki casually pops a cherry into his mouth. You're really boring, Chiron. Do you think other mages know how to do this but aren't? He asks coolly. It's because they can't. That's why they aren't doing it. His logic is based purely on capability, devoid of ethics. Your genius was given to you to achieve something, he lectures. Chiron finally snaps, his fists clenched. It doesn't matter if we're geniuses. Instead of being a genius who hurts people, I'd rather be an idiot. Iruki smirks, completely unmoved. A small minority of geniuses lead the majority of idiots. History proves that. Chiron glares back, his own conviction unwavering. Iruki counters, Your logical reasoning reeks of defeat. Chiron retorts firmly, You can fulfill ideals easily. Need throws his hands up, trying desperately to diffuse the tension. Whoa! A discussion's nice, but an emotional battle is bad. Shironi turns abruptly, his expression cold. I have nothing more to say. I'm going, Need. He walks towards the door. Need panics. Wait, Sharon, you don't know the way out, Eruki calls after him dismissively. If you can't even find the way you came, then you're a real idiot. Need whirls on him, furious. Hey, why did you do that? You could have explained it so he would understand. Eruki sinks into a nearby armchair with a sigh. Well, he admits quietly, I admit I was worked up. Need demands, you did that on purpose, didn't you? And who would have thought you'd say the word rivals when all you care about are numbers? Eruki smirks faintly. It's because I only know numbers. You saw Sharon's advancement exam, right? Need remembers. The teleportation exam? Of course, Eruki continues. Since he's my rival. For someone who just learned teleportation, he says, his eyes narrowing. Do you know how fast you need to think to clear the dragon's maze? It's impossible without dividing up time. He reveals the astonishing calculation. In that moment, the division of time he did was probably a 10,000th of a second. Need repeats the number, utterly flabbergasted. 10,000th of a second? Eruki leans forward, a predatory glint in his eyes. That's the mystery of insight. Faster than effort and more precise than knowledge. No conscious calculation can defeat the speed of intuition. But, Need, he challenges, what if it was you? Need finally understands. Oh, I see. A battle between calculations and insight. You want to confirm it with that test, huh? The upcoming speed gun test. Sharon walks away, the encounter with Eruki clearly having left its mark. The next day, Sharon stands before Professor Sienna's desk, worried. The speed gun test is in 2 weeks. If I get a failing grade this time, I can't advance. But aren't you looking forward to it? Sienna asks. Sharon. He's good at practicals, she states, referring to Eruki. Sharon grips his bag strap, anxiety etched on his face. Sienna continues. I wonder what amazing score he'll get. An explanation panel details the speed gun test. Use active magic to hit targets and obtain scores. A test of raw control and application. You must clear all targets in each stage to advance, with the difficulty increasing each time. Quick and precise magic is key. However, Professor, Sharon admits, distressed, I can't control active magic yet. How will I be able to do the speed gun test? Sienna looks at his grades, which are still hovering in the low 40s. But she offers some encouragement. Your chemistry score is increasing the quickest. It was worth it. Sharon just looks at her pleadingly. Sienna reassures him. You completely understand your studies. You just need to focus on one thing. The area of knowledge required to be a specialist. Sharon looks startled. He realizes what she means. The photonization theory? Teleportation is passive magic, so he hadn't considered it. Sienna confirms his thoughts. I didn't know you could use the photonization theory for active magic. Such a spell was just recently registered in the association. Shironi's intrigued. Magic that uses photons. Sienna holds up a book. This is it. She presents 2 books, a magic journal and an ornate one labeled Potent Output. Sharon looks at the book, realization dawning. He opens the journal, his eyes wide with excitement. My first active magic. The page describes photon output magic that shoots out light. It's not as effective as traditional light magic yet, but has great potential. He looks at Sienna uncertainly. Are you sure you recommended this to me? I don't think I can use this at all. Sienna sips her tea. On the surface, it looks useless, but its prospects are bright. Light is the fastest thing in the world, she explains, and linear things are easy to control. She paints a picture of future innovation, explaining that the ivory tower predicts photon output will revolutionize information communication. It has already been used in a variety of magic techniques we don't know about. If it's researched consistently, it will develop into a great area of magic with high potential. Chiron considers her words. I see. It won't be bad to master this beforehand. I'll do as you say, Professor. Magic that will lead to a new area. It might become something fun to study, he thinks, a small smile on his lips. Later, he stands in a forest clearing holding the book. He raises his hand, attempting to channel the magic. Huh? He tries again, focusing, but nothing happens. His hands tremble with effort. Why isn't it activating? He lowers his hands, frustrated. No way, he thinks, looking at the open book. I can't control it at my current level? We're in the 30-second practical training area. An overhead view shows the vast grounds nestled near the academy buildings. Students are gathered in an open area, a large target range at one end. It's time for Class 5's practical lesson. Today's focus is on magical action, the physical movements used to command magic. Of course, the magic doesn't actually come from the hand, but from the mage's spirit zone. Back in the woods, Chiron is still struggling. Imagining a photon coming from his hand helps, but actually generating it isn't easy. He wonders if it's because his spirit zone is more defensive, making outward projection difficult. A friendly voice calls out, "Nice to meet you, Class 5. Back in the training area, the students turn towards the voice. A woman walks towards them, smiling warmly. She has long blonde hair and wears a striking white and red outfit that seems more suited for a battlefield than a classroom. The male students murmur in shock. A student gasps. More importantly, her glasses are gone. This is Professor Athela, but she looks completely different from how they usually see her. Chiron stares, taken aback. What's with her outfit? Another student whispers. She must have come here right after her training. Chiron is confused. Training? Where? A fellow student clarifies. Professor Athela is that famous bishop of the Karsus order. Chiron is shocked. A bishop? You mean she's a clergyman? Yeah. A bishop is a high-ranking position that protects the 12 holy relics. Out of the 12 bishops in the entire world, one of them is Professor Athela, and she received the title of Jonah from the kingdom, a title given to a mage with the best spirit zone ability. The two students who were arguing earlier are now completely flustered. Do you get it now, Need? Unlike her appearance, Professor Athela Need is utterly smitten, hearts literally floating in his eyes. He clasps his hands together. I'm Team Professor Athela from today. Professor Athela ignores their reactions, calmly addressing the class. Chiron is still processing the revelation. Amazing, he thinks. Athela announces a special practical lesson, and the students cheer. We were learning magic from such a great person, Chiron reflects, awestruck. Are you preparing for your upcoming speed gun test? She asks. The class responds enthusiastically. Yes. In today's lesson, Athela announces, you will learn a technique to enhance your omnipotence. I brought a senior from the graduating class to demonstrate. A male student with long blonde hair walks up beside her. The students murmur excitedly. The graduating class? The Kotodama mage, Saniel, Athela introduces him. Saniel gives a slight nod. Hello, Class 5. He addresses the class formally, radiating quiet power. On Professor Athela's request, I have come here. I hope I will be of some help to you. Athela explains. Saniel's specialty is Kotodama magic. It's related to today's lesson, so please focus. The female students swoon in the background. The Class 5 boys look intimidated. The graduating class, one grits out. Another mutters. He's beyond our league. A third retorts dryly. When was he in your league? Kotodama magic uses the power of words to enhance spells. It'll be better to show you instead of explaining it, Saniel says calmly. He raises his hands, a faint blue glow emanating from them. First, I will show you common tornado magic. A swirling vortex of blue energy begins to form between his hands. The energy coalesces into a contained whirlwind. Sharon watches intently. Recognition flashes in his eyes. That magic is what the headmaster showed me when I was young. Sanyul calmly intones a single word, tornado. A massive funnel cloud erupts from his hands, tearing across the field with immense force. The students cry out in shock. The wind whips around them violently. "Wow, that scared me," one says. "That's no joke." The tornado dissipates. Sanyul picks up a small book. "Please remember the power of that spell. I will now enhance the magic with Kotodama." His expression remains serene as he begins to chant, his voice resonating with power. "Wild Mother Earth, I wish to borrow your power, so please hold my hand." He continues the long, poetic chant. The female students listen, captivated. "It's like a spell," one whispers. Another sighs. "His voice is so cool." 3 minutes later, some students look bored, one girl literally falling asleep standing up. Someone mutters, "When is he finishing?" Sanyul finally finishes the long chant. He closes his eyes for a moment, then they snap open, glowing intensely. He declares the activation word again, tornado. Instantly, a terrifyingly powerful vortex engulfs the training area, far larger and more violent than the first. Students are blown back, screaming in terror. The wind finally dies down, leaving the students shaken. "I thought I was going to fly away," one gasps. Sanyul explains calmly, "I'm not just reading a spell. I'm putting my will into it. I put my will into each and every word, and that's what enhances the magic. That is the principle of Kotodama. However," he adds, closing the book, "it's too long for battle. What I will show you now is called the supersonic technique." He snaps the book shut and focuses, dark energy crackling around it as he rapidly chants, "Wild Mother Earth." The Kotodama effect triggers instantly this time. The wind howls again, leaves swirling violently. The students are once again thrown into chaos by the sudden, powerful magic. Debris flies through the air as the supersonic enhanced magic rages. Shirone shields his face, completely amazed. Incredible power. "This is the level of the graduating class?" Sunil bows out respectfully. Shirone reflects on the power levels. A graduating mage is an unofficial 10th class. He can't even imagine how strong Professor Athela, an official 6th class mage and a bishop, truly is. So this is what the world is like, he thinks, gaining a new perspective. Athela addresses the scattered students. "Do we have to perform Kotodama magic?" one asks tentatively. She reassures them, "No, that's a specialized subject." The students sigh in relief. "Instead," she announces, her expression turning serious, "the technique you will be learning is called sequencing. It enhances your omnipotence by the concentration you get from counting numbers." Sharon raises his hand. "So it'll become stronger if we just count." "Why numbers?" Athela stands within a glowing blue image zone. "Numbers are symbols that follow a fundamental rule, so they are highly compatible with spirit zones. Of course, you're not just counting. Like Kotodama, you're putting meaning into them. I will demonstrate." She stands calmly within the 10-meter circle. "I will enhance my spirit zone with sequencing, calling out a number sequence in a series of 10. She closes her eyes, focuses intensely, and a single number appears before her. 100. The students watch, confused. Did she just say 100? So she counted from 1 to 100? Someone notices her spirit zone really did get bigger. The projected radius flickers and changes to 12 meters. Just counting to 100 expanded her zone by 2 meters. Numbers flash rapidly around Athela. 400, 1,700, 7 Sharon watches, stunned. Impossible. Can a person really count this fast? The count hits 10,000. Athela lets out a soft breath. The image zone dramatically expands outwards to a 40-meter radius. The students gasp. Her spirit zone grew fourfold. "You all focused, right?" Athela asks. If Kododama is about reflecting and portraying images, sequencing is about thinking and reflecting. The faster you count, your spirit zone becomes stronger. It doesn't just grow in size, but in power, accuracy, and precision. All your abilities will increase. Chiron watches the residual energy fade, his eyes wide with realization. "Yeah," he thinks excitedly, "with this I can generate a photon." Athela adds a crucial warning. "Of course, sequencing isn't almighty. It's less effective if you don't have enough mental prowess." She smiles. "Don't forget that strict discipline and understanding are the basis for enhancing your spirit zone." "Understand?" The class responds enthusiastically. "Yes, Professor." The students spread out across the field to practice. Chiron stands alone, head bowed in concentration. He looks up, a small smile of accomplishment on his face. "Okay, I counted to 1,000 in 1 minute. Nearby students are struggling. Ugh, counting without doing anything is harder than I thought," one sighs. Chiron focuses, preparing to channel the photon output magic with his newfound concentration. A bright point of light begins to form in the center of his vision. It takes about 10 seconds of intense focus. He holds his hand out, palm forward, concentrating all his sequenced energy. "Shall I shoot it towards the tree?" he thinks. He recalls his earlier failure with teleportation. Wait, teleportation failed when I used complicated calculations. Then, perhaps with sequencing. He visualizes the numbers, categorizing them, and then counting them rapidly in one go. A brilliant flash of golden light erupts from his palm, shooting towards the distant trees like a miniature sun. Chiron stares, momentarily blinded. What was that just now? That bright light? He looks at his hand, still glowing faintly. He succeeded. Photon output. The beam hits a tree, causing a small, contained explosion of light. Chiron stares at his hand, then back at the dissipating light, a look of stunned disbelief and dawning excitement on his face. "Huh? It worked! It's so flashy!" he thinks, amazed. The entire class is buzzing. Someone exclaims. "Wasn't that photon output, right? Did he learn that for the speed gun test?" a student asks. Another comments, "The speed of the bullet was really fast because it was light," but others are more skeptical. "But learning it just for a test is a little..." "Yeah," another points out, "it has no attack power." Professor Athela looks over, slightly surprised. Chiron, who specializes in defense, has already learned active magic. She didn't expect him to master it so quickly. She approaches him, a pleased look on her face. "Chiron, it seems like you were successful with sequencing." He snaps to attention, flustered but happy. "Professor, why, yes, I think I was." Professor Athela smiles encouragingly. "Then, do you want to try practicing within the image zone?" The camera pans over the academy grounds towards the training area. Students gather around the official speed gun testing stage. "Oh, speed gun practice already?" someone comments. Another adds, "I'm curious. They want to see how his flashy new magic performs." "After you finish your sequencing," Professor Athela instructs, "call for a target." Chiron stands alone on the platform, taking his position. "Yes." He closes his eyes, centering himself. "First, enhance my spirit zone with sequencing." Numbers swirl around him in his mind's eye, building his concentration. Blue energy crackles around him as he completes the sequence, his spirit zone flaring with power. He snaps his eyes open, thrusting his hand forward, and call the targets. Multiple glowing blue targets materialize instantly before him. The speed gun timer starts. Golden beams erupt from Chiron's hand, striking the targets almost instantaneously. Thanks to the bullet speed being close to the speed of light, it feels like I'm aiming and shooting at the same time. The connection between thought and action is incredibly fast. The scoreboard updates rapidly. "Wow, it's really fast!" Sharon exclaims internally. The students watching are amazed. As soon as he aims, he hits the target. It's like instant activation type magic. Professor Othello watches thoughtfully. "I see." Sharon's sequencing is grouping numbers in large groups and counting them off. She recognizes his modularization technique. "It's a technique used in intelligence magic," she continues. "He probably adapted it from his experience at the bridge." She correctly guesses he learned something during that life-or-death exam. Sharon moves fluidly, his score climbing rapidly. Othello thinks, impressed, "What an incredible growth rate." The timer runs out. The final score flashes. Level 15, score 342. The crowd erupts. "Wow! Isn't that a perfect score? 342 targets in 1 minute?" Sharon wipes sweat from his brow, sighing in relief. "With this, I won't have an issue with the speed gun test." Othello cautions another student nearby. "It's best that you don't try it." It's only possible because Sharon understands the rainbow drop too. Need beans. He wasn't successful until now, but as soon as he understood it, he got 342 points. "That's amazing." But a sharp voice cuts through the praise. "A sloppy score." Aruki stands nearby, leaning against a pillar with a dismissive smirk. Nade looks indignant. "What? It's his first time." Aruki just repeats coolly, "His score's sloppy, but it's interesting." He raises his hand. "Professor, I want to try it too." Nade stares in disbelief. "Hey, Aruki, you!" Professor Othello smiles knowingly, a bead of sweat on her cheek. "But you can't cause any trouble, okay?" She knows his reputation. Shironi watches Aruki approach the stage. Huh? It's Aruki. Does he want to practice? Shironi thinks. I don't like his method of thinking. But, number Inabizi, I'm still curious. He can't deny Aruki's unsettling genius. Aruki walks confidently onto the platform. He places a hand casually over his spirit zone. And with a powerful whoosh, his deviate spirit zone activates with terrifying speed and power. The energy surges upwards, far more potent than Chiron's. Chiron stares, shocked. Speed gun with the deviate form. He knows the test requires precise targeting, something the volatile deviate form isn't suited for. He realizes Aruki's intent. He's not relying on feeling the targets, but on pure visual aiming and prediction. Aruki snaps his fingers. Instantly, dozens of targets appear, swirling around him. A beam of concentrated turquoise energy shoots from him. Chiron notes with surprise, and the target sizes have decreased too? His eye widens in disbelief as he watches Aruki's technique. Instead of single beams, Aruki's energy splits, curving through the air like guided missiles, locking onto multiple targets at once. Multiple targets explode as the curved beams strike them with impossible accuracy. The crowd gasps. The scoreboard instantly updates. Over a dozen targets hit in just 3 seconds. More curved beams shoot out, weaving through the air, hitting targets with a continuous barrage. Aruki stands calmly amidst the chaos. You don't need to watch to know, he thinks. Shironi is caught in the blinding light show, completely overwhelmed. A cold dread creeps in. He will surpass my record so easily. Aruki glances towards him with a smug, condescending smirk. He continues his assault, the turquoise beams filling the image zone. The speed increases. Amazing! The speed has increased. Chiron watches closely, trying to understand. Was Aruki that strong? Looking closely, I understand. He's not chasing the targets with his eyes. The realization hits him. He's predicting the target's movements with the equation of motion. A diagram shows calculations overlaying the target paths. Aruki isn't reacting, he's calculating. But to think he can follow all of them with deviate form after predicting their movements, Sharon thinks, amazed. Need whispers to him, "How can his spirit zone be so fast?" "Is that sequencing too?" Sharon replies. "Yeah, but Iruki isn't counting in hundreds or thousands." "Higher than in thousands, then?" Need asks. Sharon stares, the unbelievable truth dawning on him. Millions. The timer runs out. The score flashes, level 24, score 548. The crowd is stunned into silence, then explodes. "That's amazing," another student asks incredulously. "Is he human?" Professor Athela slides over gracefully, impressed. "Amazing, very ingenious." Iruki walks toward Sharon. "How was it?" he asks nonchalantly. "Was it worth watching?" Sharon replies honestly, "It was amazing. I didn't know you could use deviate form like that." Iruki laughs mockingly. "Is that all?" "I am a little disappointed." Sharon gathers himself, a spark of defiance returning. "It's amazing that you thought of modularization," he says, acknowledging the concept behind Iruki's impossible speed. "Are you curious to know how I can count in millions?" Iruki asks. Sharon hesitates. "I am, but will it be okay for you to tell me? It seems you think of me as your rival." Iruki turns away dismissively. "It doesn't matter. It's not like you can do it even if you know." "There's nothing to it," he says simply. He leans close to Sharon, revealing his secret with a cold, analytical tone. "I used log and decreased the unit." Sharon's eyes widen in shock. "Impossible," he thinks frantically. "You can't say that's a method. Using logarithms for sequencing is completely outside conventional magic theory." He looks up, bewildered. "Isn't that insane?" Sharon realizes the implication. With logarithms, you can intuitively feel massive numbers. But the calculations would be impossibly complicated for a simple counting method like sequencing. This ability to intuitively manipulate logarithms, this is savant syndrome, Iruki smirks, tapping his temple. "What do you think? Can you still beat me?" Sharon meets his gaze, refusing to be drawn into Iruki's definition of winning. "I'm not doing this to beat anyone. It's just a test," he states firmly. Iruki scoffs. A regular statement made by weaklings. He leans in, his voice dripping with disdain. "If you don't have skills, quit the idealism. It's really not convincing." Sharon glares back, his fists clenching. "If I defeat you, that will prove I'm right, won't it?" Iruki flicks his finger dismissively. "Sure, but no matter how amazing your insight is, compared to my calculations, it's like a worm." Sharon grits his teeth, the insult stinging, while the other students gasp. Need just bounces with excitement, holding a bag of popcorn. "Really entertaining," he cheers internally, loving the drama. The scene shifts, focusing on the upcoming official speed gun test. Rule 1, the number of targets hit within the time limit is your score. Rule 2, the time limit is 1 minute. Rule 3, with every level, the number of targets increases. If even one target remains, you cannot advance to the next stage. Panel High H4508. Rule 4. The higher the level, the faster the speed of the summoned targets. And a crucial constraint, if you can't hit them quickly, you can't summon more targets. Speed and accuracy are paramount. Sharon stands before the speed gun mock test scores. The average for Class 5 is 400. No one has even broken 700 yet. He calculates internally, his expression serious. To get 700 points, assuming perfect accuracy, he needs to reach level 30 within 1 minute. That means he needs to clear each level in just 5 seconds. The speed required is daunting. Days pass. Sharon dedicates himself to intense training, pushing himself to his absolute limit. He unleashes photon output, and a student watching murmurs, "Amazing! The golden energy flares brighter, faster. Target after target explodes." The other students comment on his progress. He can hit the targets without even moving his head now. Is that even possible? He finishes a run, the scoreboard displaying a massive improvement, 567 points. He's already surpassed Iruki's initial practice score. Wow, in just a week, he increased his score by 200 points, a student remarks. Another observes, his bullets are so fast. When he locks on, he doesn't miss. Sharon wipes sweat from his face, breathing heavily but looking determined. A student notes, his continuous shots have gotten better too. I think he shoots 4 bullets a second. Iruki, leaning against a wall nearby, thinks mockingly, "How's that?" He continues his internal taunt. "I caught up to your score." He slides down the wall, feigning exhaustion with a theatrical groan. Sharon turns. "Is it my turn?" He watches Iruki, still catching his breath from his own intense run. Iruki takes his place on the platform. Instantly, beams of turquoise energy split and curve, striking targets with blinding speed. The students are dumbfounded. His spirit zone is smaller than before, and it's faster too. The targets explode in rapid succession. Iruki raises his hand casually. "Finished." The scoreboard flashes, 568. The crowd stares in disbelief. Iruki's score has increased too, but it's only a 1-point difference with Shironi's new score? A student states the obvious. Shironi was so close, but he lost. Shironi stares at the scoreboard, then at Iruki, shock and understanding dawning on his face. He trembles slightly. Iruki walks off the platform, completely nonchalant. Sharon realizes the chilling truth. That 1-point difference, wasn't a coincidence. His eyes widen, a cold sweat breaking out. The meaning behind the 1-point difference was clear. Sharon stands amidst the murmuring crowd, utterly stunned. Iruki didn't just beat him, he deliberately scored exactly 1 point higher. Iruki thinks smugly, "To get a point higher than my score, you need to calculate from level 1. He knows Sharon relies on insight, not precise calculation. Sharon stares, beads of sweat rolling down his face. The psychological blow is immense. It was a message. Even if he doesn't go all out, he can easily defeat someone like me. Shironi stands frozen, fist clenched, the weight of Iruki's calculated dominance crushing him. Students nearby start gossiping. "Iruki will win this time too, right?" Another agrees. Shironi's amazing for scoring over 602 though. Iruki's just too strong. Need approaches Shironi, concerned. "I think Sharon's pushing himself too much." Other students crowd around the smug Iruki, asking to join his research group, begging him to teach them his methods. Need wonders about Iruki's upper limit. "What's the maximum score you can reach?" Shironi slumps onto a bench, lost in thought. "Unlike me, who is giving it my all," he thinks, "Iruki hasn't gone all out yet." Need sits beside him, trying to cheer him up. "You got this. I'm cheering for you." "To be honest," Need continues brightly, "both of you are my friends, so it doesn't matter who wins." Sharon turns to him, looking utterly stressed. "This is serious. When I'm eating, I don't know if I'm crunching food or numbers." "I feel bad for you," Need says, "but for us spectators, this is so fun. We're all excited because if it's the two of you, you might be able to break the best score." Sharon looks up, surprised. "The best score? There was something like that? What's the score?" Need leans in conspiratorially. "Was it set by someone who already graduated?" He cuts himself off. "Wait, don't tell me, you don't even know your girlfriend's score?" Sharon looks blank. Need reveals, pointing, "It's Senior Amy, 987 points." Elsewhere, Sariel recounts the recent events to a thoughtful Amy. "I remember him picking a fight with me when I was in Class 5 too," Sariel says. "Isn't he a little strange? He pretends to have no empathy, but he uses emotions well to provoke you. He's like a genius hunter." Amy sips her drink. "Is the advancement test really hard?" Sariel asks. Amy replies coolly, "It's not difficult, but the standard is high. Even if you get a high score, it doesn't mean you'll pass." Her expression darkens slightly. It feels like they're checking everything I've done up until now. Siriel shivers. Oh no, that's so scary. Amy smiles faintly. Don't worry. With your skills, you'll be fine. Siriel notices a change in Amy. Oh, I think the air around her has changed. She's become stronger mentally. Then she asks casually, how is Shirone recently? She leans in, scandalized. That's so bad. You guys haven't met even once? Are you really dating? Something really fun is happening right now, near a fountain in the academy grounds. So, Iruki is picking a fight with Shirone? Siriel asks. She leans closer, probing. He's taunting him, right? Just like he did with you? Then what about our Shirone? She pushes. Shouldn't you help him, Amy? Amy looks down at a photo card, her expression unreadable. Don't make such a fuss. He doesn't need my help, she adds under her breath. And what's with the our Shirone? Siriel pouts. You're so mean. Aren't you being heartless towards your boyfriend? Amy looks away, a slight blush creeping up her neck. No, that's not what I mean, she thinks, focusing on the name Shirone. Ass knows exactly what he needs to do. We see Shirone training intensely, sweat pouring down his face, determination burning in his eyes. Days later, back at the speed gun range, the timer hits 0. Shirone stands panting heavily. The scoreboard flashes, 700. He did it. He broke the 700 barrier. The crowd is stunned into silence, then erupts. To think I would see someone reach 700, one student gasps. Another yells, that determined bastard! That outrageous monster! Shirone stumbles slightly. A student explains, it's a score you can't get without finishing 10 levels in 10 seconds. To think that's really possible, Iruki walks up to the exhausted Shirone, a slow, unreadable smile on his face. Congrats, he says simply. 700 is a really good score. Not bad. Shirone looks up, meeting his gaze. Iruki smirks, leaning in slightly. It's because I need to prove something to you. Shirone just replies tiredly. I see. The tension hangs between them. The question remains, will Shirone be able to win? Back with Amy and Siriel, Siriel complains. What's so important about winning? It's just a test. Amy sips her drink calmly. Siriel retorts, what? Weren't you bragging about being the undefeated Amy's last time? Amy clarifies. You know, since you have beaten Iruki, the one who holds the highest speed gun score of 987 points, Amy corrects her. No, I never competed with him. I kept ignoring his provocations. Her eye narrows slightly, a flicker of doubt showing. But if we really did compete, I would probably have lost. Siriel stares, completely shocked. What? Back at the training ground, Iruki takes the stage again. What? The crowd gasps. He begins his run immediately after Shirone. The scoreboard jumps effortlessly, always staying just ahead of Shirone's previous scores day after day. He finishes another run, the score flashing 701. He turns with a lazy smirk. A 1-point difference again, a student shouts. Another adds, to think he's so carefree even after reaching 700 points. Shirone watches from the crowd, surrounded by equally stunned students. They all wonder, what is Iruki's limit? Shirone stares down, the certainty sinking in like a stone. I can't win. The 1-point difference wasn't a coincidence, it was a deliberate, soul-crushing message. Later, Shirone's bag sits discarded on his desk. He sits alone on the edge of his bed, staring blankly as the afternoon sun streams through the window. The weight of Iruki's skill presses down on him. He looks out at the academy grounds. After the holiday ends, it's exam day, he thinks grimly. I only have 3 days. He leans against the window frame, lost in thought. I can't find another way to beat him in that time. Should I give up? It's just an exam. But Iruki's mocking words echo in his mind. That's a regular comment made by the weak. Shirone looks up, his expression hardening. He remembers Iruki's other taunt, "If you don't have skills, quit the idealism." His gaze becomes distant. Memories flood back of his past struggles, of kneeling before nobles, of seeing death and violence firsthand. He remembers thinking, "No one will believe what I say." He sits on his bed in the dark, lighting a single candle. Did I lose my sense of reality because I've been in a school for nobles for too long? He wonders. Honestly, what Iruki said wasn't wrong. The world won't listen to those who don't have power. Shirone looks up, determination blazing in his eyes. I'm not going to give up. To surpass Iruki, he closes his eyes, entering a deep, meditative state. Turquoise energy surrounds him. There is no other way but to go beyond numerals. He needs to find something deeper than even Iruki's logarithms. What are numbers? He wonders, floating numerals appearing around him in the darkness. He drifts through an abstract space, seeking the core of the technique. What is sequencing? What is its essence? He reaches for a brighter light in the distance. Let's not think. If I get lost in my thoughts, I won't see the bigger picture. I'll just feel it. He floats in a vast, starry expanse. How far can I count? He flies through a cosmic tunnel of light and numbers. How far can I go? He's drawn towards a swirling vortex of turquoise energy. What's this? He reaches the vortex, touching its surface. It ripples like water. The end of numbers? It can't be. Numbers are infinite. Then what is this? Suddenly, the energy surges, cracking like glass, overwhelming him. Huh? He pushes against the barrier, turquoise lightning crackling around his hands. The barrier shatters beneath his feet. His eyes snap open, wide with shock. I'm sure I was counting, he thinks, bewildered. He sits bolt upright in bed, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. What was that? A hallucination! He looks at his pillow, which seems distorted, almost cloud-like. Was it because of stress? Was it really a hallucination? I felt a strong pull. He looks at his hands, trying to make sense of the experience. It's difficult to explain, but numbers, he looks out at the full moon, might not exist purely for counting. He's touched upon something deeper, more fundamental. He became aware later that 40 hours had passed since he had closed his eyes. He lost nearly 2 full days in that deep meditative state. The next day, the first combined training ground. The announcement echoes, the day of Class 5's speed gun test. The massive hall is packed, the atmosphere buzzing with anticipation. Students fill the spectator stands. I'm so nervous, someone mutters. Upperclassmen watch from the balconies. Why are the underclassmen coming to Class 5's exam? One grumbles. Serielle and her red-haired friend arrive, looking around excitedly. Why are the seniors from Class 4 here? A Class 5 student gasps. This is too much pressure. Another groans. Serielle smiles brightly. Don't let it get to you. They're all just here to see the match between Shirone and Iruki. The official program list is displayed. The main event is highlighted. Group 20, Mercadane Iruki versus Aryan Shirone. Serielle's friends discuss the matchup. I wonder who will win. Iruki has been in the lead so far, Serielle interjects confidently. It's too early to say. She wags her finger with a sly smile. The actual test is done in paired groups. If you're going against someone, there might be changes to your score. She declares confidently. If it's a similar environment to a real scenario, then Shirone will win. She believes his adaptability gives him an edge. Meanwhile, another student finishes his run with a score of 427. He cheers, I won, then slumps, muttering, I know I passed, but why am I so pissed? His score pales in comparison to the hype around the final group. Serielle's friends are getting nervous. What should I do? I'm so nervous. Need finishes his run, wiping his brow. Whoa, I somehow did well. The proctor takes the stage. Now it is already the last group. Next is Group 20, the The crowd roars, shouting their names. Sharon, Iruki. The proctor clears her throat nervously. Ahem, Iruki, Shirone. Sharon walks towards the platform, his expression intensely focused, determined. Need watches him go, whispering to the students beside him. Wow, Sharon is fully focused. Shh. 2 platforms are set up in the vast hall. Professor Athela stands overseeing the test. You will be given 1 minute. Many students are paying special attention to the 2 of you, she says. Sharon glances at Iruki, who stands opposite him, looking bored. I hope you both go above and beyond for this test, Athela adds. Iruki gives a slight, confident smirk. Athela raises her hand. Then let's begin. A countdown appears on the scoreboards. Yellow, red, beep! Iruki's eye snaps open, glowing with intense turquoise energy. Simultaneously, Shironi's eyes glow, amplified by sequencing. Instantly, both platforms erupt in explosions of light as Sharon fires golden photon outputs, and Iruki unleashes curving turquoise. Deviate form beams. The crowd goes wild. Amazing! The scoreboards update simultaneously. Level 2, score 12 for both. As soon as the test started, all the targets exploded. Both Sharon and Iruki are intensely focused, pouring magic into the test. Both of them are amazing. Iruki continues his assault, seemingly effortless. The crowd echoes their earlier question. Amazing! What is Iruki's limit? Seriel stares, completely confused. Huh? The scoreboard shows Iruki slightly behind Shirone. Shirone's score is higher. Is Iruki playing around again? He's fooling around now so he can turn the tables in the end. Iruki glances sideways, a chillingly amused expression on his face. He, everyone has misunderstood, he thinks. He grits his teeth, veins bulging on his neck, cyan energy flaring intensely. He screams inwardly. From the start, I've been going all out. This isn't a game for him anymore. Sharon glances over, noticing the strain on Iruki, the smaller spirit zone. A bead of sweat drips from Iruki's eye. This guy, Sharon thinks, shocked. In the last 3 days, what the hell did he do? He realizes Iruki hasn't just been practicing, he's been pushing himself to a dangerous degree, refining his control at the cost of raw power. Sharon turns back to his own targets, a new understanding and determination hardening his gaze. Professor Athela watches Shironi, her expression thoughtful, recognizing the shift. I see. A flashback to her earlier lesson on sequencing. When you take a certain path for the first time, it feels long, but if you take that path again, you can reach the end faster. The same goes for counting, she had explained. Familiarity breeds efficiency. In the present, she watches Shironi intently. But you've gone quite far, Sharon. She sees him applying that principle not just to numbers, but to the very flow of magic itself. Iruki, meanwhile, pushes himself harder, a strained, almost feral grin on his face. He's seriously a freak, he acknowledges, realizing Shironi's unexpected level of competition is forcing him to go all out. Shironi's hand flashes, channeling energy. Golden beams erupt, target after target exploding in rapid succession. His eyes glow intensely, pouring all his concentration into the sequencing. He reaches a new level of focus. Modularity release, he declares inwardly. Professor Athela's eyes widen slightly. He's grouping the numbers up and doing calculations on the spot, she analyzes. It's a strategy used when one has reached the limit of counting consciously. She understands the immense mental fortitude it requires. To do this, he would have had to enter a state of hyper-focus before he even began. She considers the risk. However, if he does that, Sharon is locked in, golden energy flaring around him. If I miss a single matrix, he thinks, my sequencing will fall apart. His eyes blaze with cyan light. I need to focus, no matter what. Golden lightning arcs through the abstract space of his mind. His score skyrockets, the gap between him and Iruki widening. Sariel screams from the stands, "The difference is increasing! Go, Sharon!" The crowd roars, captivated by his surge. Faster. Shironi becomes a blur of motion and light, photon beams destroying targets while Iruki desperately tries to keep pace. Iruki watches him, his expression unreadable. This is a type of mental doping, he analyzes. He's broken his routine calculations. It means he's putting everything into this. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. "I will acknowledge you, Sharon," he thinks with grudging respect. "The fact that you're as mental as me." Iruki slams his hand down metaphorically. "But my gamble is on a different scale." Blinding blue lightning erupts around him, far more intense than before. Sariel stares, shocked. "Huh? Something strange?" The crowd murmurs, noticing the shift. Sharon hasn't gotten slower. The sound of Iruki's explosions has changed. No way, Iruki's score suddenly leaps forward at an impossible rate. Iruki's score suddenly increased, a student yells. Sariel's friend points. "Don't you think the after-image of his spirit zone is strange?" Sariel shouts. "It's not an after-image." She realizes the unbelievable truth. He has 2 spirit zones. Iruki seems to be firing from 2 distinct points of energy at once. The proctor stares at her notes, stunned. Is that possible? A double spirit zone. Professor Ethella watches calmly, understanding clicking into place. The deviate form's unique trait is the divided mind, she thinks. To think I would see a student use that. On top of that, he's simultaneously doing 2 sequences. And logs at that, she continues, realizing the full extent of his power. Although he has savant syndrome, that's a very rare ability. To think this child was hiding something like this. Sariel is floored, remembering Amy's words. Amy was right, Ethella thinks. Another unexpected change has appeared in this magic academy. Iruki unleashes a storm of turquoise beams, destroying targets at an exponential rate. "Yuki's freaking insane," Sariel shouts. The scoreboard is a blur. Iruki's score climbing astronomically. With only 15 seconds left, someone murmurs, "This is over." The students look defeated on Shironi's behalf. We know the outcome. Sharon himself looks utterly drained, despair clouding his features. The thought echoes in his mind again, dark and heavy. I can't win. I put in everything I could. He remembers the swirling vortex from his meditation. But I can't even do half of what Iruki's capable of. Even though I did my best. His hand hangs limp at his side. He clenches his fist weakly. He questions himself. My best? Tears well up in his eyes, the crushing weight of his perceived limit crashing down. No? I'm still afraid. I don't know if I'm allowed to go down this path. He raises his fist, trembling. He slams his fist downwards, shattering the mental barrier. Turquoise energy explodes outwards. But He punches through the swirling vortex from his meditation, shattering the boundary. Going to go beyond the numbers. Shirone's body arches back, bathed in an overwhelming surge of pure, white-hot energy. He reaches out, embracing the light. His eyes snap open, pupils dilated, filled with blinding white light. He floats, bathed in pure energy. The entire testing hall is washed in blinding light. The proctor shields her eyes, looking up in shock. She stares at Shirone, her glasses reflecting the intense light. Shirin? Suddenly, countless beams of pure white light erupt from him, striking every target at once. The entire crowd shields their eyes, gasping in shock. Someone shouts, "Hey, look at Shirone!" Another yells, "The light!" Sariel and her friend stare, mouths agape. It's getting bigger. White light consumes everything. Shirone stands center stage, radiating blinding light. The scores flash wildly, Chiron's climbing impossibly fast. Haruki grits his teeth, pushing his double sequence harder. No matter how fast you go, I'll calculate faster. The final seconds tick down. I'm winning. I can win, he thinks desperately. 1 second left. Damn it. Why is time passing so slowly? Beep. Time's up. The crowd roars. Haruki collapses onto the platform, completely spent. It's over, he murmurs weakly. He looks up at his final score, 1,247. An unbelievable number. Not a bad score, he thinks. Then did I win? What's Chiron doing? He wonders. He looks over. Chiron is collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Chiron, Siriel cries out, running towards him. Gasp! She kneels beside him. Chiron, are you okay? He groans weakly. Ho, Senior Siriel? The test. Siriel beams, tears in her eyes. You won. The final scoreboard is shown, Chiron, 1,023. A new record. The crowd explodes. CO gay rates, Chiron. Chiron stares blankly. I won? A student approaches, suspicious. Hey you. Wide-ranged magic is prohibited in the speed gun test. Chiron looks up, confused. Come to think of it, the whole testing area was covered in light. Haruki calls out tiredly from the floor. Ha! You're so boring! He pushes himself up slightly, offering a weak hand. Photon output isn't photon magic, so obviously I'm joking. He gives a tired smile. Congrats, you won. The crowd is shocked by Haruki's concession. Haruki is clearly declaring defeat. Did the sun rise from the west? Shirone takes his hand. Then are you acknowledging me now about life being more important than research? Haruki meets his gaze. Yeah, you are right. Shirone stares, shocked. What? Are you serious? Haruki clarifies. You are misunderstanding something. Explosions aren't violent. Explosions are just a large amount of energy. In order for it to be violent, a motive to hurt someone must be included. Chiron counters. But that type of energy is controlled by a person. It's still dangerous. Haruki concedes the point. So someone who is responsible will handle that amount of energy. He looks directly at Chiron. With that being said, I have a favor to ask, he declares, his expression completely serious. From now on, you're responsible for me. Haruki tries to explain his worldview. Explosions are just a large amount of energy, he starts. Energy you can't control. But if you can control it, it can become the energy that saves 100,000 lives. An overhead shot shows the peaceful academy town at night. Back in the testing hall, he continues, a new era has opened. We will no longer fight with nature. He then admits, of course, I don't have such a noble belief. Chiron sighs. It would have been better if you'd said that from the start. I wouldn't have misunderstood. Haruki turns to him, his expression serious. I wanted to know which category you belonged to. If you were with those who use power, or with those who know fear. He needed to know if Chiron was driven by ambition or by empathy. Chiron looks closely at Haruki, and for the first time, he sees past the arrogance. A bead of sweat drips down Haruki's face, his eyes holding a flicker of genuine anxiety. Chiron understands. I see. Haruki's scared. Scared, he realizes, that he himself will become an uncontrollable power. By defeating me, Haruki says with an unusual intensity, you proved that your will becomes the truth. He declares, looking out at the watching students, then back at Chiron. So the only one who can stop me is you. He stands firm, almost pleading. If you don't take responsibility for me, I'm not taking one step from here. Chiron's completely bewildered. Is he saying he's not going to move because he's scared of his own power? He thinks frantically. He struggles to reconcile Haruki's cold logic with this sudden vulnerability. I don't know if he's an idealist or a realist anymore. But I know one thing. He focuses on Haruki's eyes. The fear in his eyes is real. Shirone reaches out and takes Iruki's hand. "I promise," he says firmly. He meets Iruki's gaze, making a solemn vow. "When that time comes, I will stop you." The crowd erupts. Need screams, losing his mind with excitement. He throws his arms around both of them, beaming. "That's so cool! I'm proud that you guys are my friends." Professor Ethella calls out from the side. "Shirone, can you come here for a moment?" Shirone follows her down a quiet corridor. He starts tentatively. Ethella suddenly rounds on him, grabbing his shoulders, her expression severe. "Do you know what you have done? Were you really planning on leaving?" Her eyes are wide with urgency. "The place you entered. If you go to that domain, you will no longer be yourself." Shirone looks completely lost. "I'm sorry." "I didn't know it was that dangerous." "The domain you stepped foot in," she explains, her voice low and serious, "is beyond numbers. It's called the infinite domain. The mages call it the immortal function. And our monks call it nirvana." Shirone stares, horrified, the word echoing with profound, terrifying meaning. Humans can reach infinity. However, humans who do reach it become nothing. They become lost, beyond the numbers. Shirone recalls the vision he had during the test. What I saw in that place was, he sees himself floating, drawn towards a swirling black void, a large void. He remembers being pulled into the crushing darkness, and that void sucked me in. Shirone jolts awake in his bed, gasping for air, clutching his head. "The same nightmare again," he murmurs, exhausted. "The nightmare I have every day after I entered that place. And the strange feeling?" He reaches for a glass of water, but his hand trembles violently, knocking it over. "That I feel from time to time." He clutches his chest, gasping, a strange tingling spreading through him. He collapses back onto the bed. "I consulted with Professor Ethella, but we couldn't find anything strange about my body. Just what the hell is happening to me?" Shirone approaches the door to the supernatural spirits research room. He sits formally in the cluttered club room facing Need and Iruki. "Recently," he states seriously, "I think a ghost has been haunting me." Need stares, speechless. Iruki looks thoughtful. Need leans forward incredulously. "Aha, you looked so serious, I was nervous for a moment." "I'm being serious," Shirone insists. "You said this was a research group about the science of supernatural spirits." Need thinks. "The worries of the genius who defeated me are on another level." Iruki cuts in. "The dream you told me about, you said you were in a black and empty space, right? And the stars were being sucked into some space." "Why?" "Yeah," Shirone confirms nervously. "A golden, pulsating thread of light appears." "Was?" Vibrating. "Right?" Iruki asks. Shirone nods eagerly. "Yeah, that's right. It was moving like a heartbeat." Iruki leans back. "Judging from the size and speed of the space you explained, it's a number no one on the continent can predict. But for fun, if we assume that's an actual place, that's what happens in outer space." Need and Shirone stare, completely shocked. "Oh, outer space? Are you talking about the outer space in books?" Shirone asks. "But how can I dream about that when I've never seen it?" Iruki simply replies, "No." Need suddenly sits up straight. "I've heard about this before. 200 years ago," he begins, his expression intense, "a death row criminal experienced a soul transfer experiment. The theory was that if a soul materializes, electricity can decompose it. A person was put inside a metal box and an electrical current was pumped into it. The criminal lived, and their consciousness returned after a month. However, he knew the circumstances of countries beyond the continent, which he had never heard of or gone to before." "Did that really happen?" Shirone asks incredulously. Need confirms. "The information was checked, and everything was confirmed to be true. The hypothesis," he explains, leaning forward, is that the soul was ionized by electricity, causing electromagnetism. Wouldn't that power attract information about the world to the criminal? Sharon suddenly shivers. The strange, tingling feeling that the criminal went through, he connects it to his own symptoms. That's what you call a supernatural feeling. Huck, tingling? That's the same as me, he thinks, horrified. Haruki picks up the thread. That explains how you saw outer space. If your soul was ionized and it caused a quantum phenomenon, then it's possible you transcended time and space. Transcending time and space? Shirone repeats, stunned. In the microscopic world, Haruki explains, an event beyond human common knowledge occurs. A world defined by probability, where you can't observe and measure at the same time. If you assume a soul's weight is lighter than an electron, the correlation between time and space falls apart, Haruki concludes. And it's possible to feel outer space. What do you think? He finishes with a flourish. I think this completely fits your situation. Sharon stares, mouth agape, completely overwhelmed, but also intrigued. Wow, you really explained it? Amazing, he exclaims. Although you both look like this, you guys really are a research group. Need beams proudly. Haruki adds calmly, it's just a hypothesis. We need more information to research it. He looks at Sharon pointedly. So why don't you be honest now? During the speed gun test, he clarifies, there was something wrong with your photon output. And you said you started having nightmares after that. Can you tell us what happened? Haruki asks directly. Sharon hesitates. Need adds gently, Professor Athela told me something. Immortal function? He continues, concerned. What's that? Haruki, you know, right? Sharon looks between them, hesitant. Haruki suddenly bursts out laughing. Ah, I see. So it was immortal function. I've heard about it from my father, he explains. A mathematician's dream domain, a function that can be the key to everything in this world. But the professor said it was dangerous, Sharon interjects. Haruki confirms dismissively. Of course it is, since everything is nothing. He grins wickedly at Sharon. I see. To defeat me, you need to have immortal function. He. Need watches them, completely lost. Seeing them joking around, I feel a sense of relief. Sharon stands up, determined. I've decided. I'm going to join the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group. Need and Haruki look surprised, then delighted. Really? Need exclaims. Yeah, Sharon explains. I don't want to be scared. I want to research it myself and fight it head-on. Need jumps up, fist-pumping. Sounds great. Immortal function or whatever, we're going to overcome it. And since we have enough members, we can become an official group again. We can get support funds again, too. Haruki is skeptical. But will the professors let Sharon join? Our reputation isn't that great. Need winks, holding up an application. Just trust me. I'm going to put it in without the professors knowing. Haruki and Sharon whisper worriedly. Will it really be okay? Need throws his arms around them. Don't worry. All right, let's go to the cafeteria and have a welcome party. I'll buy today, he declares grandly. Sharon reminds him dryly, but you are broke. Now, Need says, implying Sharon should pay, it's my research group. The cozy, dusty interior of the research club room. Let's start by doing a big cleanup, Need thinks optimistically. But unlike his hopes, Sienna's voice cuts through the quiet, laced with surprise. Professor Thad, she asks. That's? Professor Thad, buried under a mountain of paperwork, explains that they're just research group applications. It happens every year when the holidays get close. He seems keen to just get it over with, but as he's talking, a single paper flutters to the floor. Professor, Sienna points out, you dropped one. Oh, no. What could possibly be on that one paper? Sienna picks it up. Her expression immediately turns serious. This research group? The application form's title, research group of the science of supernatural spirits. And the members listed: President Weiss Need, Mercadam Eruki, and Aryan Sharoni. Thad's eyes widen with dawning horror. And isn't that student Sharon? But Sienna isn't horrified. Instead, a sharp, calculating grin spreads across her face. This isn't just trouble, it's something interesting. The scene shifts to a serene mountain landscape. Inside a tranquil, traditional-looking building, Sienna speaks respectfully. "I'm sorry, Professor Athela, you're in the middle of training." Professor Athela, looking more relaxed here in simple white robes, smiles gently. "If it's something you came all the way here for, I don't think it's a simple matter, Professor Sienna." The two professors sit facing each other, a moment of calm before Sienna drops the news. "To be honest," she begins, her tone serious, "Sharon has joined a research group." Athela is surprised. "He finally joined a group? Which one?" Sienna delivers the name, her voice heavy. "The research group of the science of supernatural spirits." Athela dramatically spits out her tea in shock. That name clearly carries weight. Sienna leans in, trembling with frustration. "As you know, that group has a deep history of causing trouble. The complaints I received every day from students' parents. This group isn't just quirky, it's notorious. Why that group?" Sienna continues, exasperated. "Sharon is the school's prospect, at a time when he should be working harder on his studies." Athela sighs, trying to find a rational perspective. "But the group is different now, isn't it?" She points out that the current president is Need, a well-behaved student, and that all the real troublemakers from the group's past have graduated. Even the powerful president of the Magic Association was once a member. "Maybe it's not all bad. I'm sure they will share good things with each other and walk down the right path," Athela says with a naive hope. Meanwhile, back at the research group's hideout, Eruki is sprawled out on a couch. "Oh, Sharon, you're here," he asks lazily. Sharon immediately looks disapprovingly at the scene. "You guys, did you not go to class? You're not going to study?" Eruki waves a dismissive hand. "I'm not feeling that great today." Need casually adds, "I'm always skipping." Need slams down a chess piece. "Okay, checkmate. One more round. The vibe is less research group, more slacker hangout." Sharoni sighs internally. "I'm sure I cleaned this up, but it's messy again." He confronts them directly. "You're not studying, not researching, and not even going to classes." Need just grins. "You can regret joining, but you can't leave." Sharon lets out a weary sigh. "I'm going to study," he declares, deciding to make the best of it. He sits down at a nearby table and opens a book, trying to create his own bubble of productivity. Eruki watches him with detached amusement. Such a model student. Need turns to Eruki. "Did you finish making your new invention?" Eruki perks up, a spark of excitement in his eyes. "Ah, right. Of course I did." Sharon's focus immediately breaks. "So this is the cloak of invisibility?" he thinks, his curiosity piqued. "It's so dope. It's amazing," Eruki boasts. Need is wide-eyed. "Wow, amazing." Sharon, completely forgetting his book, rushes over. "I want to see too," he exclaims, his serious demeanor replaced by boyish excitement. Cutting back to the professor's tea session, Sienna's expression turns serious again. "The other members are a problem too. Eruki, that rascal. He pretends to be dull. She knows he's far more dangerous than he lets on. Didn't you see his abilities?" she asks intensely. "And Sharon defeated that monster. When the current students graduate, they might become the pivotal point of this school. But it's a potential that clearly worries her." Her voice rises. "What if Sharon hangs around with a troublemaker like Eruki and becomes a troublemaker himself?" She leans forward dramatically, voicing her ultimate fear. "He might become the Magic Academy's worst bomb ever." Athela is taken aback. "Bomb?" She gently tries to de-escalate. "I think you're worrying too much. But the scene cuts back to the club room, where Eruki proudly opens a large case, revealing it's packed full of actual bombs. Need gasps, completely missing the danger. "Wow, you made all of this?" Sienna wasn't exaggerating. Shirone nervously holds one of the pink grenades. "Isn't this really dangerous?" Eruki just laughs. "I saved these up to do a huge show one day." Shirone's eyes suddenly light up. "Magic engineering? That's so cool. So you make all these things using electromagnetism?" Then his attention is caught by a red-covered book Eruki is holding. "But what's this book?" Need recognizes it immediately. "Huh? That's the Human Body Research Group, right? Why is that here?" Shirone lets out a sharp, shocked gasp as he flips the book open to reveal sketches of female students. "What's this?" he stammers, horrified. "Ah, this is like the school's information booklet circulated by a shady research group," Eruki explains calmly. "The drawings are a little bad, but it's filled with the school's internal gossip." Shirone quickly covers his face, embarrassed and uncomfortable. "So it's entertainment for people who don't have anything else to do," a chibi Need dismisses. But Shirone stares, disturbed. The school isn't doing anything about it. He lets out a shaky breath, utterly disturbed. The page turns, landing on a detailed sketch of Carmus Amy with gossipy notes about her beauty and personality. Seeing the drawing of Amy, Shirone freezes. Need, noticing his silence, looks over curiously. "Are you really dating Senior?" Before he can finish, Shirone explodes in panic, flailing his arms wildly. "You can't look at these things. What the hell is this? Who's running a research group like this?" he demands, outraged. Eruki calmly explains, "It's a shady group, but since it's mostly about the graduating students, they're likely from the graduating class." Shirone stares, stunned. "They're from the graduating class, but they created a group like this?" The disbelief lingers, a brief shot of the building's rooftop against the bright sky. "That's right," Eruki confirms. Back with the professors, Sienna drives her point home. The RSSS group is also a shady group. The Black Magician group is child's play compared to the chaos they could unleash. "The problem," she explains, "is that a joke orchestrated by the school's brightest and most talented is very high level. They're completely avoiding the school's investigation team. We left them alone because the group was defunct," she sighs. "But now, bright students are trying to revive it." Her gaze hardens. "So with this chance, I'm going to dissolve the RSSS group. She won't let it fester, not with Shirone involved." Ethella calmly pours more tea. "I understand your concerns. However," she continues, offering the official perspective, "there is a reason why the school doesn't interfere with research groups. In order to nurture students' autonomy and sense of responsibility, research groups are acknowledged as independent groups. If we, the adults, take away their choices, the children might live with the fear of choice." She looks directly at Sienna. "Why don't you give the children a chance?" Sienna pauses, conflicted. Of course, what you are saying is right. However, her passion surges back. "I think that developing talented students and preventing them from straying is the role of an adult too." Ethella looks at Sienna with a knowing softness. "I can feel that she treasures Shirone," she thinks. "I wanted to give him time to decide about his skill level for himself, Mino, but I shouldn't take her passion lightly either." She turns back to Sienna. "I have something to tell you about Shirone." Then she drops the bombshell. In the recent speed gun test, Shirone reached nirvana. The word hangs in the air. Sienna's face freezes in absolute, stunned disbelief. Her shock explodes outwards in a massive, echoing, "What?" This news changes everything. Cut back to the RSSS research room. The entire place is shaking violently. "What?" "An earthquake," Shirone cries out. Eruki reacts instantly. "This is bad. Hide the items quickly." Need looks around, scared. "What's going on?" "It's a professor," Eruki says grimly. "They're manipulating the storage room." Someone is forcefully summoning their location. Then what do we do? Sharon asks urgently. Iruki takes command. Just sit down and wait. Just then the door slides open. Standing there, radiating an aura of intense displeasure, is Professor Sienna. It's a random inspection, she announces, her voice dangerously calm. She knows the mechanics of Istas. It takes 3 minutes to summon a storeroom, she thinks coolly. Enough time to hide evidence. Need is practically vibrating with anxiety. The professor came, but we are not going to greet her? Iruki grabs his shoulders. It's fine, just act like nothing's wrong. If we get caught, we won't just get probation. The research room is our territory, Iruki declares, trying to project a confidence he doesn't feel. If you get scared, it's the end. Professor Sienna steps fully into the room, her imposing presence silencing the lingering tremors. The camera pans across the room. We see the 3 boys, Iruki, Need, and Shironi, sitting rigidly in chairs, attempting to look casual and innocent. Close-ups reveal Iruki and Need are barely holding it together, sweat dripping down their faces. Shirone, however, meets the situation differently. While tense, his expression is more serious, steady, already calculating the possibilities. Sienna stares them down, her eyes sharp, her resolve absolute. A dark, determined thought solidifies in her mind. The air in the research room is thick with tension. Need sits rigidly, trying to look composed but clearly sweating. Iruki leans back, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Chiron remains seated, his expression serious, meeting Sienna's gaze. Professor Sienna observes their attempt at calm. A bead of sweat rolls down her temple. They aren't breaking easily. She takes a deep breath, deciding to take control. She sits down decisively. Not even greeting your teacher? You brats, she mutters. But then her tone shifts. Research associations are autonomous groups entirely entrusted to students, she acknowledges. A chart appears showing the academy's structure, highlighting the group's independent status. Even for a teacher, she continues, the tradition is to follow the procedure when stating your opinion. She's following the rules even as she intends to bend them. So it's not like we didn't expect this, she finishes, implying that interventions aren't completely out of the question. Need shifts in his seat, sensing an opening to use the rules to his advantage. He leans forward, trying to sound formal. I apologize. We were in the middle of a full-scale discussion, you see. Sienna's eye twitches. That infuriatingly calm attitude, it grates on her nerves. Had you informed us of your visit officially, Need continues with mock formality, we would have prepared a cordial welcome. He's subtly pointing out she barged in unannounced. Sienna's patience snaps. She fumes internally. And the most enraging thing is that they've influenced Chiron like this. She sees him sitting there, seemingly calm, and misinterprets it as him being corrupted. Need presses his advantage. Still, you have a guest here. Not even asking for a cup of tea is a bit too much. Chiron quickly interjects, trying to de-escalate. Are you sure you're willing to drink tea that we offer you? Sienna cuts through the banter, adjusting her glasses. She's done playing games. In that case, I'll get to the point and leave quickly. She lays down her ultimatum, her voice cold and firm. I need you to hand over the research lab. All 3 boys look up, stunned. This is direct dissolution. What? They echo in unison, their facades crumbling. Need slams his hands on the table. Hand over the lab? But why? Sienna calmly replies. I was reviewing your paperwork and it's hard to find a reason not to dissolve the group. She lists an obvious failing, like the fact that you haven't submitted any results in over 4 years. Being understaffed for more than a semester is also a condition for dissolution, she continues. And the funding was cut off a while ago, right? She leans over the table, acknowledging a loophole. The rules do state you may continue if you submit results within a month. Need slumps onto the table, groaning, Please help us. Anything but that. He bows his head completely, begging. Honestly, you know it's impossible to show evidence for spirit sciences, right? Do you really want to dissolve the only research association that's a reality check for a magical society seeping with logic? He pleads, trying to frame their group as necessary. We'll do anything but the exhibition. Please, Sienna sighs. If you say so, I have one other condition then. Need instantly agrees. Yes, ma'am. We'll do anything. Sienna looks directly at Shironi, her expression hardening. Her true condition is revealed. Drop Shironi out of the group. Shironi flinches, shocked. Need is floored. Aruki looks on, unsurprised. This was her goal all along. But why? Need wails, unable to comprehend. He looks to Aruki for support, but Aruki just sighs. So you already knew about it, he murmurs, referring to Chiron accessing nirvana. He understands Sienna's true motivation. Sienna stands, addressing Chiron directly. Immortal function is a huge issue beyond this school, she explains gravely. It's too risky for a young student to handle. You could disappear forever. Chiron tries to protest, but Sienna cuts him off. That's not all. The real problem is the overflow that comes after it. The overflow? Chiron asks, confused. Aruki explains simply. The genius disease, I guess. I got it when I was 8, but it's not serious. He recounts his father's nonchalant reaction. You're already crazy, so just live with it. Sienna covers her face in exasperation. Putting it in those words is the problem here, she clarifies. Overflows is the inability of your mind to handle the amount of suddenly awakened talent. It's a scary symptom that could lead to a mental breakdown, but because of the social stigma of it being the genius disease, kids who miss the timing of treatment often suffer horrendous pain. And if the overflow is brought on by using the immortal function, she says, looking at Chiron, I don't even want to imagine how risky it would be. Chiron murmurs, mental breakdown? It could be possible. He recalls the feeling, the overwhelming influx of information and sensation. Because after having nightmares daily, he thinks what came to mind was, I might go crazy at this rate. He understands the danger firsthand. Sienna outlines her plan. I will minimize Chiron's school workload and have him receive intensive psychotherapy. So if you're truly worried about him, nope. Need erupts, his face contorted in outrage. Ass the leader. I don't think so, Aruki speaks up calmly. Shouldn't Chiron be the one deciding what to do? We understand your concern, he continues, grabbing Need, but aren't you going overboard? Need, fueled by Aruki's support, points at Sienna. That's right. I think you're doing this because you like Chiron, don't you? He yells. Sienna's jaw drops. Then she bursts out laughing, finding the accusation absurd. Exactly, she plays along sarcastically. Now you're okay with it, right? Need recoils as if struck by lightning. Oh, of course, I have a problem. How can a teacher have feelings for a student? He suddenly freezes, a hopeful thought occurring to him. He blushes furiously. If that's true then, there's a chance you like me too, huh? Sienna stares blankly. No, 0% chance, she deadpans, shutting him down instantly. Need dramatically collapses onto the table. Sienna sighs, dismissing the absurdity. Aruki steps back into the conversation, his tone serious again. If Chiron can't handle the overflow, that'd be it. Sienna clarifies. It's not like he'd actually die from it. She turns to Aruki. I thought at least you'd understand since you've experienced overflow. Aruki challenges her. It's not just anything, it's the immortal function. It's Chiron's state, so shouldn't trusting him come first? Your concern is out of line, he pushes. That's not just worrying over him, that's obsession. The word hits Sienna hard. Obsession? The word echoes in her mind. A memory flashes, someone shouting her name. Sina! An image of a younger Sienna, trapped amidst icy crystals, hearing a voice yell, You need to get out of there! Shironi stands up, interrupting the tension. I think I need to be the one deciding this, he says firmly. He turns to Sienna, his expression open and honest. To be honest, I'm scared too. Sometimes I feel like I'll go crazy. He pauses. In fact, that makes me feel better. Sienna stares, confused. What? This doesn't just happen to everyone, just me, right? He asks. I'm actually scared of this nightmare ending, because then I feel like I won't be able to find the secrets hidden within me. His eyes shine with resolve. I want to find the answers to the questions that are thrown at me. I would rather not run away, but instead work through it. Sienna stares at him, speechless. He's like him, she thinks, a sudden stark recognition. He's like him. A flashback image, someone reaching out, yelling, "Don't run away! Look, Sienna, look!" The parallel strikes her deeply. He's just like him. Sienna sighs, her expression softening. All right then, she concedes, looking at Chiron with newfound respect. I'll respect your decision. You won't need to leave the group, she confirms. Need and Haruki gasp, their eyes wide with relief. Does that mean? Sienna smiles slightly. We're going back to the original condition, she announces brightly. You can submit your results within a month, okay? Need's face falls instantly. What? The reality of the deadline hits him like a ton of bricks. His eyes squeeze shut in despair. A month to prove the existence of spirits? Impossible. Later, the three boys are sitting dejectedly on a bench. Need's soul looks like it's literally leaving his body. What will we do? Chiron asks. We have to do the presentation in just a month. He turns to Need. Don't you have any exhibition records from the past? The Supernatural Spirits Club has never given a presentation, Need replies. If they could have, supernatural spirit sciences would already be in textbooks. There's no way to prove the existence of spirits, he sighs, slumping further. He mutters dramatically, I'm sorry, former club president. The Research Association shall be no more. Need! Come back to your senses, Chiron yells. Suddenly, Haruki perks up, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Oh, a pretty girl, he exclaims. Chiron snaps, This isn't the time for that. Need instantly revives. Where? Where is she? He demands, desperately scanning the area. As Sienna walks away, dressed in elegant street clothes, Need spots her. Whoa, who is that? Chiron asks. Is she a graduate? He suddenly gasps, recognizing her. All three boys stare, mouths agape. It's Ms. Sienna? Need stammers. No way! How can a person change like that? Haruki observes dryly. Chiron, you have a sneakily sharp eye when it comes to women. A chibi Chiron appears, flustered, denying it vehemently. Sienna continues walking. But where's she headed on her day off? A chibi Chironi wonders. Probably a date? A chibi Haruki speculates. What? She's meeting a guy. A chibi Need gasps. Chiron sees an intense glint in Need's eyes. This is an opportunity, he murmurs ominously. Need turns with a terrifyingly gleeful grin. We'll follow her, find out her weakness, and use it to stop her from disbanding the group. What the hell are you talking about? Chiron panics. Haruki points out the flaw. It's not easy to trail a Class 6 mage. Then he adds with a smirk, but we do have the invisibility cloak. Dr. Rookie. You too. Chiron despairs. The plan is set in motion. I'm going after her first, Haruki tells Chironi. You bring Need with you. Need stands dramatically before a fountain. This is the only way to save the Research Association. A chibi Chironi facepalms. Why don't you use those brains to study? Sienna continues walking, looking thoughtful. The three boys are now huddled under the shimmering invisibility cloak, hiding behind a fruit cart. She always has her guard up, Haruki complains. We almost got caught way too many times. Chiron sighs. Why are we doing this? Need whispers excitedly. I'm sure there's something going on here. Chiron watches Sienna walk through the unfamiliar streets, a bead of sweat on his temple. It really is strange, he murmurs. Nobles don't normally, go on dates in the commoners' district, do they? He finishes, observing the bustling market. It doesn't fit the profile of a noble mage like Professor Sienna. Sienna walks purposefully through the crowd, her expression serious, looking around carefully. She glances back subtly, confirming she's not being followed. She weaves through a workshop area, her destination still unclear. Hidden under the invisibility cloak, the boys watch her movements. It really is strange, Eruki observes. She's really wary of her surroundings. Need whispers excitedly. Is the professor selling weird items to earn money? Sienna finally stops before a simple two-story building. Just as she's about to knock, a man opens the door from the inside. He looks surprised, and she looks slightly flustered. She steps inside quickly, and he embraces her warmly. From the boy's hidden vantage point, Need gasps. "Ice is a man!" Need's mind races with scandalous possibilities. Is he a hidden commoner boyfriend? What a scandal! Is this a dangerous secret meeting? Eruki sighs. She went inside, so just give up now. But Need is unstoppable. What do you mean? We should follow her and confirm this. More the continuation of the group, he declares maniacally. Eruki and Shironi exchange exasperated looks. This is going downhill fast. Need creeps up to the building. He uses his lightning magic, sending a small spark towards the basement lock. It clicks open. Nice. It's open. I knew the lock to the basement was slack, Eruki whispers triumphantly. Infiltrate. They successfully navigate the basement. First floor is clear, Need reports. Chiron follows, uncomfortable with the whole operation. Eruki instructs, nice, we're going to infiltrate the second floor. Chiron thinks grimly, why do they not use their extraordinary brains and drive on their studies? The irony isn't lost on him. They reach a door on the upper floor. Stop, Need whispers. I hear a woman's voice. Chiron peers through the crack. Let's go back now, Need whispers urgently, but Eruki holds firm. This is a fight the professor started first. We have no other choice now. Inside, they hear the man's warm, teasing voice and Sienna's flustered reply. The man chuckles. Yeah, you can just go like this today. Shall I take this off? Outside, Shirone and Eruki blush furiously, completely misinterpreting the innocent exchange. I think we need to stop eavesdropping, Chiron whispers. Then they hear the man ask, when is your wife coming? And Sienna reply, she said she would be here in 2 hours. The boys freeze, their minds blown, their eyes bulge out. The person the professor is seeing is a married man! They gasp collectively. The scandal just escalated dramatically. Okay, let's go, Eruki whispers urgently. We've got her weakness now. But Chiron shakes his head. I can't do this. This feels fundamentally wrong. Just as Need reaches for the doorknob, it snaps off with a loud shat. All 3 boys freeze in horror. It's a crime, Chiron thinks frantically. The door swings open, revealing the 3 stunned students huddled under the shimmering cloak. Sienna, inside, looks utterly shocked. The man beside her turns towards the noise. A painting? He murmurs calmly, seemingly unfazed. Sienna glares at them, her voice dangerously low. You guys, what are you doing? She explodes, pure fury radiating from her. The boys immediately drop to their knees, trembling violently. I'm sorry. Need stammers. Sienna cuts him off, blushing furiously. You thought I was cheating. What do you take me for? Eruki sighs with weary resignation. You better prepare yourselves when we go back. We will gladly receive the punishment. Need points dramatically at the blindfolded man. Just him, traitors. You guys were following me without saying anything. He then points at the cloak. The cloak of invisibility is Need's as well. The blindfolded man, Sir Armin, speaks calmly, interrupting the chaos. "Stop scolding them now. I'm fine," he adds gently. "Didn't they follow you because they were worried about you, Sienna?" He turns his blindfolded face towards where the boys are kneeling, a gentle smile on his lips. Aha. They probably came inside without concern because their professor was inside. He's surprisingly understanding. "I'll bring some tea, so why don't you all talk?" he suggests. The boys stare after him, stunned by his kindness. "Thank you, he's an angel," Need whispers reverently. As Armin walks away, Sharon stares, realization dawning. He's blind? But, he thinks, confused, how did he know they were there? His mind flashes back to the speed gun test, the overwhelming power, the subsequent nightmares. He clutches his head. Why is my head heavy all of a sudden? Am I feeling a sense of loss? Sienna sighs, composing herself. Gosh, it's all thanks to Sir Armin, who has a kind personality. Who is he? Need asks tentatively. Chiron echoes. What's your relationship for you to be so careful when you were going to meet him? Sir Armin is my senior from the Magic Academy, she explains. Eruki murmurs, processing this. So he's a mage? But what happened to his eyes? Sienna looks down, her expression shadowed with pain and regret. Ma! He lost his eyes because of me, she says quietly, the admission hanging heavy in the air. A flashback begins. Rain pours down. Ice shards erupt from the ground. A younger Sienna stands terrified amidst the chaos. When I was young, she narrates, there was a time when I experienced overflow. She's crying hysterically in the torrential rain, surrounded by rising floodwaters. The only thing I could do was run away. A younger, blonde-haired boy rushes towards her through the dangerous flood. Sienna, it's dangerous over there. "Es floating!" she screams back, terrified. "No! Please, go away!" Afraid her uncontrolled power will hurt him. Younger Armin looks back at her, pained by her fear. A huge wave crashes down. "Sienna!" he yells again. He's swept away by the current, falling backwards into the raging water. He manages to grab onto a floating log, pulling the terrified Sienna onto it with him. "Hold this. We can be rescued if we reach downstream." They cling desperately to the log as it plunges through the dark, chaotic water. Armin notices her fading consciousness in the freezing water. "Sienna! You need to go underwater. Can you do it?" She barely responds, delirious. He makes a split-second decision, grabbing her head firmly. "Hold your breath. I'll hold your head down so you don't come up. You can live if you reach downstream." He forces her head underwater just as the log plunges towards jagged rocks, his own face grim with determination. Yeah, you can live, he thinks, sacrificing his own safety for her survival. Just you! The log crashes violently underwater. Tears stream from his eyes as the impact happens. The flashback ends. Back in the present, Sienna explains quietly, Sir Armin, who was the Academy's brilliant student, lost his eyes and gave up on being a mage, although we both survived. When he recently reached out saying he became a painter, I was so surprised. Knight and Eruki listen intently, their earlier foolishness replaced by somber understanding. Sienna's fear for Chiron is rooted in this tragic past. Just then, Armin returns with a tray of drinks, his smile warm. "Haha, Sienna nags a lot, right?" he jokes lightly. "But she worries about you all more than anyone else," he reassures them. "She's always talking about her students." Chironi, holding his drink, looks towards Armin's easel. If it's not too rude, may I watch you paint?" "Me too." Need jumps in enthusiastically. Eruki asks bluntly, "How can you paint when you can't see?" Armin chuckles, taking it in stride. "It's okay. I don't have much time, so I really want to paint." "Why?" "Yeah, it's embarrassing, though," Sienna says, blushing slightly. She sits gracefully on a nearby couch, acting as his model. Armin stands before his easel, blindfolded, and begins to sketch her form with remarkable accuracy and speed. The boys watch, amazed. "How is he doing it?" Need whispers. Aruki observes intently. "I know for sure that he's using his spirit zone." Although he's not skilled, Sharon thinks, he should be a zoner, right? He senses Armin's mastery. Sharon speaks hesitantly. Sir Armin?" He asks the question burning in his mind. "You can see, right?" Armin stops sketching, turning his blindfolded face toward Shirono. He smiles knowingly. "I was waiting," he says calmly, his smile gentle but profound, "to see if Shiron would notice." Shiron stares, completely stunned. Armin knew he was waiting for him? He stands bathed in a golden, fiery aura, his presence immense, to see when Shiron would notice. The revelation hits Shiron like a physical blow. Armin knew. He knew he could perceive beyond the surface. Shiron gasps, pointing instinctively. "Nate, Aruki!" "Look over there." Sir Armin's eyes. He's trying to make sense of how a blind man could seize him. But Need and Aruki are frozen, not by choice, but by something else. Even Sienna is completely motionless, like a statue. Wait, it's magic, Shironi realizes, a chill running down his spine. They're all caught in some kind of spell. Armin turns fully towards him, his blindfolded eyes seeming to glow with power. "It's called stop," he explains calmly, his voice radiating ancient authority. "He's manipulating time itself." Shiron stares, awestruck and terrified. "Impossible," he breathes. "To think I'm in the presence of a mage who has reached the stage of time? Magic." Armin gestures invitingly. "Sit, let's talk calmly." He releases the time stop effect on Shiron, allowing him to move. "Since we have lots of time," he adds with a serene smile. The implication is chilling. He can hold the others frozen indefinitely. The perspective zooms out, showing countless identical rooms fading into the distance. A visual representation of stopped time. Shiron manages a shaky, nervous laugh, trying to process the sheer scale of power he just witnessed. "To be honest, I was always nervous," Armin admits. "I knew you would realize soon." "You knew?" Shiron asks, still reeling. How could he possibly anticipate that? Armin touches his blindfold lightly. Normal people receive light through their eyes. But my eyes are light itself. He doesn't see in the conventional sense, he perceives the fundamental nature of energy. "I knew when I saw you that we have experienced the same thing." Shiron gasps, connecting the dots. "Is it that experience?" he asks, referring to the overwhelming state of nirvana. "Yes." Armin confirms simply. He names it directly. Immortal function. "The immortal function is the door to infinity," he elaborates. "And those who open that door are called unlockers." He's giving Shiron a new, profound identity. An image fills Shironi's mind, himself on a throne, a padlock clicking open, unlocking a swirling vortex of cosmic power. "You have opened that door, Shironi," Armin's voice continues. "The minds of those who open the door quickly overflow into infinity, and from that feel great power and liberation." Shironi looks back at Armin, still processing the weight of being an unlocker. "Don't worry," Armin reassures him. "If you don't go over the limit, your mind won't be destroyed." "Is it really okay?" Shiron asks anxiously. "To be honest, I see the universe every night in my dreams." "The universe?" Armin echoes, understanding flashing across his face even behind the blindfold. "Yes," Shiron admits. "I hide it from my friends, but due to the supernatural feelings, it feels like I'm losing my mind, and it feels a little dangerous." Armin smiles, a deep understanding in his expression. "I see. You're loved by magic, Shiron." A profound statement, suggesting his connection isn't a curse, but a fundamental affinity. He smiles warmly. Shiron looks up, startled. Armin begins to explain. First, the symptoms you have are inevitable. The place you're reaching is the infinite domain, the universe. A person who faces an infinite space will feel immense fear. But the fear that you're feeling, Sharon, is not related to space. You faced something very different. The fear isn't just about the infinite. It's about a specific entity Sharon encountered within it. The moment you know what that something is, then your anxiety will disappear too. How do I know what that something is? Sharon asks hopefully. You'll know, Armin says cryptically. I don't know when, though. It might be soon, or it might take your whole life. Sharon looks dismayed. My whole life? But don't worry, Armin adds reassuringly. That something is already inside of you. You're just in a state where you can't put a name to it right now. Shironi clutches his chin, thinking aloud. The universe exists, but it is inside of me. I have no idea what it is. He suddenly connects it to his visions. Ah, perhaps. Is it related to the light and threads I see in my dream? Armin smiles faintly. It might have something to do with gauge symmetry. Gauge symmetry? The term sounds familiar. Armin elaborates. Scholars believe that this world is perfect, the perfect physics rule, a world that can be explained with mathematics. This perfect symmetry looks like a product of someone's will. However, as we did more research, we came to realize that this symmetry was broken. Sharon recalls Iruki talking about an unknown world of probability. The universe that we live in isn't perfect, he concludes. We don't know what broke the symmetry either. It is a nameless existence, Armin confirms, linking the broken symmetry to the somethings Sharon needs to find. But if it's you, Sharon, you will be able to find out. Sharon's eyes widen, filled with a newfound sense of hope. A bright, determined smile breaks across his face. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sir Armin. I think I can do it. He feels empowered, no longer just afraid, but driven. He bows respectfully. I followed my professor, but I'm glad I got to meet you. Armin smiles warmly. Look after Sienna. She's more kind-hearted than you think, he adds, glancing towards the still frozen Sienna. Sharon pauses, then asks hesitantly, Why do you keep it a secret that you can use your spirit zone? Sienna always worries about me because of her guilt, he explains softly. But it's not like I've recovered my lost eyes, so it's not right for her to confine herself to me. I'm already married, he adds simply. The scene shows Armin painting Sienna, while the boys sit patiently, frozen in time. And I want Sienna to live her life, he finishes. Armin finally releases the stop magic. Need and Iruki gasp, suddenly able to move again, looking around, confused. Armin makes one request to Sharon, his tone implying the importance of the matter. So, promise me, please keep my secret. Sharon nods seriously, understanding the weight of his trust. Armin turns to the completed portrait of Sienna, bathed in golden light. Thank you, Sienna. Later, they all stand outside his house. Today's the last day, Armin says, implying he might be moving. He turns to the boys with a smile. You guys study well, too. They respond enthusiastically. Thank you so much. Just as Sienna turns to leave, a cheerful voice booms, Honey! Ivy finished shopping? A woman with bright red hair and a huge hat bursts onto the scene. Did you finish your painting? Sienna and the boys stare, taken aback. The redhead rushes past Sienna and gives Armin a big hug. Sharon thinks, utterly flabbergasted, Armin has an unexpected type in woman. The woman fusses over Sienna. Oh my, why is her face so red, honey? Miss Sienna's not feeling well. Sienna grabs the boys and makes a hasty retreat. I am sorry, we'll be going, she yells, practically dragging them away. Armin watches them leave, his expression calm and knowing. His wife sighs dramatically. I wonder if the higher-ups would believe that Armin, the eyes of light, had such a stunned expression. She seems aware of his reputation and hidden duties. Armin turns back to her. Stop the nagging and give your report. His tone shifts, becoming serious. We need to leave Kreese and go to Kelbera. There are a lot of small fry along the way, but it's nothing for Armin, the eyes of light. His title clearly carries weight and implies combat prowess. She then asks teasingly, "Wait, would it be better to call you the Soul Searcher of Eternities?" Armin sighs, turning away. "I'll abide by the contract, so stop saying ridiculous things. You didn't tell Sienna, right? Don't forget," he warns, his voice low and serious, "the lives of the people you love are on the line." His wife reassures him calmly. "Don't worry, Sienna doesn't know anything." Whatever danger he faces, Sienna remains blissfully unaware. Back on the street, Sienna walks stiffly, her mood clearly darkened by the encounter. Meade whispers to the others, "This is bad." At this rate, he thinks, outlining the inevitable consequences, Sienna's mood is very bad. When they return, they'll be punished. The research group will be dissolved. Their mission was a total failure. "Professor Sienna," Shironi calls out hesitantly. Need suddenly has a desperate idea. "Can we eat before we head back?" Iruki chimes in. "That's right, we're hungry." Sienna sighs, seeing through their attempt, but perhaps softening slightly. "I guess so." "Sure, let's go," she agrees. "Let's eat until our stomachs explode." The boys cheer silently. Need thinks strategically. Let's lighten up her mood and avoid punishment. Iruki thinks, "Oh yeah, I'm going to order something expensive." Sharon thinks she's upset because she's going to be away from Sir Armin, so we should make her feel better. The scene is utter chaos. Professor Sienna is completely wasted, slumped over a table littered with empty bottles, while the boys plead, "Please stop drinking!" A title card takes us back. 2 hours earlier. The beginning of the dinner. A lavish spread is on the table. Sienna sits elegantly, sipping from a small glass. "Professor," Chiron asks tentatively, "are you going to drink alcohol?" She raises an eyebrow. "Why? You guys broke into a stranger's house, but I can't drink?" Need, seeing a chance to get her to forget their punishment, quickly backtracks. "Aha! No, today's your day off. Please drink." He tries to pour her wine, but she snatches the bottle away. "You're all still too young to be touching things like this." But she keeps the bottle for herself. Chiron and Iruki just focus on the fancy food. Need doesn't give up on his plan. However, he thinks, "I need to make sure she's in a good mood so I can get something from her." His goal is clear. Find leverage. He clenches his fist, a sinister glint in his eyes. "I'm definitely going to find her weakness." 1 hour later, Sienna is now visibly tipsy, leaning over and pinching Need's cheek playfully. "This troublemaker," she slurs. She laughs drunkenly, pinching his cheek harder. "How are your cheeks so soft?" The boys realize with dawning horror. "She's drunk," Sienna points emphatically at Chiron and Iruki. You were both great during the speed gun test. You're both so talented," she praises them drunkenly. "So why are you slacking off in school?" Tears well up in her eyes, her mood turning melancholic. Even if you have talent, there are so many people who couldn't achieve their dreams. She's undoubtedly thinking of Armin. "You guys think I'm a bad professor," she says sadly. They immediately protest. "No, we don't think you're bad." Sienna looks at them, her expression softening. "But for you guys," her words trail off. And then she passes out cold, face down on the table. The boys stare in shock. "Professor?" Iruki pokes her, looking disgusted. "We ate all the food," he observes practically. Need and Chiron are helpless, but she's not waking up. Chiron tries shaking her gently. "Professor, please wake up." Just then, a smooth, arrogant voice cuts in. "Shall I take her back in my carriage?" 2 men in expensive suits have approached their table. Chirone politely declines, trying to maintain his composure. The man laughs mockingly. Just the lady. Ha ha ha. Clearly implying the boys aren't worthy of his assistance. Need bristles at the insult. No thanks. The lead noble, Douglas Silver, smiles unpleasantly. Now. The kids should stay out of it. The adults will take care of this. He leans closer to Sienna, his intentions clearly inappropriate. Looking at her closely, she has a nice body too. Eruki's eyes narrow. He recognizes this man. Silver continues his inappropriate commentary, reaching out to touch Sienna. Chiron reacts instantly, his eyes flashing. Don't touch her, Professor. He stands protectively between them. Silver glares down at him, annoyed. If you're all students, are you allowed to be doing these things at night? He threatens menacingly. With one word from me, I can easily get you all expelled. Need panics. Silver unleashes a burst of magic, trying to intimidate them. Need instinctively powers up his lightning magic, ready to defend them. I think it'd be best if you quietly get lost, he warns defiantly. Silver scoffs, but his subordinate whispers nervously, Don't tell me they're from Alpheus Magic Academy? That's beyond our authority. Silver identifies himself formally, trying to regain control. Kriya's administrative official, Douglas Silver. He glares at Eruki, who is calmly holding his wallet. My wallet? When did you take it? Eruki just smirks. Oh, you're a government official. He nonchalantly tosses the wallet back. If you want to expel us, then come find Mercodane Eruki. He drops his family name deliberately. I'll entertain you as much as you want. The threat is veiled, but unmistakable. The wallet hits Silver square in the face. He freezes, a trickle of blood running from his nose. Me, Mercodane? His face drains of color, sheer terror replacing his arrogance. He knows that name. First-class nobles, royal advisors for generations. Silver and his subordinates scramble away, falling over themselves in their haste to escape. Need watches them flee, completely bewildered. Chiron looks at Eruki, stunned by the power his name commands. Eruki just sighs dismissively. Let's go. We had a good meal, but now we're in a bad mood. Later, Sienna is still passed out, leaning against a railing. Eruki holds up a Polaroid Need took of the passed-out Sienna, likely as blackmail material. Need is taking more pictures, practically dancing with glee. To think that Perfectionist got drunk and fell asleep. This is big news. Eruki looks pointedly at Chironi. Why don't you let go? Chiron glares back. Why did you bring up your family? You hate doing it. Eruki retorts coldly. Bastards who believe in their support network are the exception. Chiron sighs, stressed. He ends up carrying the unconscious Sienna on his back. Why am I the only one carrying her? He complains. A chibi Need pops up. What's wrong? I'm jealous, Eruki adds helpfully. You're the strongest out of us. A comparison chart shows Need barely able to support Sienna, while Eruki collapses immediately. It seems Chirone's physical strength surpasses them significantly. As Chirone struggles, Eruki gives him advice. Try using schema. What? Can I just use that when I want to? If you can use a spirit zone, you can use schema. I know you've got the talent to do it, Eruki says. Really? I want to learn it. First, close your eyes and focus on you. Eruki begins guiding him mentally. I'm going to ask leading questions, so follow my voice. Chironi closes his eyes, trying to focus. Eruki's spectral form appears beside his consciousness. You can hear my voice, right? Breathe deeply and listen carefully. He leans closer, whispering the crucial question into Chiron's mind. What's the location where you had your first kiss with Senior Amy? He's using this teaching moment to extract information. Chironi's eyes snap open, realizing he's been tricked. Need laughs hysterically in the background. Chiron got fooled. They continue walking under the crescent moon. They reach a bridge over the water. Need looks at Sienna's sleeping face, guilt washing over him. Let's not bargain with the professor using her weakness. He's conflicted. What? Why? We went through so much to get it, he argues with himself. But today must have been an exhausting and sad day for her. The professor, he thinks, remembering her drunken sadness, she would have hoped for us not to go through the pain she went through. He runs a hand through his hair, frustrated. Okay, fine. But the previous president left the group to me. If we disband, then he grits his teeth, torn between his desire to save the group and his reluctance to use her vulnerability. Well, I'm sure things will turn out fine, he decides, trusting in their ability to meet the deadline. He pumps his fist with renewed determination. Okay, let's do what we can. We'll prove the value of our research group with confidence and pride. Eruki smirks slightly. Haha, shall we use our brains for once? Suddenly, Sienna stirs, her eyes snapping open. What's okay? She asks sharply, startling them. Professor, are you sober now? Sharon stammers. She clutches her head, groaning slightly. I'm indebted to you guys. Sorry. She pushes herself upright. I'll keep what you guys did a secret from the school, she says, referring to their trespassing. I'm not going to punish you. Understood? She repeats firmly. Really? They stammer, relieved. Sienna points sternly. And I'm going to give you 1 more month starting now. She's sticking to the deadline. She turns away, her expression determined. Show me a ghost or whatever else. If you really love your research group, then persuade the school with confidence. Professor, Shironi calls out. Need watches her go. Ha ha ha, okay, let's do what we can, he repeats, trying to rally their spirits. Sienna pauses, glancing back slightly. Do your best, you annoying students, she calls out, a hint of fondness in her voice. Sharon watches her leave. The situation hasn't changed. He closes his eyes, a small, relieved smile on his lips. But I'm relieved. He feels a sense of clarity and purpose after his talk with Armin and Sienna's unexpected reprieve. Back on the bridge, Sienna stands alone. Should a mage lose their focus from just a couple of drops of alcohol? Sharon realizes she was likely never truly passed out, just pretending to assess their character. A few days later, at the academy. The grounds are buzzing. What's this? A research presentation, a student asks. A crowd gathers around a large, ornate display board. What's the Science of Supernatural Spirits' Horus Research Group? The poster itself is dramatic. A crude, spooky drawing with the title, The Terrifying Truth About Althea's Magic Academy. And below, the names Weast Need, Mercadane Eruki, and Arian Sharon. The last 2 names send shockwaves. Senior Shirone and Iruki are joining too? But looking at the amateurish poster, skepticism mixes with curiosity. Is this really an academic presentation? It looks more like an occult tabloid. The Grand Alps Magic Academy stands bathed in sunlight, an institution of logic and rigorous study. The scene dissolves, taking us back. 10 days ago, we're back in the cluttered research room within ISTAS, the Academy's massive automated storage facility, an imposing geometric structure against a sunset sky. Inside, Need is having a complete meltdown. I can't think of anything, he screams, the pressure of the 1-month deadline clearly getting to him. The scene is chaos. Eruki is sprawled upside down on one couch, Shiron on the other, both exhausted. The table between them is buried under a mountain of scattered notes. Despite how much we've discussed while staying awake all night, Eruki sighs, there aren't any good topics. The notes show a graveyard of rejected supernatural subjects. Even if these actually happen, Need wails, we can't reenact them during the presentation. Sharon throws his hands up in frustration. It has been 3 days since our promise with Professor Sienna. Saying our presentation would win was fine, he reflects grimly. He recalls Sienna's challenge. But we are researching the science of supernatural spirits. Show me a ghost. How can we show something that's invisible? He thinks, hitting the core problem. Thanks to that, Need has gone crazy, Sharon observes as Need laughs maniacally. Eruki comments dryly, well, I'm normally insane. And I too, Shironi thinks. He yawns, utterly exhausted. I can't do this anymore. But then his eyes snap open. Need, about this, he remembers Eruki's trick during their schema session, the spectral form appearing before him. He recalls falling backward, scared. He realizes Eruki didn't show him a spirit, he made him feel like he saw one. That's a lightning shadows. He pushes himself up, thinking mages won't fall for something like that. A chibi Need pops up. What? But Shirone did. Sharon questions himself. Can you say one got fooled if it was only for 2 seconds? He looks thoughtful, a bead of sweat on his cheek. He slams his fist down. There's no need to verify it. We don't need to verify it, he repeats, the idea solidifying. Need looks up, confused, but intrigued. Right? Sharon asks. Need immediately latches onto the old idea. Then let's go find Professor Sienna's weakness, Eruki sighs. No, I think he thought of a good idea. I wasn't scared because I was fooled by it, Sharon explains. A fear that was deep within me got triggered. He lays out the new strategy. Instead of forcing them to believe it by showing them proof, we'll drag out the deep fear within them. Eruki catches on immediately. Oh, so you're saying we should change our strategy? Instead of proving it to get them to believe it, we get them to believe it and then prove it. Sharon nods. Yeah, it's a type of psychological play. Need grabs him excitedly. Yo, you! You're gonna save her group, Shironi complains. You haven't showered for 3 days. Eruki watches, thinking, an inverse concept. It's ingenious. But he points out a flaw. The problem is, if we show them shitty magic like this, people who actually believe will stop believing. He turns to Need. Can't you move it around more spookily? Shitty. Of course I can, Need says confidently. He powers up, blue lightning crackling around him. If I continuously use lightning shadows like this, he creates multiple, more convincing illusions. If it's for our presentation, then a sponsor might show up. He suddenly deflates. I already thought about that, but there's a problem. I can input a program into the machine and move the hologram, he explains, but if a person doesn't recognize it, they won't fall for it. The illusion needs to react realistically. Eruki raises a hand thoughtfully. I think I can solve that, he states confidently. How? Need and Shirone ask. We're going to make it by predicting their reactions, Eruki explains. We'll adopt the complex system theory. He visualizes the plan, analyze patterns, program reactions. By predicting a person's daily routine, they can trigger tailored responses. If someone looks left, a spirit appears to their left. It requires predicting and reacting to individual behaviors. Wow, can you really do that? Sharon asks, impressed. Eruki confirms, everyone's daily routine is similar, so it's possible. But we need a lot of data. Need raises the next hurdle. We need a lot of storage, but more importantly, we need a method to send the whole program to multiple machines. He suddenly points at Sharon, realization dawning. That's right! Sharon, you can use photon output, right? Sharon looks startled, then confirms. Need explains excitedly, in the ivory tower, it's been predicted that photon output will be the innovation of information communication. Yeah, that's what Professor Sienna said, Shironi confirms. Need connects the dots. Using it as a medium to send information. Can do it, Sharon finishes. We can create the perfect spirit, Eruki declares. But I don't think scaring them with a spirit is enough. He turns to Shirone. You have another plan, right? Shirone nods, leaning over the table. Yeah, but this is what I think. For example, he says, his gaze intense, I'm planning to use this psychological trick. He begins writing furiously. Need and Iruki lean in, reading over his shoulder. They murmur thoughtfully, absorbing his complex strategy. "Is it bad?" Sharon asks, seeking their opinion. "If you don't like it, we can add a different keyword." Need interrupts him firmly. "No!" He stares, completely blown away. "That's freaking dope." Sharona looks surprised. "Really? I didn't even think we could use it like this at the presentation," Need admits. Iruki looks intensely serious. "If this works," he guarantees, his voice low but certain, "I will guarantee that the school will flip 180 degrees that day." Shirone and Need beam. "Really? Nice. Then it's decided," Need declares. He lays out the final plan. Need will create the machines, Iruki will make the program, and Shirone will prepare the photon output to send the data. "Nice. Can save the group," Sharon cheers. "But you know," Iruki adds calmly, "what again?" Need panics. Iruki explains the final critical constraint. "I briefly calculated the amount of photon output needed to send the data. 3 times more than what you currently have," he says, delivering the daunting news, "and you need to maintain it for at least 10 minutes. Sharon stares, utterly shocked. The enormity of the task sinking in. This is far beyond anything he's ever sustained. 10 days later, back to the present day. Another shot of Istas, gleaming in the daylight. Need bursts back into the research room, panicked but excited. "I hunt the posters in freaking hell!" Sharon and Iruki look up from their intense work. "What? What's wrong?" Need throws his hands up. "It's such a big hit," everyone said. They were going to come. "To say they're going to come watch after seeing a poster like that," he continues. Sharon sighs. "Damn it, is it because we put our names on it?" "It's going to be chaotic," Iruki adds pragmatically. "If too many people come, the amount of work will increase too." Need grins ear to ear, thrilled by the attention. "I'm not too sure how many people will come," he beams. "But more than half of the entire school." Need rallies his exhausted teammates. "Iruki, Shirone, get a grip. Approximately 17 days until the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group's presentation. The countdown has begun. Elsewhere, students walk through the academy grounds. A group of students, including Seriel, discusses the upcoming event. "Don't you think it'll be super fun?" "Yeah, to think that both Senior Sharon and Iruki will be presenting too. I'm sure it won't be your average presentation. The hype is real. I wonder what they'll show us." Seriel walks with purpose, down a quiet, tree-lined path. A shadowy figure leans against a pillar, asking her as she passes, "Is it true that the Supernatural Spirits Groups is going to present something?" Seriel replies, "It's still undetermined if the group will be revived." "According to my sources," the shadowy figure continues, "if the presentation fails, the research room will be given back to the school. Of course, the group will be finished. Its past glory is gone," Seriel points out. "But we don't know. It consists of Iruki, who has Savant Syndrome, and Shirone, who dispersed Black Magician. You can't look down on Need's ability either." The shadowy figure chuckles darkly. "Still, they're low-grade students. What we need to worry about is what happens after." The perspective pulls back. The figure's final thought reveals the true stakes, the war of the Shady Research Group, to become the second owner of Istas. The RSSS presentation is just a pawn in a much larger game for control of the Academy's powerful core. Sharon gasps, sweat pouring down his face, teeth gritted in agony. He's pushing himself past every conceivable limit, wrestling with a power that could tear him apart. He collapses backward, the world dissolving into a blinding flash of light as his consciousness flickers. Pure, intense light and the roaring sound of overloaded energy fill his senses. Gasping for air, he weakly reaches out a trembling hand, trying to anchor himself back to reality. He finally slumps against a stack of crates in the dimly lit storage room, clutching his chest, trying to catch his breath. This isn't just regular training. It's a technique known as mental rebound. It's an extreme method, a way to rapidly force an increase in magic output, but it comes at a steep price. The way it works is brutal. Push your willpower to its breaking point, let it recover for just 20 minutes, and then immediately drain it again. It's a reckless, almost foolish method, the kind of desperate measure that could genuinely endanger your life. Shironi picks up a golden stopwatch. He knows deep down that if Professor Sienna ever found out he was resorting to this, she'd probably lock him up. He looks at the time, 5 minutes and 32 seconds. He grits his teeth. This is bad. That's the result of overworking his mentality. He can sustain the photon output for just over 5 minutes. With only 7 days left, his goal is 10 minutes, double what he can manage now. I have no choice, he thinks grimly, but to continue this until my consciousness gets destroyed. Suddenly, Need peeks around the doorframe, a worried look on his face. Chiron, is it going okay? Chiron flinches, then forces a strained smile. Oh, of course, I can make it by the deadline. Need doesn't look convinced. Honestly, he thinks, the goal is far-fetched. It goes beyond the level of Class 5. Chiron, seeing Need's doubt, gets defensive. I told you not to worry. And what about you? Are you almost done? Need quickly changes the subject, putting on a cheerful front. Yeah, I was just about to test it. Come here for a second. He pulls Chiron away from his grueling training spot. He leads him over to where Iruki is working, or rather, passed out, slumped over amidst piles of complex notes. Iruki, are you okay? Need calls out. Iruki barely stirs, mumbling weakly. Don't worry. I can make the deadline. The stress is clearly getting to everyone. Chiron watches Iruki, a troubled look on his face. I can't stop him either, he thinks. He's insane. He stops short, his eyes widening in surprise. Wow, he gasps, genuinely impressed by what Need has set up. Before them is a complex rig, racks of equipment, glowing components, and thick cables connecting to a large, faceted white orb. Is this a prototype? Need beams proudly. Aha, the last test will be with your photon output. I need to test the performance of the light cables Iruki's father sent us. Hold that orb and use magic, Need instructs. Chiron steps forward, determined. Okay. He closes his eyes for a moment, focusing his energy. His eyes snap open, now glowing with a brilliant blue light. Power surges from him into the orb, which flares with an intense, blinding white light. A thick beam of pure light erupts from the orb, shooting upwards towards the ceiling. The light illuminates both their faces. Wow, so cool, Chiron exclaims, amazed at the power. Need grins. Hey, how is it? It's not bad. The beam hits the floor below, projecting a large, shimmering pool of cyan light. It's working. Sometime later, heavy rain falls outside, drumming against the building. Need slides open the door to the storage room, shaking off rainwater. He peers into the darkness, calling out softly, Chironor, it's time for the presentation. You ready? He steps further inside. Roan? Suddenly, the golden stopwatch lying on the floor begins to spin rapidly on its own. Need jumps back, startled. He sees Chiron now, sitting rigidly upright, seemingly in a trance. Chironi, wait! Chironi snaps his head up, his eyes wide and intense, a manic, almost crazed grin on his face. He holds up the now still stopwatch. Did you do it? Need asks breathlessly. Chiron just lets out a low chuckle. Hee. With that same intense look, he gives Need a firm thumbs up. Let's do this. He's reached his goal. The Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group. Day of the presentation. The scene opens onto the grounds of Alpias Magic Academy. A massive crowd of students has gathered in front of a large, ornate building. The air buzzes with anticipation. Students are laughing and chatting excitedly. The atmosphere feels almost like a festival. Someone is shouting, "Get your snacks, snacks!" Near the entrance, people are handing out refreshments and flyers. "Please wait in line," one calls out. "It's Alpheus's famous cherry juice. Please take a flyer." A figure walks purposefully through the grass. Is there an event, he wonders? It's Slidermark, back from his 2-month suspension. He frowns at the large gathering. Why are there so many people? A student with pink hair rushes up to him. "Please take a flyer." Mark takes it distractedly. What's with this poster that looks like it was drawn by a child? He stops walking, his eyes narrowing as he examines the flyer more closely. The terrifying truth about Alpheus. Amajek Academy. Then he sees the names at the bottom. Wait, Weestneed, Mercodane Eruki, and Arian Shironi. Mark's eyes fixate on the last name. This name, he thinks, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. I can't forget this name. Just then, Merlang Maria appears. She leans over his shoulder, her eyes lighting up. Wow! Senior Chiron, let's go see this. Mark looks unimpressed. What's with this childlike presentation? I thought he was a genius. Maria ignores his skepticism, grabbing his arm. You're going to go, right? Let's go. Mark sighs, giving in. Of course I was going to go. I might be able to learn something. She beams, pulling him towards the entrance. The line is this way. An info box pops up. Maria and Mark received special teachings under Thad during their suspension. Another small box adds a bit of gossip. To be precise, Mark got in between Thad and Maria. Seems there might have been some tension during their special teachings. As Mark and Maria rush past, some students in the line notice them. Huh? Guys? That's the graduating class. They spot 2 striking figures approaching. Carmus Amy, looking deeply uncomfortable, and her friend Suriel, happily feeding Amy a snack. It's seniors, Amy and Suriel, the students whisper excitedly. Why did the graduating students come? Suriel leans in close to Amy, whispering teasingly, Shh. Senior Chiron is her boyfriend. Amy just looks mortified. She finally snaps, whining loudly, why do we need to see the advanced class's presentation? Suriel continues sweetly. Of course it's because it's your boyfriend's presentation. Amy buries her face in her hands, utterly embarrassed. Suddenly, another wave of murmurs sweeps through the crowd. What? A Class 1 senior came? Even Amy and Suriel look up, surprised. Amy, look over there! The mark of Class 1. Standing coolly amidst the crowd is Fermi, a sharply dressed, handsome student radiating confidence. Why is Senior Fermi here? Someone gasps. But it doesn't stop there. More prominent figures arrive. Senior Hershey, from Sonar. Senior Lou, the Electric Monsters. Senior Richard from Alkamar, and even Senior Raytan. What the hell is happening? Suriel turns to Amy, her expression now serious. Why is Class 1 at this presentation? What do they all have in common? Have in common. Amy looks directly at Suriel, her own expression grave. Yeah, all of them. She lowers her voice, sharing a rumor. There's a rumor that they are all members of a shady research group called Gold Rune. Fermi and the other elite seniors stand together, looking formidable. The scene shifts inside, the presentation hall. The hall is massive, an auditorium filled with row upon row of seats, nearly all of them packed with students. A low murmur of excited chatter fills the air. At the judges' table, Professor Sienna looks up in surprise, spotting someone unexpected arriving. It's the headmaster, Alpheus himself, striding in with a broad smile. What brings you here, headmaster? Sienna asks, standing respectfully. He laughs heartily. The students sincerely prepared for their presentation, so of course I'm curious. Of course. Please sit here. Sienna gestures, slightly flustered by his presence. He settles in, stroking his long white beard. Let's see, he murmurs, his eyes scanning the packed hall. I look forward to seeing what they have prepared. The hall continues to fill, students jostling for space. Amy and Sariel find seats, Amy looking particularly tense. She sits rigidly, her expression serious. This presentation, she thinks, clearly sensing something unusual is going on. Mark sits with his arms crossed, skeptical but attentive. Maria sits beside him, eager. Fermi and the other rumored Gold Rune members are seated together, coolly observant. The headmaster sits calmly between the judges, a knowing, almost amused look in his eyes. Amy scans the crowd again, noticing all the high-profile attendees. A bead of sweat traces down her temple. Is there something I don't know about? She wonders. Suddenly, bright spotlights flare, illuminating the stage. Magic ladies and gentlemen, a voice echoes. Back on stage, under the spotlight, Weast Need stands confidently with the microphone. The Science of Supernatural Spirits presentation will now... He strikes a dramatic pose. The crowd roars, a mix of anticipation and curiosity filling the hall. High above the stage, hidden in the catwalks, technicians adjust the complex lighting and projector rigs. Down below, Need smiles at the packed auditorium. We thank you all for coming to the presentation. I will be your MC for today. The president of the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group, Weast Need. He sounds professional, almost charming. Today, the main topic of discussion is spirits, he continues. In the audience, Mark leans forward slightly, while Maria looks intrigued. Need adds a playful warning. A scary scene will appear depending on the person, so please take care when viewing. On cue, the main house lights begin to dim. A massive, shimmering, holographic image of Alpius Academy flickers into existence behind him. At the judges' table, Professor Sienna looks genuinely impressed. Even the headmaster nods slightly, acknowledging the technical skill. The students have prepared a lot. The headmaster watches Need, a thoughtful look on his face. I wonder what they plan on doing, he thinks, sensing there's more to this than just fancy visuals. Everyone, Need begins, his voice echoing through the hall. Have you heard about the story of what happened before this school was built? It was 250 years ago. The hologram behind him shifts to a quaint, peaceful-looking village. This place was originally a small village of farmers, Need explains. The scene darkens, showing silhouettes of warriors on horseback against a blood-red sky. However, the world was going through the famous War of Conquest. The hologram changes again to a rough map. People back then were avoiding the war and went into the mountains. Civilians and the soldiers were no exception, and the remaining lights in the hall dim completely, plunging the audience into near darkness. Huh? The lights. Suddenly, a holographic door blasts open on stage, startling the audience. Something really scary won't come out, right? A single, bloodied boot steps heavily into the spotlight. A figure stumbles forward. A soldier in battered armor, covered in grime and blood, letting out a horrifying scream. Need's voiceover explains, it was a human that was possessed by an evil spirit. Instead of fear, ripples of laughter spread through the audience. Bah-ha-ha-ha! Isn't that Iruki? Someone shouts, recognizing him despite the costume. The laughter grows louder. What's he doing there? Amy looks mortified, while Sariel stifles a giggle. Wait, is this a presentation or a play? The holographic Iruki stumbles across the stage, crying out weakly. Mark watches with a deadpan expression, while Maria looks confused. The Iruki hologram calls out desperately, Noah, I'm over here. Mark just scoffs silently. And then, one night, the stage lighting shifts once more. The view pulls back, showing the darkened auditorium. A voice calls out, Olia! Followed by a man's voice filled with longing. My love, Olia, where art thou? Back on stage, Need clutches his chest, playing the part of Noah. Damn it! To avoid the war, I came here, but I lost you, my most precious person. Mark rolls his eyes again. A female voice calls out tenderly, Noah! And then, stepping into the spotlight, is a beautiful woman in a flowing blue dress. But wait. The audience erupts in a mix of shock and pure hilarity. "It's Senior Chiron!" someone screams. It's Chiron, flawlessly cross-dressed as the female lead Olia. Professor Siena's jaw drops, unable to process what she's seeing. The headmaster, however, remains calm, observing with mild interest. Sariel turns to Amy, eyes wide. "Chiron, cross-dressed?" Amy just stares blankly ahead, looking like she wants the ground to swallow her whole. She grabs Sariel, shaking her slightly, her own face beet red. On stage, the holographic Chiron runs to Need and they embrace dramatically. "Olia, I missed you. Let's never part ways again, Noah." The two holograms hold each other close. A wave of uneasy murmuring sweeps the laughing audience. "Don't tell me." "No way." Mark looks physically ill, while Maria covers her blushing face, peeking through her fingers. Nearby students munch on popcorn, completely captivated by the bizarre spectacle. The holographic couple leans in, appearing as if they're about to kiss. "For real?" Sariel gasps. Amy grits her teeth, trying to rationalize it. "In plays they really do it," she mutters unconvincingly. Suddenly, the possessed soldier hologram lunges from the shadows, grabbing Need from behind and sinking his teeth viciously into his neck. A horrific biting sound rips through the air. The hologram graphically depicts the attack, blood splattering from the wound. The Need hologram collapses as the possessed soldier looms over him. The audience recoils in genuine shock. Popcorn spills. People gasp and scream. The sudden violence is jarring. Above the stage, lights flicker erratically, adding to the chaos. Dark shapes, like bodies, appear to fall from the rafters. Another chilling stage effect. Mark instinctively reaches out and touches Maria's arm, his face pale. Maria flinches, terrified. "It's a little scary," she whispers. The chaos subsides slightly as Need walks back to center stage, now holding an old, leather-bound diary. 6 months ago, the source of this story, an old diary, was found during research of the Academy's history. Our research group started its investigation right away, and the result was a shocking truth. He lowers his voice, speaking seriously. "The spirits, consumed by evil, wander the underworld, finding a human to possess." The audience listens intently, unease creeping back in. Need leans closer to the microphone, a faint, knowing smile on his lips. Until today, he stands there holding the diary, letting the implication hang in the air. The bell tolls again, clearer this time. People in the audience look around, confused. "Huh? That bell sound? Isn't that the bell that strikes at midnight?" "Midnight, the time when light disappears." "That is right," Need confirms. "At midnight, the evil spirits come out." The bell tolls again. Mark looks unconvinced, but Maria clutches her hands nervously. "You've never seen an evil spirit at midnight?" Need asks. "That could happen, since spirits only show themselves to those who want to see them." "But," Need's smile widens into a sly grin, "through our presentation, you should have gained a little curiosity about those evil spirits. In other words, you all have adjusted to the frequency of souls." He leans forward conspiratorially. "Tonight, when the bell strikes at midnight, please look around you." He points out at the crowd with a playful wink. "You might see an evil spirit wandering around. Of course, if you are lucky, that is. With this, we will end our presentation." The audience shifts nervously, murmuring, "What? Scary?" "That's a lie," a student mutters. "I need to stay at the library until midnight today." The fear and suggestion have taken root. Suddenly, the main auditorium lights flash back on, bright and jarring. The audience blinks, looking around. They see the empty stage, the normal auditorium, no ghosts, nothing. Just the end. The realization hits them. And just like that, the mood snaps. The audience erupts in fury, shouting and booing. "You call this a presentation? There was no proof or outcome. We were idiots for believing in Chiron and Haruki. Amy pushes past people, storming towards the exit, her face flushed with anger and humiliation. Embarrassing. I knew this would happen after I started hanging around the weirdos. Amy, Sariel calls out, trying to catch up. She chases after her friend. In the seats they just vacated, Fermi and the other elite students watch them go, completely unfazed by the chaos. Professor Sienna bows apologetically to the headmaster. I'm sorry, headmaster, I will discipline those students. But he simply raises a hand, chuckling softly. That was to be expected from the spirits group. Don't worry, Sienna straightens, looking utterly drained. Ha! Why did they do this? The headmaster turns, his gaze drifting towards the now empty stage. Sienna wonders, was I wrong to trust them? As the headmaster walks away, he thinks to himself with a subtle confidence, they wouldn't have started if they were going to end things like this. He pauses near the aisle, glancing back almost imperceptibly, a knowing look in his eyes. Wouldn't you agree, Sharon? Meanwhile, backstage is a different story. Need is doubled over, roaring with laughter. He points helplessly at Eriki, who looks thoroughly unimpressed in his gore-splattered costume. Did you see it? Their expressions? Need manages between laughs. Eriki just shrugs slightly. Yeah, I did. I'm certain. I can tell just by looking at their eyes. Need straightens up, wiping tears from his eyes, a triumphant grin on his face. The seed, he says, recalling the fear and uncertainty on the audience's faces. The seed has been planted. Just then, Sharon emerges from behind a curtain. He's still wearing the elegant blue dress from the hologram, looking strangely composed. Stage 1 was a success, he states calmly. He looks towards the stage exit, his expression hardening with determination. He pushes up the delicate sleeve of the dress slightly. Let's show them, he declares, his voice low and steady. Night deepens over LPS Academy. Midnight approaches. The campus grounds lie quiet, oblivious to the chaos about to be unleashed. Inside the backstage area, a clock ticks ominously closer to 12. Need walks up to Sharon, his face serious. It's time, Sharon. Have you finished your sequencing meditation? He asks quietly. Sharon is sitting, his face obscured by shadow radiating focus. He turns his head slightly, his blue eyes sharp and ready. The two stand poised, ready to move to the equipment. A flashback. The day before, Need entered the automated storage facility, Istas, cloaked against the rain. Inside, Istas displayed a holographic map of the entire Academy campus. Their audacious plan, they installed hundreds of hologram projectors around the school. Small, discrete projectors mounted on walls, barely noticeable. Complex wiring snakes from the projectors disappearing into hidden conduits, all connected to a central system, and to those projectors, miles of glowing cables pulse with latent energy, ready to receive the signal. Eruki's movement predicting program will be sent. It's a massive, complex, campus-wide illusion network. Back in the present, the three are gathered around the main control console. Gosh, watch your feet, Need cautions, careful around the mess of cables. Eruki checks a monitor. 5 minutes and 15 seconds till midnight, he reports. Wait, 9 seconds. We can't be early or late. The point is to show them a ghost at exactly midnight. Start when I give the signal, Need instructs. It's your turn now, Sharon. Sharon steps up to the large, faceted orb, placing his hands on it, steeling himself. I'll leave it to you. Eruki holds up 2 fingers. Ready, now, Eruki signals. Sharon's eyes flare blue as he pours his magic into the orb. Energy explodes outwards, filling the room with blinding light. Need shields his eyes. Wow, that's incredible output. To think he grew his magic power this much in 1 month, Need says, impressed. As expected of Sharon. Sharon keeps pushing, but a bead of sweat appears on his face. It's strange, he murmurs. He feels something is wrong. It feels like I'm pouring water into a bottomless bowl. The power isn't building as it should. Need whips his head around, staring at the power gauge in disbelief. What? He frantically fiddles with the controls. What's wrong with this? What happened? Iruki rushes over. Sharon strains hard, sweat pouring down his face, tears of frustration welling up. The output, he gasps. On the console, the needle on the power gauge is stuck, flickering uselessly in the red zone. Isn't increasing? What's the problem? Can you fix it? Iruki yells. Need slams his fist on the console in despair. I don't know. My calculations were perfect. The camera pans down to the thick power cables. 2 rats are gnawing through the insulation, sparks flickering. Sabotage by vermin. Iruki stares at the stopwatch, the seconds ticking relentlessly towards midnight. It's over. He lowers the stopwatch, defeat washing over him. We failed. Need turns away from the console, utterly crushed. It's my fault. The 3 stand in silence, the weight of their failure settling in the humming room. Need hangs his head, tears starting to form. I'm stupid and incompetent. I couldn't craft the equipment properly. I'm sorry for getting you guys involved, he chokes out. Sorry for making you guys a laughingstock. He wipes his eyes furiously. I'll take responsibility no matter what. So... Stop now, Sharon, Need pleads. I'll take responsibility. But Sharon, still connected to the orb, simply says no. He turns his head, his expression filled with a fierce, unwavering determination. We all worked hard, sacrificing our sleep. You both put your all into this. His eyes flash with brilliant blue energy. I can't end it here. Iruki realizes what Sharon intends to do, his eyes widening in horror. Need! Stop, Sharon. Need stares, confused. What? He looks closer at Sharon, seeing the overwhelming power beginning to gather. Tears of fear stream down his face. No way! He cries out in terror. Is he trying to use a mortal function? Blue, volatile energy starts crackling violently around Sharon. The energy explodes outwards, a maelstrom of raw, untamed blue power. Sharon's eyes glow with the intense, otherworldly light of nirvana. He floats slightly, caught in the swirling vortex of energy. Sharon! Stop! Don't do it! Need screams, terrified for his friend. He and Iruki lunge forward, trying to pull him back from the brink. Shit! Why isn't the magic stopping? Iruki yells. Please stop! You're going to disappear! Need grabs Sharon's shoulder, tears streaming down his face. We can give up on the research group. I don't want to lose you! Sharon turns his head slightly towards Need. A serene, almost unsettling smile touches his lips, his glowing eyes looking straight at Need. I'm not afraid anymore. The blue energy around him stabilizes, cracking like ice but holding firm. It flares outwards in a controlled, brilliant explosion of light. Sharon grits his teeth, pushing through the immense pressure. Sir Armin said this. He focuses, channeling the overwhelming power. Sir Armin's voice echoes in his memory. I need to remember. Sharon focuses on his sense of self, anchoring himself against the tide of nirvana. A montage of key people and moments from his life flashes through his mind. He fights against the feeling of dissolving, of being overwhelmed by the sheer power. He channels the energy outwards, forcing it past the damaged cables. He throws his head back, eyes glowing, declaring, I won't run away! The orb flares with unimaginable brightness, stabilized by Sharon's sheer will. Need and Iruki are thrown back by the force. Need scrambles back to the console, seeing the power levels finally surge. Iruki, now! He yells over the roar of energy. Iruki's hand trembles over the switch. Sharon yells, pouring everything he has into the orb. The power meter suddenly spikes violently into the overload zone. With a sharp click, Iruki slams the activation switch down. Midnight. The girls' dormitory. Inside her room, Maria looks up from her book, stifling a yawn. What? Is it already midnight? She smiles slightly. It's a shame, but I should sleep now. I have classes tomorrow. She stands up, stretching, then pauses, a shiver running down her spine. Ah, I forgot, but I just remembered. That spirit story, to say that I'd be able to see it when it turned midnight. She chuckles nervously. Geez, Senior Shironi, to say that spirits exist in this world. She turns towards her window and freezes. Pressed against the glass from the outside is a horrifying, skeletal face, peering right at her. A close-up on the terrifying apparition, a perfectly rendered, ghastly holographic spirit. Maria recoils, her eyes wide with terror. Go away! She screams, throwing a vase at the window in panic. Elsewhere, in another dorm room, Amy is pacing, still fuming from the presentation. She stops abruptly, sensing something behind her. How did you get in here? She demands, whirling around. Looming over her is another horrifying hologram, a tall, skeletal figure, its empty eye sockets fixed on her, stretching its mouth into a grotesque parody of a smile. Amy stares in frozen terror. Did it just smile? The spirit hologram takes a step forward. Amy finally breaks, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Sariel bursts into the room, frantic. A spirit appeared. Amy looks up at her, terrified. Sariel, you too? The two girls cling to each other, staring down the dimly lit hallway outside Amy's door. The hallway seems filled with shadowy, indistinct figures, more holograms flickering into existence. Another scream rips through the air. The spirit. First, run! Outside, lights flicker on in windows all across the massive academy buildings as screams echo everywhere. A terrified voice cries out into the night, "Spirit! I see a spirit!" The campus-wide operation, Stage 2, has begun. Panic rips through Alpia's academy. The carefully planted seed of doubt has sprouted into terror under the midnight sky. Screams echo from dorm windows and across the courtyards. Students pour out of buildings, running frantically. Why do they keep chasing us? Someone wails, completely convinced the holographic ghosts are real. Don't come closer, another screams. The entire campus is a scene of chaos, dark figures running wildly beneath the imposing architecture. Students flood the central plaza, a terrified mass reacting to the unseen, projected horrors. "Do something," a student pleads. Below them, another group frantically tries to cast defensive spells. They are everywhere. The spectral figures swarm them, passing harmlessly through attacks, phasing through walls, adding to the terror. It's a ghost. Save me! The sheer number of screaming, panicked students is overwhelming. But then, the ghostly apparitions flicker and vanish. They disappeared? High above the chaos, someone points. A light? There is someone on the roof. Standing calmly on the edge of the roof are Shirone, Need, and Iruki. Need claps slowly, the sound magically amplified, and the crowd below looks up, bewildered. He beams down at them, his voice echoing clearly now. For coming to our presentation at such a late hour, he bows deeply, a picture of politeness after orchestrating mass hysteria. Thank you. Just then, Professor Sienna bursts onto the scene below, looking absolutely livid. So Chotik in the middle of the night? She looks like she's about to explode. I got such a shock while I was washing up. Need ignores her for a moment, raising his hand in a cheerful salute. It's a great night, Professor Sienna. The students below are starting to put things together. A hologram projector? Then were they all fake? Need just laughs brightly. But Sienna is not amused. She glares up at them, only to be surprised by the headmaster suddenly appearing beside her, calm as ever. Headmaster? When did you get here? He replies smoothly. I think the presentation hasn't finished yet. Let's listen till the end. On the rooftop, Need continues his address. Everyone, according to our research group, spirits exist. This earns immediate shouts from below. Those scammers are still going at it. What do you mean they exist? They were all fake. One student yells up, looking genuinely distressed. Shallow. But how did they do it? A smarter student reasons. They used hologram magic, of course. But his friend points out, it's strange. How did all the holograms move differently? More students ponder the logistics. I've been thinking about it since I found out they were fake, but I have no idea. Is it possible for them to do all that throughout the whole school? They would need a huge amount of data and energy. The headmaster smiles faintly, holding a small, almost invisible wisp of holographic light between his fingers. Ha ha ha, how is it? He murmurs. He addresses Sienna beside him. Can you explain the trick they use, Professor Sienna? She looks flustered. The level of their joke is quite advanced, she admits grudgingly. Need and Sharon watch the crowd thoughtfully, gauging the reaction. The headmaster continues, holding up the faint holographic wisp. Intelligence and fascination. He lets the light dissipate. To be honest, the trick isn't important. A student pushes through the crowd demanding answers. What's the connection between fake spirits and the study of the supernatural? Need grins broadly. Oh my, do you still not believe? Of course, that was all just a show. What's important is, Sienna protests weakly from below, they're still fake. There are no such things as spirits. Need ignores her, raising his voice again. All of you who didn't believe in spirits, he declares, felt fear the moment you saw a ghost. Then I'll ask you, why are you all here? He gestures to the massive crowd below. What did you run away from while trembling in fear, since there are no such things as spirits and ghosts? He turns their skepticism back on them. Down below, Amy and Sariel listen intently now, their earlier fear replaced by dawning understanding. Need leans forward slightly, his expression becoming intense. The emotions that all of you are feeling right now is the essence of the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group. That is because the seed of doubt that maybe spirits and ghosts do exist is inside you. Need looks over at Chiron and Iruki, who give slight, knowing smiles. We just showed all of you that tiny doubt. We don't know if they exist, he admits freely, but we're researching that doubt, since that's what research is. Some students in the crowd begin to understand. That's right. There were times when information that is known to be true right now was treated as a lie in the past. Need drives the point home. Because all of you have showed us that we have proven that our research group is valuable. He takes a deep bow alongside Shironi and Iruki. With this, that concludes our presentation. Thank you so much. The crowd is silent for a moment, processing. Below, Sienna watches, still conflicted. They used a difficult trick, she concedes mentally, but it's not to the point where we can approve their research group. Suddenly, applause breaks out. Some students start cheering. That's amazing. If it's something as extraordinary as this, I'll fall for your tricks as many times as you like. The headmaster laughs heartily beside Sienna. Where did we come from and where are we headed? He asks rhetorically, clearly enjoying the philosophical turn. Sienna turns to him, thoughtful now. Someone explores a doubt and shows everyone what could not be seen. What do you think? The headmaster places a comforting hand on her shoulder. I think it was a very meaningful presentation. Sienna sighs, finally relenting. I understand. Then I have no objections, headmaster. Sienna turns to face the crowd. The professors have decided. We will acknowledge the Science of Supernatural Spirits Research Group's presentation. Need looks momentarily stunned, then beams. Chiron and Iruki exchange relieved glances. Sienna closes her eyes briefly, taking a breath. She glares up at them, pointing accusingly. Instead, you guys are suspended for 3 days, she shouts, losing her composure again. Idiots! But on the rooftop, the suspension doesn't dampen their spirits. Need throws his arms around Chiron and Iruki, tears of joy streaming down his face. It was a success! Below, Sienna yells up at them. Congrats! Do your best. Are you listening to your professor? I said you are suspended. But her voice is drowned out by the celebrating trio. The crowd below begins to disperse, buzzing with excitement. Maria looks up at the rooftop heroes with literal stars in her eyes. Wow, Senior Chiron is really cool. Mark beside her looks equally stunned. Senior Chiron is a genius. Mark just stares, flabbergasted. To surprise the world. Amy stands with her arms crossed, looking away, but a small, thoughtful smile plays on her lips. This is so unexpected, she murmurs, perhaps reconsidering her rival. She glances back at the rooftop trio. I'm putting my time into something as useless as this. Need and Chiron hug tightly, laughing with relief and exhaustion. Amy just watches them, a complex mix of emotions on her face. She allows herself a small, genuine smile. I'm a little jealous. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, cloaked figures from other research groups are not pleased. An old eagle is better than a cow, one sneers. The guys who graduated left the group to some insolent punks. Forget about taking istas for ourselves, another complains. My group, the Ant Language Research Group, are pulling out. They're still Class 5. The first one dismisses them. Don't tell me you're running away all scared? A third cloaked figure interjects nervously. If you don't want to go against them next year, you better graduate this year. You too, the hide-and-seek research group. Another starts to argue, but a calm, authoritative voice cuts them off. Stop! Fermi steps out of the shadows, arms crossed. Let's stop here before we catch other people's attention. He surveys the bickering groups, a confident smirk on his face. It'll only backfire on us if we're all here like this. Let's wait for the right time. He clearly holds influence over these disparate factions. Back near the plaza, some students are still grumbling. I'm pissed that I got tricked by mere Class 5 students, but I don't know what mechanism they used. Sienna sighs wearily, watching the last of the students leave. Ha! Those annoying, shady research group rascals. She shakes her head, muttering with exasperation. Grow up, please. The academy slowly settles back into the quiet of the night, leaving behind the echoes of chaos, laughter, and the lingering question of what these ambitious students will do next. In the quiet aftermath, Headmaster Elpes gazes up at the night sky, a faint remnant of holographic energy in his hand. He chuckles softly. Ha, that's amazing. He strokes his beard, a thoughtful, impressed look on his face. This is something that even I, as someone who specializes in light, can't help but marvel at. He turns, looking out towards the distant academy buildings. You achieved something difficult, Chironi. I'll turn a blind eye for now, he decides. He clenches his fist slightly, a spark of anticipation in his eyes. That child might be able to achieve, bow tie, what I want. He lets his hand fall, the decision made. For now, he'll simply watch Chiron's journey unfold. Later that night, Chiron lies flat on his back on the cool grass, laughing breathlessly up at the stars, utterly spent but exhilarated. Hehehe, that was so fun. Need leans over him, concerned, while Iruki sits nearby, equally exhausted. Are you really okay? Need asks, thinking about Chiron using Nirvana. Chiron just waves a hand dismissively. I think I am, Need sighs, shaking his head with a reluctant smile. You're really an idiot, huh? Who puts their life on the line for a joke like this? Iruki, leaning back with a rare, genuine smile, adds, Hey, but you're really the best. The shared danger and success have clearly forged a strong bond. Need looks over at Chiron, his expression turning serious. Yeah, if Chirone didn't use the immortal function, then all of this would have been a bluff. Iruki nods, equally impressed. He endured the immortal function, used a defense spirit zone. He recognizes the incredible feat of control Chiron displayed. An image flashes, showing Chiron bathed in the stable blue light of controlled nirvana. Chiron sits up, grinning tiredly at his friends. Why are you only complimenting me? You're both geniuses too. He looks at them both, blushing slightly with pride and camaraderie. Eruki, you calculated the whole school's movement patterns. And Need, you created so many machines. Eruki uses an old saying, maybe ironically. Is this when you use the saying, the fraud trapped in the well? Chiron laughs. Who would have thought you would use an expression like that? That's embarrassing. Chiron flops back onto the grass, gazing up at the vast, starry sky. You know, he says thoughtfully, I want to go higher. His eyes sparkle with determination, like the brightest star. Need leans in excitedly. The northern star, huh? I've played around enough, so should I go to the graduating class? Eruki adds. Yeah, let's graduate together. Chironi smiles. Sounds good. Need reaches out a hand towards him, grinning. You promised, okay? The three friends sit together, united. Let's stay together until the end, Chiron declares. Yeah, let's become the best. Need agrees enthusiastically. Need blurts out, I don't know, use anything. Let's go, Chiron suggests simply. They reach their hands up towards the brightest star together. Science of supernatural spirits forever. Need shouts. Let's do our best, frogs, Eruki adds. Let's graduate together. Chironi finishes. Need laughs. That's not a slogan, Chirona clarifies. I'm saying let's not become frogs, referring back to Eruki's idiom about being trapped in a well. Chirona smiles warmly, tears of emotion welling up. Together, we'll become the best mages. The camera pans up to the quiet academy grounds. The next day, inside a dorm room, sunlight streams through the window. Chiron, wake up! Need calls out. He and Eruki are trying to rouse a deeply sleeping Chiron. Are you going to spend your precious suspension like that? Need complains. Let's go and play. Eruki observes him closely. He's knocked out. He seems really tired. Chiron lies completely still, oblivious. But he isn't just sleeping. Like sleep paralysis, he narrates internally, I couldn't move at all. Yeah. He's floating in a familiar dark void, the space filled with shimmering distortions. It's because I'm in that nightmare again, the one triggered by touching nirvana. The familiar cracks appear, spreading like fractured glass. He feels himself drifting through the abstract, infinite space. Is this beyond infinity? The stars' movements at the final destination, the shimmering huge light? Usually, this is where the fear peaks. But this time, the light is different. It's a bright, golden, almost welcoming shape, like a gateway, is waiting for me again. He floats towards it. That's strange. I always woke up around here. The golden light pulses gently. Something's different. Suddenly, the golden light cracks, shattering the void around it. Chiron's eye snaps open in the dream. He's pulled towards a blinding, overwhelming light. He bolts upright in bed, gasping for air, sweat dripping down his face. The dream is over. He stares blankly ahead, heart pounding. The dream has changed. He looks around his room, trying to ground himself. What change did yesterday's experience cause? He looks confused and a little scared. He clutches his blanket, golden motes of light seeming to linger in the air. Why is this happening? He spots a note on his bedside table with crude drawings of Need and Eruki. We're going to the casino. If we use Eruki's movement predicting calculations, we'll be rich. Chiron holds the note with weary exasperation. The casino? I feel like they'll lose everything, he sighs. Anyway, for the 3-day suspension, what should I do? He considers his options. Should I go visit home? An image pops into his head of his stern-faced adoptive father, Mr. Vincent. What? Suspension? So you got punished? Chiron quickly shakes his head. No, forget about that. I need to keep this a secret. He looks in the mirror, adjusting the collar of a smart, expensive-looking suit. A smile spreads across his face. I thought of something I want to do. He turns away from the mirror, grabbing a briefcase. I'm getting excited. His reflection briefly glows with an ethereal light. He walks purposefully down a city street, heading towards John Sand's bookshop. He clutches a scroll, likely his saved allowance. I've been studying nonstop for the past several years. I want to get a novel for myself. He recalls a childhood memory, reaching for books only to be scolded. No, how dare you touch things with those grimy hands? He worries. What if they say I can't touch them again? He takes a deep breath and pushes open the bookstore door. The friendly woman behind the counter beams at him. Oh my! Welcome, handsome customer. What brings you to this lowly place? Sharon flinches, waving his hands defensively. No, I just came to buy a book. The owner smiles knowingly. Oh, I see. Then please look around comfortably. Thank you, he manages. He realizes with a pang of disappointment. It seems like she doesn't remember me at all. It has only been 5 years. He picks up a book, looking at his reflection in its cover. Did I change that much? He pays for the book with 2 gold coins. The owner is delighted. Ah, you're a big spender, thank you. Sharon holds the book aloft against the bright sky, ecstatic. I finally bought it! My novel! He skips down the street happily, clutching the book. It's my first book that I bought. A passerby tuts. How did such a young noble boy become like that? He hugs the book tightly, a blissful expression on his face. Saving up the sponsorship funds Sir Ogen sent me paid off. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Huh, Sharon? Someone grabs his arm from behind. He spins around, startled to see a young woman with pink-braided hair grinning at him. Shirone, that's you, right? Shirone stares, blushing and confused. Who are you? She laughs, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Yeah, it is you, guys. It's Sharon. He looks closer at her face, then at a memory of a much younger girl with a runny nose. Oh! Then he sees his younger self, engrossed in a book. He flashes back to the rough-looking village children he grew up with. A group of young men and women, his old childhood friends, approach. Sharon, is it really you? Shirone stammers. Althor? Wait, are you Lumina? She laughs brightly. Yeah, I'm Lumina. Did you forget what I looked like? I didn't recognize you. You're so pretty now, he blurts out. Lumina playfully punches his arm. What? Are you saying I was ugly when I was young? His other friends surround him, examining his expensive clothes. What's up with you? You're dressed like a noble? Wow, you've changed a lot. A young man with spiky brown hair and a faint scar steps forward, smiling warmly. It's Althor, the leader of the village children. Sharon, we haven't seen you in so long. What have you been up to? We asked Mr. Vincent, he continues. But he won't tell us anything. Sharon hesitates, clutching his novel. They'll find out the truth later, he thinks. If I lie, they'll be hurt. He decides to be honest. I've been going to the Magic Academy. He decided telling the truth was better than lying, especially concerning Althor. The former leader of the village kids stares back, his expression unreadable, a scar marking his intense gaze. Since he was young, Althor was valiant, with a good physique. He was an extraordinary child who naturally became the leader. His focus was always on protecting the village, on tangible strength. A flashback to 10 years ago. A younger, bandaged Althor, axe slung over his shoulder, looks slightly annoyed at Sharon. A 10-year-old Sharon sits under a tree, completely absorbed in a thick, complex book. You're reading again? Althor asks. Althor was always confident, perhaps even overconfident, but it stemmed from his dedication to his role. Little Sharon looks down at the dense text. It has so many words, he stammers. The other kids with Althor whisper amongst themselves, impressed by Sharone's book. He seems to be really smart. Althor sighs, leaning on his axe. It's not like you'll be going to school, so why are you reading that? Sharon flinches, pulling the book back protectively. Althor holds up his own simple ledger and declares loudly, "We need to get stronger and do our duties." For him, living in a small mountain village, there was a rule that was the most important. That was, little Sharon smiles brightly, understanding Althor's perspective despite their differences. "Yeah? I understand, Althor." The rule was simple. You need to listen to your leader. Althor gives Sharon a stern look. He takes a breath, accepting Sharona's quiet nature. He relents slightly. If you get it, then it's fine." The leader protects the village, and everyone follows the leader. That was the secret to the small mountain village's survival, the narration explains. "We're going to kick the ball around," Althor grins. "Let's go together." But Shironi calls after him, still holding his book. Suddenly, a young, fiery Lumina appears, brandishing a fluffy duster like a weapon. "Didn't I tell you not to bother, Shirone?" She chases Althor, whacking him with the duster. "Whoa! I wasn't, you tomboy." "So, this isn't bothering?" Althor, covered in bumps, shouts back indignantly, "Erg, I'm not taking you with me anywhere." Back in the present, Althor breaks the stunned silence with a faint smile. "Well, that was long ago. You're amazing." "You're really attending school?" Lumina adds excitedly. "Do you know how to use real magic? Can you show us?" Sharon laughs awkwardly, holding up his newly bought novel. "No, it hasn't been long since I started. And we can't use magic outside of the academy." Lumina pouts. "What a shame." Althor grins, nudging Sharon playfully. "Haha, carrying around a book like that hasn't changed." Before Sharon can react, Althor snatches the novel from his hands. "Let's see what you're reading at the academy." "Ah, wait, no!" Sharon tries to grab it back, flustered. "That's a book I bought for my own enjoyment." "It's embarrassing." He makes a desperate leap for the falling book, but as Althor flips through the pages, something catches his eye. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. Shirone senses a shift, his synesthesia picking up faint traces of emotion and spirit energy. The book hits the ground with a soft thud. Sharon collapses forward, catching himself on the ground, gasping. His friends rush towards him. "Sharon!" "What's wrong?" Lumina immediately rounds on Althor. "Althor, why did you do that?" I didn't do anything." Sharon quickly waves it off. "It happens sometimes, don't worry." But Lumina looks concerned. Althor watches Shirone, his expression thoughtful, saying nothing. Lumina quickly changes the subject. "Now's not the time to be like this. Let's go eat something yummy." Althor smiles, putting a hand on her shoulder. "As a celebration for us all being together, we were planning a party at Lumina's store. Let's go there and catch up." The other friends cheer. "Yeah, we're in!" Sharon smiles, relieved. "I didn't have anywhere to go, so this is good." They head towards a horse-drawn carriage waiting nearby. Althor easily lifts Sharon clean off his feet, tossing him towards the carriage. "Up we go." "Please take the seat of honor." Althor laughs heartily. "Pahaha, a man can't do anything if he's as light as you." Sharon looks at Althor's muscular build. "Did he become a monster while I was gone? He'll probably become the next village leader," he muses. He looks out at the familiar village path as the carriage starts moving. The carriage travels through the countryside, carrying the reunited friends. As they arrive at Lumina's family restaurant, her mother greets them warmly. "Oh my, isn't this Sharon? Gosh, you're getting more handsome. Lumina, you must be so happy." Lumina bats her mother's hand away, blushing. Sharon looks flustered by the comment. Inside, they all raise mugs filled with a frothy drink. "To Sharon!" Cheers! The table is laden with a feast. Roasted chickens, bread, salads. One friend exclaims, "Wow, it looks really delicious." Lumina pushes a plate toward Shirone. "Eat lots." "Thanks, I will." A friend eyes the drink suspiciously. "Wait, this drink, don't tell me," Lumina quickly clarifies. "No, it's not. It's just carbonated barley tea." Althor takes a long drink, watching Sharon thoughtfully. Another friend leans forward eagerly. Sharon, tell us about school. If it's you, I'm sure you're first in your class. Sharon nearly chokes. They bombard him with questions. Are you going to be a mage now? Nobles only attend that academy, right? Are you studying with nobles? Sharoni shrinks back slightly, thinking, guys, please, don't put me on a pedestal in front of Althor, a girl asks dreamily. The nobles are all pretty, right? Someone else asks bluntly, have you dated a noble? Sharon waves his hands frantically, blushing. Nope, never. Studying is already too much. Althor watches Sharoni's flustered denials, taking another sip of his drink. He sets his mug down. Sharoni, it's good to study, he says seriously. But do you have any future plans? You know, he continues earnestly, Mr. Vincent is looking after the family's livelihood. You should look after them next. And you need to get married too. Sharon looks taken aback. Can you do that after you finish your studies? Althor presses. You should think realistically too, he emphasizes. Reality. Sharon reflects inwardly. I've been so focused on the lessons, I've never thought about this before. He looks around at his friends, who are chatting happily. My friends are already helping their family businesses, and father is doing all that hard work by himself. When will I become helpful? He wonders. Althor notices the mood shift. Gosh, I didn't say that for the mood to get so gloomy. He suddenly grins, changing the subject. Ah, yeah, Sharon. It's been a while, so shall we do an arm wrestle? An arm wrestle? Sharon looks surprised. Lumina pipes up. Yeah, weren't Althor and Sharon on par with each other? We did it often when we were young, he thinks. A flashback shows little Sharon surprisingly holding his own against a frustrated young Althor. Sharon, you're amazing. Back in the present, Sharon considers the challenge. He knows Althor is immensely strong now, but his own body isn't normal anymore. But to uphold Althor's reputation today, this is the choice I'll make for the order of the village. He plans to lose intentionally. He smiles confidently, extending his hand across the table. Sure, shall we make a bet? Althor grins back, clasping Sharon's hand. How about the loser pays for all this? Sure, bet. Sharon agrees immediately. Wow! A warrior against a mage. They lock hands. To make sure Althor doesn't lose face, Sharon thinks, I'll endure, but at the last moment, he plans to let Althor win. Start! Althor, why did you do that? Lumina immediately yells. Althor looks baffled. I didn't know this would happen. Sharon is suddenly slammed back, completely overpowered in an instant, falling off his chair. Althor's arm slams his down with incredible force. I'll lose, Sharon thinks in shock as he goes down. Althor sighs, looking slightly exasperated. Seriously, Althor, Lumina scolds again. He looks down at Sharon, who is scrambling up, confused. I'm sorry, I'll pay for it, Althor says sheepishly. No, Sharon quickly insists. I lost, so I'll pay. Althor chuckles, pulling out a small pouch of coins. Haha, I didn't know you became that strong. Sharon stares, realizing Althor deliberately threw the match. Ah! But as he pulls out his own payment, the pouch spills, sending not copper or silver, but 5 large, gleaming gold coins clattering onto the table. His friends gasp, their eyes wide with shock. Wow! Gold coins! Lumina picks one up, stunned. Sharon, why are you carrying around so much money? 5 gold coins is 1 month's profits. Sharon sweats nervously, realizing his mistake. Althor stares at the gold coin in his hand, then at Sharon. The carefree reunion mood vanishes instantly, replaced by the stark reality of Sharon's vastly different life. I'm screwed, Sharon thinks, the gulf between them suddenly feeling wider than ever.